4 years ago, I was sitting in my college dorm room, depressed, broke, scared, honestly, of having to sacrifice 10, 15 years of my life to become a doctor to make 200 or 250K a year. And I looked around at all of these people who were in my classes, peers, classmates, who were really willing to make this massive sacrifice for, in my eyes, not a big return. And what I realized I had to do is I had to escape. I had to get out of the matrix, if you want to say it that way. And that led me into monetizing the only really asset that I had at that time, which was, okay, I'm in shape. I've done a couple bodybuilding shows. I have a great physique. Let's try to go monetize that. So I did the classic route, right? I bought mentorships. I bought mentorships from guys that you probably know, really big guys in the online fitness coaching space. And I did all the popular tactics. I posted every day on social media, TikTok, Instagram, all of that sort of stuff. I even got millions of views on some of my videos, massive amounts of followers, massive amounts of likes, engagement, etc. And after doing this for 1 year straight, with all of this stuff, all of these popular tactics, in my eyes seeing, okay, good success, I made $0. So my hypothesis was that spending and doing this the same way that everyone else is doing it was leading me to a place that I didn't want to be. And what I really realized is what sells you is different from what you sell. Because a lot of these people online, a lot of really big coaches, influencers, whatever, are not selling you tangible advice, tangible, logical business instruction. They're selling you a dream. They're selling you a lifestyle. Okay? So today what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be giving you guys 5 different portions of what you need to be doing so that you can get from 0 to over $50,000 a month as a fitness coach. Okay? I went from 0 to 10, 10 to 50K a month, 50 to 70K a month as an online fitness coach. And I'm going to give you guys 5 parts. What are those 5 parts? The first is going to be all about offer creation and creating good offers. The next part is going to be about niche selection, market dynamics, etc. Next is about getting clients. What are the proper client acquisition processes to use? And the last part, or the second last part, is sales, how to sell specifically within the online fitness niche. And then client fulfillment. How do you fulfill? How do you hire? How do you build systems, etc. So this is a 5-part series. This is my longest video on my YouTube channel. And I hope you guys get value from this, and I hope this video allows you to have real tangible knowledge that you can apply to wherever you are in your online coaching journey to immediately see more return. No fluff, no BS, just pure information that's going to be boring. It's going to be it's not going to be, entertainment. This video is not meant to entertain you by any means. It's meant to give you hard logical advice. So I hope you can appreciate that. And let's jump into it right now. Okay, a lot of you guys as fitness coaches out there are pretty much running in circles. What I mean by this is you're doing a lot of effort. You're putting in 12 to 16-hour days into your business, yet you're only making $5,000 to $10,000 a month. In that case, more effort is not going to get you to 50K a month or 100K a month. It's the vehicle in which you're inputting your effort into. Do you actually have leverage in your system? That is the question. So today we're going to be going over how to build offers, how to perfect your offer, and especially as a fitness coach, the market is so saturated. There's so many, I help X achieve Y outcome in Z time, the whole Alex Hormozi framework that you've probably been following, but yet you're probably only making 5K a month, okay? So we're gonna jump into it. We're gonna be talking about selecting offers, how to pick offers, and exactly what offer you should do as a fitness coach so then you can scale effortlessly. Let's jump into it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to share with you guys how I pretty much went from being a commoditized, overworked coach, making basically nothing, doing like $5,000 a month, to being able to make $50,000 a month in 7 months, okay? And one of the biggest factors that allowed me to do this was simply offloading a lot of my strain or a laborious activities, specifically just on my offer, okay? I was able to allow my offer and certain systems that I put into place to simply do the work, okay? And this is where leverage comes in, and this is what kind of allows you to scale your coaching business with a lot more ease, okay? And this is what we're gonna be talking about today. A lot of you guys are working exceptionally hard. You're doing massive days, 12-hour, 16-hour days. I've been there myself. I totally understand. But you got to realize that the person who's making 10 times more money than you isn't working 10 times harder than you. This is a hard lesson that I had to learn myself. Okay? Cool. So this is going to be a long form video. It's going to be one of the longest on my channel. I've spent the last 2 weeks putting this together with my team and kind of going and dipping into client data, past clients, my past, several clients, and pretty much compiling success stories, compiling, okay, what offers have worked, what offers haven't worked, especially in the fitness niche, to then point you guys in the right direction or in the direction that you shouldn't be going. Because if you want to go in the right direction, you can go in the right direction, or you can simply just go in the opposite of the wrong direction, if that makes sense. Okay? So that's what we're going to be going through today. So most coaches right now, they want to hit 20K, they want to hit 50K a month, 100K a month, etc., but they have no idea how to get to that point. A lot of you guys are very lost. You're simply doing things because people online have said to do them. Oh, you got to post on Instagram, and you got to do, organic, whatever this, you got to do cold DMs. You have to post, you have to do this funnel, got to link your supplement code or whatever, right? And there's all these paradigms about what you should do and how you should make an offer, and a lot of them are wrong. Average fitness coach makes 2K a month, average. So when you're taking advice from someone, just average person is most likely going to be in that range. You're going to get to the same position that they are in. You're not going to take someone's advice who's making 10K a month and gets to 500K a month with it. It doesn't work like that. Okay. And the problem is a lot of coaches right now are often blind to what's really holding them back. And the worst problems are the ones you don't even know exist. Okay. You don't know what you don't know. Okay. A lot of coaches make decisions based on fear. Okay. What I mean by that is right now, especially in the coaching space, a lot of coaches have this kind of hustle culture mentality. Oh, I'm just going to work hard. I'm going to be disciplined. I'm going to do all this work. But even Warren Buffett said himself, it's not how hard you row, it's what boat you are in. Okay. And a lot of coaches, they're disciplined with the gym. They got jacked because they were disciplined and they were doing the right things, from a level of discipline. But then they now start their business, they're disciplined, they're working hard, and they're not getting the same level of success. Okay. They think it directly translates because it's not how hard you row, it's what boat you are in. Okay. And then pretty much if you're doing that and you're just kind of doing random activities because you don't want to be stagnant and you're scared of being, in one position, then success is kind of up to chance. Building a hyper successful business cannot be created by guessing. You must focus on creating mastery and excellence in your business. And this training, I'm going to reveal exactly why a lot of coaches, a lot of you guys will never hit the revenue goals that you guys set, no matter how hard you work. Okay, I want you to take work out of the equation right now. Because work is something that can be literally bought. I want you to realize that. For $10 an hour, you can buy work. You can buy labor. Okay? Instead of this video, you'll learn how to avoid that trap and actually increase your current MRR while working less. Okay? Like I said before, labor can be bought. Anyone can go and, with a little bit of capital, can go and spend $10 an hour and get a base level worker. Okay? So it's not work or effort that is a bottleneck. It's how smart your ideas are, how intellectual your insights are, what market you're in, what is your offerings. Okay? Cool. So that's a little bit of introduction. What are my requests from you today? So number one, pay attention. Okay? If you don't value this, then you're not going to value pretty much, you're not valuing getting to the next level in your coaching business. Shut off your phone, get your phone out of sight, out of mind, and maybe get a notepad so you can take notes along the way here. Okay? You are the only one responsible for your successes or failures. You are the one responsible for learning and scaling your business. No one else. You owe it to yourself to absorb the next couple hours with me. Okay, I'll tell you this. If you cannot sit still and focus for a few hours to get all the answers you need to live your dream life, the simple truth is you just simply don't deserve it. Okay? You just don't deserve success. Okay? So take your phone, throw it away, get it out of your sight. If your girlfriend calls you, you can maybe pick up. But let's focus and lock in here, okay? Okay. So the first section that we're going to pretty much talk about is leverage. Okay, I'm going to try to give you guys my best explanation on leverage, because if you can understand what leverage is, you can understand how that can be applied in your business. Okay, so over the last few years, it pretty much has seemed like almost every online guru. You got Andy Elliott, you got like Andrew Tate, you got David Goggins. All these people are preaching you just got to work hard. Do more volume, do more volume, do more volume, and it's going to solve every issue in your business. And there's a huge emphasis on how much hours you work and how much input you do. And people boast about it. Oh, I post 5 times a day on Instagram, or I work 12 hours a day. And they have this like, oh, I outwork everyone mentality. Okay. When in reality, would you rather be like, it's a coping mechanism. Okay. A lot of the times these people are boasting and they have pride in it. Okay. When it's just a coping mechanism for fear. Most people don't want to spend the mental energy to slow down, zoom out, and think differently about their systems. The brain is wired to avoid discomfort. Your brain is always trying to take the easiest path, the path of least resistance. Okay? And for a lot of people, especially in the coaching space, it feels safer to stay busy doing what's familiar than to pause and challenge the way things are done. Okay? Because the simple truth is you can't get rich by working hard. Okay? A lot of you guys boast about it. Oh, I work with this much. Would you rather make $100,000 a month or just simply work hard? Okay, farmers work hard. Okay, who else? Garbage men work hard. Okay, strawberry pickers work hard. They make $2 an hour or whatever in the States. Okay, I'm Canadian, so. Okay, so the whole point of becoming a business owner is to disconnect your time from your income to maximize the freedom during the short time we have on this planet. We don't have too long. Your goal is to, enjoy the fruits of earth, life, creation, etc., whatever you want to label it as. It isn't to be a glorified employee sitting under LED lights in your little cubicle, or maybe in like that same thing in your business. Okay, you quit your job. Oh, I'm gonna be a hustler. I'm gonna start my own business. I'm an entrepreneur, and then now you just hired yourself to work in your own business, being a slave to your clients. Funny how that swap kind of works. Okay, only to be proud of wasting hours of your life that it took another coach to do the same thing in a few minutes. Okay, this is what pisses me off a lot of the times. For me, it took me like almost a year to make my first $10,000 month. Okay, and then I see guys on TikTok or Instagram who are like 17, 18 years old who are like, oh, I just hit my first 100K month after a couple months. Okay. The reason they were able to do that is not because they were working harder, was because that they knew something I didn't know. They were leveraged in ways that I wasn't leveraged. Okay. And that's what pisses me off. Okay. I wasted time not being leveraged. Okay. So I can personally tell you this with absolute conviction. Making 50K a month is massively easier. Making 100K a month is massively easier than making 5K a month. Okay. It probably sounds ridiculous. But when I was making 5 to roughly 7K a month, I was slammed. Okay. I would do like 3 to 4 hours, like roughly 3 to 4 hours on just client work, dealing with clients, expectations, whatever. 1 to 2 hours of sales calls for clients of my clients, 2 to 3 hours of sales and cold outreach for my own business, 2 hours of refining my actual marketing engine, and then 2 hours of learning, refining new inputs, reading, etc. Okay. This was my day. And the more clients I take on, the more I'd be in that client and fulfillment, the more I'd be trying to sell, the more I'd be trying to do, sales and marketing for myself. And the system was capped. Okay. When I hit 10K a month with this, I was like literally sitting at my desk for 16 hours a day in pain. Okay. And taking on more clients was like trying to force water into a bucket that was on the verge of overflowing. Okay. Nowadays, my day-to-day is busy, but it's not the same as before. I get up, I exercise, I do some writing in the morning, I do some client work, maybe a couple meetings, etc. And then maybe a couple hours of sales calls that are booked onto my calendar. And for me, sales calls are really chill. This is one thing that a lot of guys don't do, is if I'm on a sales call with someone, I don't see that as like a test. A lot of like salesmen will be like, I'm going to review my sales calls and see what I did wrong so that I can improve for next time. And they judge themselves on the performance if they were able to close that person. And I literally go on and just like, I'm going to have a chat with them, it's kind of a break for me. It's relaxing. I'm not like super stressed. Just have a chat, right? So I don't really even view that as work, in my opinion. But yeah. So what I'm trying to say here is everyone has the same 24 hours in a day. Okay, everybody, no exceptions. Okay, if you want to increase the output of those 24 hours, you need leverage. Okay, a system that allows you to multiply your efforts. So everyone gets the same amount of hours. It doesn't matter specifically. It doesn't matter how hard you work within those 24 hours. It matters what you spend your time on. That's what I'm trying to say. Some people work 9 to 5s with those 24 hours. Okay, and then some people build a leverage system with those 24 hours. Okay. The difference between the guy making 10K a month and the guy making 100K a month isn't that he's working 10 times harder. In fact, he's probably, like, this is a hard thing for a lot of people to realize, he's most likely working less, okay? Because he's probably built a system that is leveraged, that has allowed him to do what he wants with his time, that has allowed him to get to 100K a month, okay? So hard work can get you from 0 to 10K a month, maybe even 20K a month, but to go from 20K a month to 200K a month, no amount of more volume will simply get you there. Okay? And what leverage is, from a base level of what is leverage, Ashton? All leverage is a skewed input to output ratio. Okay? That it is not even. Okay? So, for example, if I'm putting in an effort of 1 and I'm getting an output of 2, my leverage is 1 to 2. My ratio is 1 to 2. Okay? But if I'm doing one input and I'm receiving one output, now I have to put that input to get the same output out. Okay? And where leverage comes from, it comes from fulcrums. Okay? So Archimedes says, give me a lever long enough and I can lift the world. Okay? So same thing applies in your business. We are looking for leverage. We are looking to move the fulcrum around so that we can gain a load advantage. Oh, okay. Yeah. We are looking to gain a load advantage, magnify our efforts, because we can only do so much effort in a day. Okay. We can only do so much, but how do we input that into a system? So it's very important to understand leverage because this arises in physics. I studied leverage in physics, and our entire purpose, our entire goal is to find the placement of that lever, to find exactly if we can do one input of effort and receive 10 output, okay, from that initial input, then now, if we're working 24 hours a day on that input, we're going to be having massive returns, okay? So this arises in physics. Our goal is to find that leverage, that multiplier, okay? A strong offer leads to a high closing rate from the same number of calls, while a weak one forces you to rely on volume to just survive. So when someone tells you online that you have to just do more volume, they probably don't know the answer to what they're trying to solve. I hate to say it. Oh, just do more work. When someone says do more work, it's most of the time a cope for the fact that they don't know what they're talking about. Okay, because do more work is like a band-aid solution for everything. Oh, you're not losing weight? Oh, just do more work. Just work out more. It's like, okay, well, there's so many other factors. Okay? So I hope that gave you kind of like a good lesson on leverage. It's not how much work you do. It's not the volume you do. Your offer is highly dependent, or your leverage is highly dependent on your offer. And nailing this will give you so much leverage in your closing rate, so much leverage in the amount of calls you get, in your brand, etc. Okay? So how do you actually build a offer? So we're going to be talking about this right now. Okay? So building a build and release style offer. Okay? So the first step starts with actually building this. Okay? So since COVID, thousands of gym owners, in-person coaches, practically anyone who had fitness experience rushed online. Okay? This resulted in a massive increase of online fitness coaches. Okay? So what happened was like COVID hit, you can't work out in person. So all of those in-person people had to go online in order to make money. And the market just like blew up in terms of the amount of competitors that were in that market. Okay. And now what we see is the top 5% of coaches end up controlling 95% of the market. Okay, while the remaining 95% of coaches are left fighting for scraps, which is the last 5%. Okay, it's kind of a hierarchy. Okay, and with so many clones in the market, everyone starts to look the same, sound the same, sell the same thing, supplement this, discount code this, right? Boot camp this. Like it's become very commoditized. Okay, this results in that 95% of those coaches that I said fighting for that 5% being commoditized. Okay, so what is a commodity? Okay, let's look at actually like from an economic standpoint what a commodity is. Okay, in economics, a commodity is a raw material or primary agricultural product that is interchangeable with another of the same type. This means that the origin or producer of the commodity doesn't significantly affect its value or function, making it easily replaceable with another kind of the same value. So what this means is if I get gold from Africa or if I get gold from South America, that gold at the end of the day is still gold. There is still a global price for gold. Okay, there is still a price globally of the current price per ounce of gold. Okay, so a lot of you guys, especially online, are doing the exact same things that other people are doing, and you're repackaging it in a way that is like slightly being different, but you're commoditized. Okay, you're selling the exact same thing. Okay, period. Selling the exact same thing. Okay, so gold is an example of a commodity. Gold is gold. There's no difference between two sellers except for the price. Therefore, whoever offers it at the lowest price will always make the sale. Okay, so if I'm selling gold at 3.3K for an ounce or 2.8K for an ounce, no one really gives a shit. It's gold. Okay, so the same with you guys. You guys are offering the same solutions across all of the stuff you're doing. Oh, I'm a fitness coach. I help people lose weight. Okay, and you're selling it for however much you want to sell it for. The person who sells it for the cheapest will usually win because it's the same shit. Okay, and consumers and customers are starting to realize this more and more and more. Okay, and what happens is when your marketing and sales, and your entire kind of brand is commoditized, you have the same sort of content, the same sort of messaging, the same sort of whatever as all of these other coaches. You're leading without uniqueness. You're selling instead of educating. Okay. And your offer becomes pretty much the same commoditized service as everyone else. I help people lose weight. I help white collar professionals, blah, 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 blah. I'm a fitness coach for men, executive men, whatever. Okay. And you price competitively because you think that, oh, I'm going to, I'm not gonna price super high. I'm not gonna price super low. I'm gonna price in the middle, price competitively. And people buy because you're priced kind of low as well. And then because you're priced low, customers don't have a 100% emotional commitment to working with you and only you. And then because they're not emotionally committed, that leads to bad client results. Okay, and clients that are also demanding. Okay, most of the times the clients that pay the least are the most demanding. The clients that pay the most are super chill. Okay, and that comes from commitment. Okay, which we don't have any here. And this results in more of your time being diluted servicing clients. Okay, and less time actually acquiring clients and building assets because you're servicing these bad clients. And because you get no results because these clients are not committed, you have no case studies and less revenue. Okay, case studies and revenue go hand in hand. The more case studies and testimonials you have, the more revenue you should be making. Okay, and because of that, it's harder to get clients without proof in the future. And then you drop the price again to keep up with the competition. Oh, I'm going to drop my price again because I'm going to try to be more competitive again. And then that leads to people solely buying your process because of the price again. So you see this flywheel that happens. People, it just goes, it loops constantly. And it starts with price, and it happens to do with being commoditized, offering the same thing as everyone else and pricing competitively, whatever that means, competitively. Okay? When there's no real difference between offers of Coach A and Coach B, the only thing left to compete on is price. Okay? And once you start down that path, it's a race to the bottom very quickly. Okay? So the thing that you need in your offer that has to be different is uniqueness. Okay? You need something that is unique, something that is different in a different market, servicing with a different mechanism. Okay? I hate to say it, but so many of you guys are just clones of one another. Okay. And it's very bad. Okay. These coaches offer the same services, structured the same way, priced just a little lower, hoping and praying that it's enough to make sales. Okay. Instead of relying on hope, you need to move away from being a commoditized service provider. You have to remember the competition only exists when you are comparable. Competition is only a thing when you have similarities. Okay? As you move up the ladder and start creating something truly valuable, fewer people are competing at that level. Okay? So, for example, Toyota and Hyundai, or whatever these two car brands are, okay? That is a direct competitor because they look the exact same, they're priced pretty much the same, they're around the same. Okay. However, Ferrari doesn't compete with Toyota. They only have a small handful of competitors, and none of them are chosen based on who's cheapest. Okay. If someone's buying a Ferrari, they're not buying that Ferrari because it's the cheapest. Okay. They're going to buy that car because they have the budget and that's the best car that they possibly want. Those are the sort of clients that we want in our coaching business. The people who have a genuine burning desire, not from I'm going to save money perspective. It's from I really need to work with this guy because he's going to actually change my life. Not, this guy's pretty cheap and the other guy was like $300 more, so I'm going to go with him. That client will never be successful, and those sort of clients will never make you a lot of money. If you have a handful of those clients, you will forever be in slave work for those clients, and you will forever probably be stuck under $10,000 a month with those sort of clients. Those are not seven-figure clients. Okay? Cool. So, back to Ferrari. Okay? So, Ferrari, they spent their time creating the product itself and creating one of the best solutions in the marketplace. Okay? Therefore, they aren't compared on price and are able to charge based on the value provided, not who can go the lowest. Okay? Your goal is to do the exact same thing. Build the best possible solution. One that bridges the entire gap for your prospects from where they are right now, okay, which should be similar for most of your clients, to where they want to get to, okay? Not the one that is the cheapest, okay? Your business is meant to provide a transformation, okay? Ferrari does the same thing. The transformation Ferrari gives you is, let's just say, someone who doesn't feel confident or whatever, to confidence, women, money, status, wind blowing in hair going down the street, right? Ferrari sells a dream, a transformation from current shitty situation to dream, desire, status, amazing status icon that gets females, whatever. Okay? And you in your coaching business, your goal is to do the same thing. Bridge the entire gap. Build the best possible solution so that when someone thinks in your niche, okay, I want to reach this desire of, losing 30 pounds and, looking like an absolute aesthetic freak or whatever. So then when I go to the beach, I look excellent. They're thinking, okay, I know that this guy can reach that with 100% certainty for me. Okay? So now we're going to jump into actually how to bridge the entire gap. Okay? Because this is very important. A lot of you guys, what you guys are doing is when you're providing a solution, you're only focusing on a portion of that solution. Okay? You're not delivering the entirety of the solution. Therefore, you are making less money because you're not able to charge as much. There's less value in your offer. And you're actually helping your clients less. We're going to jump into this right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to be talking about kind of what this looks like in terms of bridging the entire gap and how this relates kind of to your offer. Okay? So the first thing you have to realize is people are not buying a service. No one has ever bought fitness for a service being like looking a little bit cooler than another service. Okay? People are buying the transformation. The reason why someone will even consider using you as a fitness coach is because they want the transformation. Okay? A lot of the time, these people don't care how they get their transformation. They just want the transformation in the easiest kind of way possible. That's why we actually see a lot of people who go and do like plastic surgery or cryotherapy or like these niche sort of ways to get the fat off without having to go through pain. Okay? So you have to realize no one wants Facebook ads. No one wants a meal plan. Okay? They want to make enough revenue to have freedom, or they want a six pack. Okay? This is kind of relating to two different markets. Okay? The goal is to get them all the way to that point, not just bridge a section of it. Okay? A lot of you guys just sell a meal plan or just sell like supplements. Okay? Bridge the entire gap. Make an entire solution that you can then solve for the entire transformation and then charge high ticket for it. Okay? So if you pretty much map this out, what this looks like is, let's say someone is completely out of shape. Okay? You have to identify where that person is. Who is that niche that you're helping? What do they look like? Where are they at when they're starting out? Okay? And then what is every factor within that equation to getting them to their dream outcome? Okay? Is that a meal plan? Is that a diet plan? Is there accountability? Is there a software? Is there a check-in system? Is there some sort of, thing for them to follow on this thing? Is there a person or community? Like, what is every single factor? Motivation, like everything you got to think of. Okay? And the way you can do this is you need to identify every key obstacle your prospect faces and build a solution that removes each one. Okay? So it's not that we can't reach our goals. It's that there's obstacles that are there stopping us from reaching our goals. Okay? So it's not that I, can't lose weight. It's that I can't stop eating, or the gummy bears are there at night, or I overeat the chips, or I don't have the motivation to go to the gym. Okay? It's obstacles. It's not, it's removing those obstacles that will allow you to get ahead, not just getting ahead, if that makes sense. Okay? So what you can do, an exercise you can do, is map out the obstacles that prospects will face. Okay? Is it clarity on your workout, or is it just accountability? Is there sort of habits there? Is there a mental aspect? Is there tracking to this? Okay? Is there a community? Like things that you have to keep in mind that if those obstacles are not there, will allow them to get to their dream outcome. Okay? One of the things that I did when I was starting out is, okay, I want to hit $10,000 a month. Okay? What are the obstacles that are going to stop me from making $10,000 a month? Okay. Not enough people seeing my shit. Okay? So not enough impressions. Flat out. Okay? Not enough meetings. Okay? If I don't get any meetings, I won't get any sales. That's a given. Okay? Not having a good offer. Okay? Not being in a good market. Not having social proof, testimonials, etc. Not having a funnel. Okay? So now we're at 6, just top of mind. Okay? If I can solve for each of those for myself, then I can guarantee myself the transformation. And this is what we're providing to these people. Okay? I hope this makes sense. Okay? So ask yourself, what are the obstacles that would keep your prospect in their painful situation from going all the way to their desired situation? Okay? What are they? You have to map these out. So structured training. Okay? If there's no structured training or nutrition, so there's a negative and a positive. The obstacle is the negative, no structured training or nutrition. Okay, and the upside is custom workout and meal plan. Okay. Number 2, lack of clarity and knowledge. Okay. Are we going to implement one-on-one coaching, video assets, SMS support? Okay. 3, no accountability. Are there going to be weekly check-ins? Can't stick to habits, poor mindset, poor recovery, confusion around supplements, lifestyle, injuries. Okay. These are things, just base level, that I help my clients implement, because these are probably the biggest things, that obstacles that people will see when they're starting out in fitness. Okay. And the goal is, once you have all these problems, it's very easy to go and make a solution. The difficulty is finding the problem most of the time. The solution is like pretty straightforward most of the time. Okay. Oh, people aren't disciplined. Okay. Well, how do we create a system that forces people to be accountable to their goals? Okay, that's just an example. Okay? Little Celsius break. Okay. So now what we're doing with our offer, now that we have these problems, okay, and we have these solutions, all we're doing is finding this transformation. So this is all an offer is. Okay, a lot of you guys think an offer is like some crazy thing. An offer is simply a transformation. Okay, it's bringing someone from A to B. That's all an offer is. Any business is delivering a transformation. Think of any business. Dentistry, okay? Fixing people's teeth. Okay, I had braces before. Okay? When I was younger, I had braces. The transformation they're providing is crooked teeth to straight teeth. That's the transformation. Okay? What are the hurdles? Okay, you got to come in and get your braces tightened. You got to do wires. You got to do this. You got to do that. Retainer after. Implementing all of these systems. Okay? So your goal in your fitness business is to map out this current state of your prospect. So this is your market. Who are you actually addressing this to? What is their current state? Okay? What are all the hurdles and pain that they're going through? You know, all of these things, etc. Okay, and like whatever it is, okay, whatever these things are, you have to map these out and then bringing them to their desired state. Okay, because these are the things. Point A to point B. Okay, if you're driving on a road from one location to another, okay, what's going to stop you from getting there? You need gas. I'm rambling right now, but I hope this kind of makes sense. Okay, so you're listing out all the possible failure scenarios and creating mechanisms to solve for each one. Okay, this helps you build a comprehensive offer that addresses potential issues proactively before they occur. And this is the biggest thing that a lot of people don't do. They don't address things before they happen, and they're setting their clients up for failure. Okay, and what you can do is, because you're solving for an entire transformation, not just a segment of it, now you can charge more. Now you can charge high ticket. Now, when you're charging high ticket, people are going to be committed to the entire transformation. Okay? You're not charging based on, oh, here's a bunch of sessions for $100 an hour or whatever, or pay me monthly. It's no. My transformation is 6 months. It's going to take you 6 months to reach this transformation. And for the 6-month transformation, it's going to be 10K. It's going to be 7K. It's going to be 8K. It's going to be high ticket. Okay? Cool. So, hope that makes sense. I hope this kind of this is one of the biggest things that you have to realize, especially when you're kind of conceptualizing your offer, is your transformation. Okay? Because this is what your offer is. Okay? Cool. Next. Okay. So focus on tangible value and real growth. Okay? So too many coaches choose what problems to solve and how to solve them based on what others are doing. This ends up ruining the process of creating a unique, high value, unique offer from the start, because they start to build with a preconceived idea of what their offer should look like. Okay? Like I said before, average coach makes $2,000 per month. Okay? 95% of coaches are struggling. It's a very difficult market to be in. So why copy them? Okay? Instead, innovate. I know this sounds cliche. Oh, innovate, do something new. But you have to do something new. You have to do something unique. Okay? You have to stop looking at others. Okay? Looking at others will only get you to the same position that other people are in. Okay? You have to look at data. Okay? Data from things that are giving you clarity on hurdles and pain, obstacles, their current state, their desired state. These are things that you should be focused on. Once you have this and you have validation of this, then it becomes a lot easier to achieve growth. You have service market fit. Once you have service market fit, your marketing efforts become so much more leveraged. You're working on you're not working on a 1-to-1 leverage ratio, input to output ratio. You're working on a 1 to 100 or whatever leverage ratio. Okay? So trust your own expertise and problem-solving ability to build out a complete solution. Focus on client success and build a program that makes it unreasonable for clients to not succeed. This is one thing that I focus on a lot in my own business and my own service and partnership that I do within my company. Okay? Each solution you create should deliver clear, tangible outcomes clients can undeniably see and feel. Okay? Example, fat loss or notable strength gains. Okay? Not vague idea like mindset shifts. Okay? With every solution, your prospects must feel like they are buying value at a massive discount. Okay? People feel like when someone buys something, usually they want to get more value out of it than they're paying for it. That's just kind of how our brains work. Okay? We're always looking for a deal in a sense, subconsciously. Okay? So we want them to feel like, oh my God, I'm getting so much here. I'm getting a lot of value in return for the value that I'm giving you in form of cash. Everything is business is a value transfer. I'm giving you cash and you're giving me value in another form back. Okay? So to get to that point, you need to keep asking yourself one question. How can I make it completely unreasonable for my clients to not achieve what I'm promising them? Okay? How do I make it unreasonable? Okay? Then stack value. Add more solutions to your mechanism. Reduce the time it takes to get results. Improve your onboarding experience. Set expectations better. Shorten the time it takes clients to see a return, etc. This, if you add these to your offer, it is just making your offer more valuable. You're giving them more value in return. When people get more value in return, they're going to be happier. They're going to probably find it unreasonable to not see any sort of results. Okay? And all this is the value equation. Okay? The value equation, pretty much from Alex Hormozi, is we are giving them the most amount of value in return. Okay? We are giving them value. Okay? This is just I'm trying to start my thesis of this entire sort of presentation is I'm trying to break it down for you from a very base level. When you go to science class, you're not learning high level things, funnel building. Oh. If you can focus on the fundamentals, and if you can focus on genuinely what makes an offer good, okay, from a base level, then that is 80% of your leverage right there. Funnel building, very small nuance. Should I do this funnel? Should I do that funnel? Should I do low ticket this? These are these are like a cherry on top of a sundae. Okay? You have to have your sundae first. You have to have your entire base foundation of your house before you go and look at the roof. Okay? So when your offer is built to address every obstacle along the way and solve in the most effective manner, clients will stay longer, pay more, and actually get results because it's impossible to not win. And also, they will be committed to your process. Big, very important. When you're giving them more value and you're charging more, they're seeing the value. They're paying more. That means they're more emotionally invested in your process. Therefore, they're going to follow through with your process. Okay, and that's kind of what we're going to get into now of pricing based on value for your offer. Okay, because what we did right here is we're focusing on a unreasonable solution, solving for every single gap in their entire scope of things. Maybe the things that they don't even know exist until they actually start the process. Okay? And that's making it unreasonable to not see success. And then now, how do we price based on that information? Okay, so we're going to jump into number 4 right here. Okay, so pricing based on value. How does this kind of work in a sense? Okay, so your job is as a service provider isn't to provide a service, but a transformation. We've already kind of gone over this. So therefore, it is up to you to determine the duration that the transformation will take. So some of my coaches, maybe they have a higher level solution that may take a longer amount of time. It's like a massive, like you have to lose 50 pounds, or you're putting on X amount of muscle, or you're doing sort of this. For example, menopausal women. Some of my clients will target menopausal women, and there may be some hormone therapy involved in that as well. Okay, so most people charge $1,000 a month for a meal plan, coaching, etc., and are surprised when after the first month people cancel because they don't see a clear path to their transformation. And people will not spend $1,000. People will rather spend $10K once than spend $1,000 a month. Okay, a lot of people, because they see the value now, they'll just go and spend $10K because they see the value for the one transformation. Okay, you are pretty much taking your transformation and you're productizing it into a one-time payment of a high ticket. Okay, and people want to buy, they don't want to rent. Okay, and when people are spending $1,000 a month, even less, $100 a month, $200 a month, whatever, they are renting a system from you. Okay. If your program has no defined endpoint, it creates uncertainty. This is where time delay perception kicks in when there's no clear timeline and there's no clear path to outcome. Okay, so you have to have a clear endpoint, and that transformation should be specifically your offer is pretty much that product to reach that transformation, that mechanism to reach that transformation. Okay, so your program should have a clearly defined timeline and a specific end outcome. A well-structured offer should have a defined duration and a specific transformation. That's what gives clients confidence that success is not just possible, that it's predictable. Okay. And with time delay perception, what this is when people are paying $1,000 a month and they are then going into a program, and the program is perhaps painful because it's fitness. I can't eat gummy bears anymore. I can't eat cookies. I have to, actually do work. The time feels slower. The time feels more painful, excruciating. And then they're like, oh, I got to pay money for this pain for $1,000 a month. Okay. Now they start to question, oh, should I really follow through with the payments? Should I really do that? Okay. If you got them up front, payment up front, hey, and set the proper expectations, and they're buying your process, then that will allow you to actually allow people to follow through with those as well, because there's also emotional commitment. Okay. So the reason people churn is because they aren't getting the result. You have to keep in mind the two variables to achieving the outcome are activities and timeline. Okay. One, activities is a workout plan, won't get your prospect to lose 30 pounds if all they eat is fast food. Okay. And then the timeline is a perfect workout and meal plan won't get ex prospects to lose 30 pounds within a day. Okay. So you have to map out both the activities and the time required to achieve each of these outcomes. Okay. So how do you actually determine the pricing behind this? Okay. So to determine the cost of buying each important component separately to calculate the value of the entire system as a whole. So you want to kind of think about it like starting point, end goal to your transformation, to your specific market, what that looks like. Okay. And you can actually map out each of the individual segments of, okay, what is the cost of each of these? And then add them up in a sense, just to make it pretty simple. So then you can see, okay, this is how much my transformation will be. Okay, you can estimate the cost of each component individually, then calculate the total cost of bridging the entire gap over the full duration of the transformation to determine your pricing. I would highly recommend you to charge a lot, like take the average coach that is charging, I don't know, $1,000, $1,500 for like a couple months. And I want you to just 10x it. That will give you a good place to start from. And then once you 10x it in your mind, then you can start to now think, how do I reverse engineer my value so that I'm giving them $15,000 worth of value or $10,000 worth of value for that transformation? Because there's no point in going after a transformation that won't net you more money or as much money as you can. Like, what's the point of doing business if our goal is not to make the most amount of possible money? What is our goal? Okay, our goal is to make cash. Okay, so rather than $1,500 a month or whatever, if you know the process and outcome will take 5 months, do 1.5K times 5 and get that 7.5K upfront. You can then charge this as an upfront payment. Okay, this means you get more revenue upfront. That's better, just money for you to reinvest in marketing and obviously just living your life, queen. Okay. And now because you're charging up front, that actually acts as a funnel for high quality committed customers. The people who are going to pay that are going to be committed. They're going to view you as kind of like a god. They're going to like, I'm so committed to this. I need this to work. Okay. That also results in no churn during your initial period because people are paying up front. Okay. There's less churn after initial period due to high commitment. They've gotten the results with the process because they're so committed. Okay. And because they're high quality and committed, you're going to get better results. Okay. The clients are going to be more committed. They're going to follow through with the process. Okay. And you're also going to look like you're winning because they're getting better results. Okay. That's going to lead to better case studies. And when you have better case studies, easier acquisition, more clients, etc. Okay. So all of this really starts with a high upfront price. If you don't have a high upfront price, then you won't have commitment. And when you don't have commitment, you won't have follow through. When you don't have follow through, it's hard to remarket that and you're making less money. So it's like a lose. You're just losing when you're charging less. Okay. And you're just simply doing this on a value scale. Okay. You're giving them actually more value by charging more upfront. Okay. And you should never be underpricing yourself. The price should always reflect the value of the outcome, as the price is a communicator of value itself. When you go to a store, there's actually a tactic that a lot of people will do, where if someone goes to a store and says, or a restaurant and says, I want the most expensive wine, and they drink that wine, their brain is associating that $1,000 wine with $1,000 worth of taste and enjoyment. So their brain is actually going to trick them to believing that that wine is very, very good, even if it's a bad wine. Okay? And there's this example that actually Hormozy has, and there was this scientific experiment that was done where they gave people cheap wine and like one cheap wine and one like two wine of the exact same pretty much quality, two cheap wines, but they told one of the people that one of the wines was $1,000 and the other one was like $2, and everyone said the $1,000 wine was way better. Okay, so it comes down to as well perceived value, because your price is a representation of what they're getting, and customers subconsciously feel that. Okay, cheap prices make people see your service as low value and subconsciously associate it with a lower chance of achieving their desired outcome. Okay, so when there's cheap prices, you're being viewed as a cheap service. And because of that cheap service, there's a lower perceived likelihood of achievement because they're not viewing it. So there's so many flywheels here. There's perceived value flywheels. There's actually the pricing flywheels, like the absolute value flywheels. Okay, because the way people perceive something is often the way that people are going to follow through with it. That's going to lead to lower commitment, higher churn, worse results. Then now you can't reinvest back in your company to afford superstar talent, to get better marketing systems, to get better mentors, etc. Okay, so we're not here to be like everyone else and offer the typical meal plan, check-in plan, workout packages. We're here to be the highest quality option available. That is the entire thesis of this video. Be the highest quality option available. Be the Ferrari. Be the one where it's like, okay, I have $1 million I want to spend on a car. I want to get the best possible option so that I can experience confidence, joy, women, whatever it is that you get with a supercar. The experience of wind blowing on my hair when I'm driving across Europe, whatever it is. Okay? So you want to make sure that you are being this high quality solution. Okay? When you are, like so many people, they think that I'm going to get by just charging low value, charging not enough money. You should not take people on for low money, even if they offer to take you on for low money. Okay? I have people who say, oh, can we do this? It's like if their commitment is skewed from the jump, then they're not going to move forward. Like they're not going to move forward with the actual back-end process as well. Okay? So let's move on. So in terms of retention, okay, how do you retain people long-term? Okay, because this is a very important thing as well. How do you downsell to an upsell retention? So this is something called downselling the upsell. So during the initial period, you need to build and release systems in their process and journey. So this is what we went through in terms of failure mechanisms, mapping everything out so that people will have all of the potential failures already mapped out there so that it's impossible to not see results. This is what we already went through. After the upfront period ends, so your initial 5 months, okay, you will offer these systems at a lower priced recurring rate. Okay, these systems will provide ongoing value and address the new problems that will arise as your clients continue their journey after. This shifts you out of the oversaturated service provider lane and into an infrastructure creation. Okay? Using this model, you're not doing the work forever. You build it once, release it, and let it run. So instead of just going in and saying, hey, I'm going to charge you $200 a month off the jump when they don't know who you are, they're going to churn. You have to charge the max up front. After their period ends, then you can then go and allow them to be MRR. This is what Alex Hormozy did with Gym Launch, that he made a ton of money with. He had over 1,000 gyms paying him $3,200 per month on MRR after paying the $16K upfront to initially join Gym Launch. Crazy. Okay? And his churn rate on that $3.2K for 1,000 gyms was less than 1%. And this is what we're going to go through right here. Okay? So highly profitable front-end build and release offer, right? So you're solving for the how, solving for the what, and the who, okay? So bringing clients to their desired state, okay? And then once you get them to their desired state in that time frame, in that initial transformation, there still has to be a new transformation for you to sell, okay? This can be data, this can be insights, this can be software to help with things, this can be systems, this could be another community as well, continued access to maybe a community that you've already given them, for a reduced rate. Okay? As long as you're continually providing more value through the systems, you'll be able to retain them on this lower MRR for a significant amount of time. I've had so many people who, even myself, have come in, paid a lot of money up front, then after say, okay, it's only $1,000 a month moving forward. Oh, okay, that's chill. You're getting access to this, this, and this. We're still going to bring you to this transformation, but you're still going to get access to data, for example, for advertising. You're still going to get access to insights that I get within my clients, across my different clients, across marketing, across market selection, across market dynamics, etc. Okay. And what happens in terms of value and price? Okay, there's something called a price to value discrepancy. Okay, so the value and the price are usually like they're in correlation with each other. Okay, and the moment the value dips below the price, not literally, but in their mind, is when people will stop buying or when existing customers cancel or refund. This is when people feel like they're paying more to get something that they can get for less, in a sense. Okay? But this is not literal, this is in their minds. This is not like, oh, well, the other 100 fitness coaches I talked to are offering it for this much. No. This is in their mind of how they feel regarding your transformation that you're now offering them. Okay? And over time, what happens a lot of the time is when you're doing that MRR, people will eventually feel, okay, I'm getting the same value, I'm not getting anything new, therefore I'm going to churn. So you always have to be thinking of the next transformation after your initial upfront period. Okay? So if properly executed, you'll retain clients on the lower MRR for months or even years and end up making more with the back-end automated systems than you did from the initial upfront payment. So once you have these people on this back-end paying, this is not even like a crazy retainer. Once you have people on this retainer, they're committed. They've already paid the amount of money up front. They've probably already seen results from that upfront period. And then now, after their period is over, you're now saying, okay, it's this much per month for, however many months moving forward. You can even lock them in for a year. That's what Alex Hormozi did. Then they're not going to churn. Okay. And as a success case for this, Hormozi successfully implemented the same model within Gym Launch by offering ongoing access to their latest insights for a monthly fee after the initial higher ticket program, which was extremely high ticket, 16K. Okay. Cool. It was actually 1K a week for 16 weeks. That's how much his program was. So you get billed $1K a week. Interesting. So what he did with Gym Launch, for gyms, of course, is he took gyms, okay, that were not doing the best or whatever, and that wanted to become a succeeding gym, making 6 figures a month. Okay. He gave them the initial high ticket program, which was at 1K per week for 16 weeks. Okay. And then he brought them to a succeeding gym. He gave them the infrastructure, the software, the processes, the SOPs, the offer, the markets selection, appointment setters, sales systems, funnels, all that sort of stuff. Got them to a point where they were good, helped them run ads, etc. And once they were doing good, he said, okay, you're now making this much money. I brought you to this point. Now to get you to the next point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to now charge you 3.2K a month, and I'm going to give you insights into ads. So that was called Gym Lords. And Gym Lords was the higher, his ascension program pretty much for this. And Gym Lords was access to insights pretty much. He would just have a community where it would be all of the gym owners and Gym Lords, and they would share access on what the best ads are at the time, the best funnels, the best content strategies, insights into things that can make more money, knowledge, wisdom, etc., that these gyms can apply to make them more money. And when they did, they still got so much value in return from their investment of 3.2K a month. Okay. So implementing this back-end pricing model allows you to maximize customer LTV while effectively adding zero workload. So this back-end, you may think, oh, okay, it's a lot of work, etc. You're giving them insights, you're giving them data, you're giving them something that will still help them reach the next level. Okay. And this is not something that is literal, something, what I mean literal, like a laborious activity that you're doing or labor. This could be something as simple as just access to an asset. like a community or a software or a system or things that, or access to ads, which if 100 people have access to it, okay, I'm just speaking in the agency sense, if 100 people have access to it, okay, you're only doing it for one person and 100 people are getting access. That's leverage, okay? So after implementing everything we covered thus far, prospects in my personal prospects went from complaining about $1,500 a month to paying 16 to 15K packages up front. Okay, here are some client results of mine. Okay, I think I had $61,000. Okay, 61K this month, 21 G's this month, different prospects. I sold 9K yesterday and today, so 18K in 2 days. Okay, let's go. 2K Suzanne, 2K Laura, 3K Rob. Let's go. Okay, 2K yesterday, 6K today. Scary. Do you want to be scared with how much money you're making? Do you want to look at your Stripe or your payment processor and be like, wow, this is scary? Okay, then you need a leveraged offer. Okay, 2K yesterday, 6K today, 61K this month. Okay, so, and these prospects right here are charging a lot of money up front. Okay, so like 6K from one person, Laura, 2K, 2K, 3K. Okay, and a lot of people, just total transparency, when you say, hey, my process is 10K for 6 months, a lot of people won't pay 10K for 6 months, like because they don't have 10K. But then you could split that up now in 3 installments and lock them in for that. So there's still, the valuation of the contract is still 10K. And that's what some of my clients do as well. And there's also options like buy now, pay later options that allow you to have the money up front as well, that I implement with my clients as well. So pretty interesting stuff. Okay. So from $1,500 a month to 10K upfront offer, how did I do this? So number one, no one could easily replicate my offer. Okay. If someone can't do the same actions as you, then you really don't have competition. This is a big thing. If no one can replicate your offer, you are now one of one in a market. Okay. This allows you to stop being a commodity where you have to charge based on price because you're offering the same solution as everyone else. Okay. And then now, because you're in your one of one market and you're not a commodity, you can price however largely you want to charge. Like look at Birkin, the Birkin bags or like the LV bags. It costs those like Louis Vuitton, what, $300 to make a bag that they sell for $5,000? How are they able to do that? Okay, because they're not a commodity. Because no one is replicating the LV brand. They can charge that. They can charge however much they want to charge because they know they are in their kind of own market. No one's buying an LV bag or a designer bag because they're getting it, this one's $500 cheaper. No, it doesn't work like that. People are going to spend more money because they want that brand or they want that transformation that bag delivers. And that allows you to have insane profit margins, big profit margins. A lot of you guys are working with very bad margins, okay? This allows you to afford yourself the most and best business talent, hiring great talent, having great systems, having, whatever you want to invest back in your company, you're allowed. You can do this now. You have the leverage to do this, okay? And then because you have better talent, better, etc., when you have more people working with you, now you have better insights because there's more people in your organization who are gaining insights that can then be recycled to making you more money. Better client results, more case studies, etc. And then that just results in you having a higher closing rate. Okay, a lot of you guys don't have a good offer, you're a commodity, and you're wondering why your closing rate is so bad. And you guys are saying, I just have to learn how to deal with it. I want to think about it objection. Do you really think you learning how to deal with an I think about it objection is going to make you $100,000 a month? Like, think about this for a second. Do you really think learning how to deal with I want to speak to my wife is going to make you $100,000 a month? Do you really think leverage comes down to what words you say on a sales call? If that's where you're at in your business and you're focused on, because I was there myself, I just have to learn with because I'm dealing with all these objections. All these people are all tire kickers on the call. They don't value me. They don't want to work with me. They're just like here to look. So therefore I have to learn all these sales techniques. It's like, no. People before the call should be very much sold. Sales is such a small portion of this, and like the actual sales call is such a small portion of this entire thing. Okay. So this is pretty much how I went and made that transformation myself. Okay. So how do we structure our fulfillment so it's scalable? Because this also arises as well. Another problem. A lot of you guys are working for your clients. Okay. They're not your clients. They're your employees now. Okay. So now that we have a properly structured offer, we need a properly structured way to scale it. Most coaches never think about the scalability of their processes. However, if we aren't continually increasing our leverage as we scale, it's only a matter of time until we hit another ceiling of how many people you can take on. Okay? And let's say you can only take on X amount of people that are paying you X amount of dollars, then now your income is capped. If the bucket can only fit 300 milliliters of water, you can't put 400 milliliters in there. So you're better off going and increasing your bucket than coming back and then focusing on marketing. Okay? The following section, what I'm going to talk about here is how we cover and how we can structure fulfillment as a whole so that we have enough leverage to continually scale. Okay, so we're going to jump into fulfillment here because fulfillment and offer go hand in hand. Your offer is a reflection of your fulfillment. When there is too much of a disconnect between what your actual fulfillment is and what your offer is, then now you're a scammer. Actually, now you're a scammer. Your goal in business should be to clearly show what your back end is in a systematic way so that people can see it and they see the value there and they see the transformation there. And then they can go and buy your solution. Okay? So many of you guys are like, promising your offer is so different than actually what you're providing. And that's when you actually can really much so fall into the, oh, I was not expecting this. Oh, whatever, refund, charge back this, bad reputation. Now you're a scammer. Okay. So let's jump into how to actually get leveraged in your fulfillment because this is highly important. It's also kind of boring, but like it's very important. It's very important because I've been to the point where several times where I've done something and I've worked and got a lot of clients, but then, oh crap, now I'm capped. Now I can't take more people on. Now my income's stuck. Okay? So, minimizing chaos at all costs. So everyone knows the simple quote, simple scales, complex fails. Okay? But most people have no idea what that actually means in practice. In reality, it isn't about avoiding complexity, but the chaos that comes from introducing new processes, new tools, new products, etc., without the proper structure. You want to avoid introducing new things and reduce the frequency at which you introduce new processes at all costs. Most operational breakdowns don't come from the complexity of what you do. They come from undocumented steps, inconsistent delivery, and introducing too many new moving parts too quickly. The less we're able to predict the future, the less control we have over it. The more we're able to predict the future, the more control we have over the future. So you should always document every SOP, process, and mechanism, as one missing SOP will eventually, SOP is a standard operating procedure, so like how you fulfill something or how you do something, will eventually lead to more missing SOPs, more chaos, and more problems later down the road. Okay? Never launch a new procedure before the whole workflow is documented, and never start with more than one new procedure/initiative per month. Okay? Because a lot of you guys, I've seen a lot of coaches as well where they go and then they try to do so many different things, add so many things in their business, add so many things into their offer, where now it's now way too complex. And there's a balance between value, which is you providing good quality solutions, and having all of these steps that we went through before, the failure mechanisms, and then there being potentially undocumented too much where people are actually overwhelmed. Okay? So you must also remember that if you want to improve your operations, it won't come from increasing the volume of processes. It will only come from fully dialing each process in. Okay? Great mechanisms in one offer will always beat, one great mechanism in one offer will always beat 10 mediocre ones bundled up. Okay, please remember this. Always do it better before you do it more. Okay? Alex Hormozy says this as well. Better, more, better, new. Okay? So you want to do it better before you do something new. Okay? So when you're actually running this offer, a lot of you guys are watching this and maybe you're actually running your offer right now and you're thinking of implementing new things, you can just go and just create a new offer with all of the failure mechanisms and all of the mechanisms that you went and just launch it as totally brand new. But if you're stacking it onto your current offer, you have to introduce on a pace. Okay? So most of the new mechanisms you'll introduce won't be perfect or even worth keeping, which is perfectly okay. However, what's not okay is letting these broken systems left unchecked. One flawed mechanism left alone creates bottlenecks, confusions, and eventually breaks everything around it. For example, if you roll out a new client onboarding sequence that looks super good on paper, okay, but however, after a week, clients will still ask basic questions. They won't have the proper expectations. They'll skip steps, etc. During the 7 days, there will be indicators on whether the system is or isn't doing its job. Based on the feedback you shift and you rebase, you rebuild, and document the updated version. The most important part is that everything needs to be reviewed and tracked. Okay, leaving things unchecked creates confusion, wrong decisions get made, and you end up making the wrong moves because you're essentially playing chess without knowing what the board looks like. This is a big thing. I've done this before several times. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do a new sort of onboarding system in my company. I've actually done onboarding before where I'm going to do this new complex funnel. Looks good on paper, saves me time. And then down the line, I have people who aren't as committed. I have people who are not knowing certain steps, not actually taking that onboarding seriously. And it's like, okay, I have to go back to the old way I was doing it. And imagine doing that across several different mechanisms. So now it can become a little bit complex. But there's also freedom when you're starting from scratch. You can try all of these without risking losing revenue. Okay, so you need feedback on this. You need to know what's working and what isn't and actually track this. Data is important. So with every new introduced system, you should have a week-long review cycle. Treat it like it's stress testing a bridge. You don't wait for it to collapse. You load it early and look for cracks. Okay, that rhymes. Okay, so how do you actually gain maximum fulfillment leverage? So our goal isn't to become trillionaires and die with money without actually living life. The only reason why money is useful in the first place is because it allows us to fully experience our time on this planet with as little limitations as possible. So however, since our time on this planet is extremely limited, every second we spend building a new mechanism must bring us infinite returns even when we stop creating them. Okay? So think about it like this. When you create something that is so valuable, ask yourself, is this thing valuable enough so that people will consume it for the next 100 years? Leonardo da Vinci, when he was creating his famous artworks, several artworks, okay? People still look at that art today and say, wow, this is so amazing. They still know who he is. His information is still consumed. Hundreds of years later, that was the Renaissance age, okay? So a good rule of thumb is that if you can't see yourself doing the activities you currently are in 7 years' time, you need to find a way of stop doing them now. So for example, a one-on-one call with you to help you structure your operations versus sitting down and creating this document and media asset. Okay, the first option turns one input into one output, so helping people one-to-one. Okay, second option provides infinite outputs from the first initial input of creating this document and video. Okay, there is no limit on how many people can watch this video and get educated. Okay, the biggest companies were only able to scale where they are today because of how much leverage they gained in their operations and fulfillment. If you can't, so all a company is getting clients and fulfilling clients. That's basically what a company does. You get clients and you help them achieve a transformation. And if either of these slips, then you don't have a business anymore. And a lot of you guys think, oh, operations is so easy. Okay, if I give you 100 clients tomorrow, would you be able to fulfill? No. Okay, so now you can't make 100K a month. Now the first portion of that doesn't work. Okay? So there's 4 pretty much key levers you can implement into your fulfillment. Okay. These are certain forms of leverage that you need to implement if you actually need and are looking for scale and leverage. So the first is labor leverage. Okay. Even though labor is the least effective form of leverage, large organizations have most employees because they also focus on having the smartest employees. So this is very important. A good team will help you avoid so many mistakes. I have a great team. Okay. It has allowed me to gain so much leverage and get ahead of so many other people. How smart your team is will directly dictate the level of leverage you can access with it. Hiring cheap talent means you're saving money at the cost of gaining leverage. Okay. When you hire someone and they're cheap, okay, or let's say you hire someone and you don't even trust them, okay, then you actually can reflect that back on yourself and your own decision-making process. So you actually have to trust your employees, allow them to do the work, allow them to follow through with activities because your selection process should have been good enough. Okay. I'd rather have no money and a superstar team than a lot of money with average talent. Okay. The insights of your team will get you so much farther. The knowledge your team has is extremely important. The second level of leverage is capital. Capital leverage simply means leveraging money to make more money. Using capital leverage is the more money you have, the more money you can access. So this is investing this money into certain things. And capital you can buy labor with capital. You can buy media and code with capital. So capital is a very fundamental thing that you don't need, but it's like adding a multiplier to things. Okay. And then media and code leverage. Media and code leverage is anything such as videos, software, AI, SOPs, etc. This is when really good leverage comes in. So this is called permissionless leverage. Okay, this is leverage that can work for you 24/7. This is leverage that can be consumed millions, billions, trillions of times. Okay, this is for example with labor, a person has to do it themselves. With AI or videos or softwares or media, these are things that can be done without the permission, for example, of someone actually being there and following through with that activity. Okay, so media and code fulfillment are the highest forms of leverage for two major reasons. Okay, number one, there's no marginal cost of replication. You gain the ability to create assets once and distribute them at an unlimited number of times with no time or financial cost of replication. For that reason, it becomes extremely scalable very easily. I can distribute this YouTube video thousands of times without having to spend any time or money on creating it ever again. Years ago, to give the same presentation, my best option would have been to go to a lecture hall or an auditorium and talk to a few hundred people. Go make a presentation. Okay? But with a YouTube video or a piece of asset that you give to your clients, that's something you can create once, it can be distributed and save you hours of time. And you can also use this to get clients as well. This is why media and code are very good for acquiring clients. Broke people do the wrong, so Taylor Welch, broke people do the wrong things, rich people do the right things, and wealthy people own the right things. Okay? The newest fortunes are being made with this type of leverage because of how effective it is at scale. If you look at Joe Rogan, he is the master of media. He's the biggest podcast in the world. Every J.R. Reid podcast episode generates hundreds of thousands, even long after posting it, from the one initial effort of producing. Okay? Hundreds of thousands of views, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. Joe Rogan is a billionaire. Okay? So that, if you go to his oldest video, you can still watch it. And you don't need permission to watch it. You don't need to get, hey, can I? It's there. It's media. It's very leveraged. Okay? And you need to start thinking about how you can implement this, especially media, and even with the implementation of AI into your business to help with scale. But again, this is only something that happens at scale. And you need to start thinking of scale when you're starting out, because if you can't fulfill on $100,000 worth of clients, then there's no point in even trying to market yourself to $100,000 a month because you're not going to be able to fulfill on that $100,000. Okay? So number two, so when I say permissionless, that this is permissionless leverage, what does this mean? So with labor leverage, someone must decide to follow you. Okay, with capital leverage, someone must decide to give you money to leverage, or yourself give you money to leverage. However, media and code, however, are great equalizers of leverage. Anyone can create YouTube videos, podcasts, etc., without needing any initial capital or a team behind them to do so. They are permissionless, meaning they allow you to multiply your efforts without needing anyone else's permission to use them. They allow you to have so many people view an asset and gain leverage from that asset at massive scale. So Naval Ravikant says, code and media are permissionless leverage. They're the leverage behind the newly rich. You can create software and media that works for you while you sleep. There's this quote, I think it's a Warren Buffett quote. If you can't figure out ways to make money while you sleep, you'll forever be poor. Okay, you will not be rich. So this is one of the ways where you can make money while you sleep through media and code. Okay. However, the magic really happens when you combine all forms of leverage. Combining all forms of leverage means taking just the minimum but highest output labor, combining it with capital for marketing, advertising, and scaling, then adding in lots of code and media, especially in this space. I'm just going to say media. Code would be like more for software, but for media, such as podcasts or content, to get yourself out there and advertise, get impressions, get people to view you. Okay? So labor plus capital plus lots of media is maximum leverage. If you can do the same and utilize all forms of leverage correctly, you'll scale incredibly quickly. Okay? You need lots of media out there. You need a good team. Okay? And capital will obviously come with those, but if you have capital to invest into your business, then that will just multiply everything. Okay? Cool. So that's just kind of a little lesson on forms of leverage, because a lot of people are doing things themselves. They're doing kind of the fulfillment themselves. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but we're going to kind of get into that as well on, should you be doing the things yourself? Should you be offering to these people like a service that you do for them? Should you be doing it yourself? Should you be kind of doing it together? Should it be a course that you give these people? You know, what is the best fulfillment model? Because we want people to have success with the program, but we also want to spend the least amount of time we can fulfilling these people, so then we can do the things we actually want to do. Okay, so now we're going to be talking about how to actually pretty much just like deciding your fulfillment model. Okay, so we want to get as close to having zero marginal cost of replication so that we're able to take on the highest number of clients possible without needing to proportionally scale the operations behind it. If you're stuck needing more people as you get more clients, you need to rethink your deliverables and figure out how you can gain more leverage. Okay, so there's three different sort of forms of an offer and fulfilling. There is a done for you offer where you are physically doing the things for them. This will be like an in-person service or a one-to-one service, or you're doing the actual workouts with them. This is like in-person personal training in fitness. There's a done with you where you do some work, they do some work. Okay. Maybe like productized consulting, maybe some one-to-one, as well as like you're going to do some on your own. And then there's do it yourself, where you're just giving them media and code. You're just saying, hey, here's an online course. Just go do it. Don't talk to me. Okay. These are the three. However, since we care about being the best solution for our clients and getting them results, we will need to balance leverage and results, of course. Okay. You can be leveraged and not get your clients results, but you won't be in business in a few years. Okay. You can get results, but not be leveraged. You won't be able to help a significant number of people or scale up your own business effectively, which is exactly why the way we follow our fulfillment isn't coaching or consulting alone. It's balancing these. Okay. So let's jump into this. So done for you, done with you, do it yourself. What is this balance? What should this balance be? Okay. So number one, done for you. So do DFY, done for you. Okay. This portion should be reserved for the highest impact results producing activities. Okay. The things that you are doing for them should have the biggest amount of return on their success. Okay. This is going to be maybe like a program design, the actual custom nutrition, and the custom training. These are the things that are going to be the most important for them. Okay. Maybe even accountability, hypothetically. So this will be potentially 20%. 60% will be done with you. So this will be weekly check-ins, maybe video reviews, habit coaching, daily support, whatever that sort of is. Okay. And then so this is like the less, one tick below the most important or the highest impact activity on their success. And then the last will be do it yourself. So this will be like training execution, meal logging, lifestyle habits, reviews of certain things, communication, whatever. And these are the least important or the least impactful on helping them deliver that transformation. And you want to rank these and create your solution that bundles these together, because we're not doing one. A lot of people, a lot of course sellers are just like, hey, here's a course, bye-bye. Okay? And there's a lot of people, hey, I'm going to do everything for you. Then now you're stuck in a trap working for your clients. Okay? So there's a balance between leverage and getting client results. And you want to understand that you can do whatever you want with your offer. There's no rule of I have to do this or I have to do that. You can create whatever offer you specifically want in terms of balance of these. And I recommend doing the highest impact activity for them because you obviously have that expertise. Okay? Cool. So next steps, list out the who you need for your offer based on your fulfillment models. List out the systems you'll need, hiring systems, lead gen systems, appointment setting systems, sales systems, etc. And start building your client journey and checkpoints. Okay? So what this looks like is, this is an example of kind of our backend. Okay? So are we going to need certain, offer building, niche selection systems, image optimization, lead generation? These are just things that I implement with my company, with the partners we work with and the coaches we work with. Okay? Messaging, what these sort of systems kind of look like, operations, delegation, etc. Okay? Gaining insight from offer feedback. Okay? What do our flywheels look like when we're actually gaining our offers? Okay? So I'm just going to show you here. Let me pull this up. So what this looks like is you should pretty much understand that their present situation, their desired situation is what you're providing, okay? And then map out specifically each step. So for example, what I do is, okay, number one, onboarding. What does that first initial point of contact look like? So a prospect must believe that this is the best thing for them to scale and they pay the invoice. And the prospect must be educated on that process. They read and sign the agreement, they complete the onboarding form, they book a call, they get started on this, and they get expectations on what they're actually doing, the pain they're going to be going through, what onboarding is all about. I have a couple videos on onboarding. I would go watch those after this, okay? And then after, phase one, are we doing an offer for them? What does the niche look like? Okay, are we having to optimize their image in terms of social media? What does lead generation look like? Okay, in terms of asset building, education, our sales pipelines, are we having tracking systems in there as well where people will actually be able to do an input but then have a proper way of tracking that, see if it's correct? Okay, now what do all of these systems look like? Okay, map it all out so that you know what your client is going through on each specific step. Okay, messaging, lead gen, asset and sales asset creation. Okay, what is the actual, how are we delivering certain things or getting clients, or what are our conversion mechanisms, etc. Okay, and then operations, onboarding, fulfillment, retention, etc. Okay, so these are things that you have to map out and you have to understand. Let me just come back here. When you're actually creating your overall fulfillment. So just map out the entire process, the same sort of mechanism that you're putting in your offer of all this value you're giving them. Just map it out on a timeline. What that looks like, what work you're doing, what assets you're giving them, what assets you're not giving them, what they're going to have to do themselves, what you're going to have to do for them, etc. Okay? Who's doing the work? Is it a team member on your team that's doing the onboarding? Are you doing the onboarding? Okay? All of these things, okay, can be mapped out easily. Cool. And then next, gaining insights on your offer from feedback. Okay. So this is a very important step. So by tracking and monitoring your business and its processes, you will collect feedback. That feedback will give you access to unique insights only you have. Leveraging these insights is powerful because you're bringing something new and unheard of to the marketplace, giving you a competitive edge no one has. Okay. For example, Nate Belmar built Anime Shreds by collecting unconventional insights and turning them into his philosophy that stood out. Okay? So when you are doing your system and when you're getting clients and when you're going through the process of helping people or marketing or etc., you're going to come across, if you're tracking everything correctly, things that are unique that other people don't believe to be unique, or other people don't know to be true. Things that you know to be true that other people don't know to be true, and these are called unique insights. And when you have so many unique insights on how to help people better, on how to get people better in shape, on how to help people in accountability or whatever it is, you can then now implement this back in your offer. Nate Belmar did this with Anime Shreds, okay? And he made a very unique solution, okay? And why did his thing work? He's making like $200K a month on school. He's one of the biggest guys on school. Why did it work? Because new is always wanted in the marketplace. It's as simple as that. Everyone's always looking for the next solution, the next innovation, and the next big thing. Nate got rewarded for bringing new insights to the market, making $200K a month, while the coaches who stayed within the herd preaching, count calories or whatever, blended in with hundreds of thousands doing the same thing and got little to nothing in return. Okay? So you need this unconventional insights, and this is something that you're obviously going to get from feedback when you actually go through the process of your entire thing that you're actually doing for them, your entire offer. This is not something that you're going to get just from thinking. Okay? Cool. Let's move to the next step here. So with your content and with your assets, how do you shift beliefs? How does this kind of work? So once you're gathering feedback and you're actually going through this, you have to then build assets. This is just kind of a black pill, I want to say. You have to build assets, okay? When you're doing your offer, it's not as simple as, hey, here's my offer with all this value, with all this stuff, buy it. It's not really going to work, okay? You need to have assets that prove you know what you're talking about. And you build assets from unique insights, and you get unique insights by actually taking action, okay? And when you have incredibly valuable assets, long-form assets that are preaching things that of expertise and etc., you then can allow people to shift their beliefs. And once people shift their beliefs, they accredit that dopamine from their belief shift with you. Okay? So what happens here is you get users, you monetize, you solve their future problems, you turn the asset into part of someone's daily life, you create a habit of consumption, and then you share it. So you helping people can share and help you get more clients as well. So your job is to take the unique insights you gain, bring them into the marketplace, and educate people with them. You must create your own demand. It's as simple as that. You have to create your own demand. So the 9-figure flywheel, content flywheel, looks something like this. So there is obstacle awareness. So the more people who will experience the obstacle, okay, that's going to lead to solution awareness. The more people who will look for a solution. And then the more people who look for a solution will have some sort of solution implementation. The more people who will want the implementation, and then that will lead to a goal or a desire. More people with the same desire. Okay, so it starts with the desire, the obstacle, solution, and then the solution implementation. And you're using content to educate your audience and make them see the need for your offer. Content is insanely leveraged. It is a media asset. You have to produce content that educates, creates your own demand, and posts it on platforms where the assets distribute themselves. For example, even YouTube is very good. Okay, some social platforms are really good for this as well. The AGSA, so the asset distributes itself and educates thousands of people and prospects from the one initial effort of producing it. Prospects get educated, inbound leads with less objections, higher demand with the half sales required. Okay, so this is just kind of a cherry on top. I thought I wanted to include this because I believe that once you're actually doing your offer and you're getting insight from your offer, it's so much easier to just take that and go and talk about it rather than talking about some random nuanced thing. So go and do something, get feedback on it, and then once you have feedback, then you can go and talk about what you did. That's so much more impactful than just making something up. Okay? So in summary, you'll need, number one, a leveraged offer, solving for the entire gap. Okay? You're not solving for a portion, you're solving for the entire gap. That is going to allow you to price big. Okay? Because you're pricing not based on the duration of the process, you're charging based on the transformation. Okay? Now you're setting up an infrastructure. So an entire process where you're for 5 months, 6 months, a year, however long it is to achieve that transformation, once they're finishing, you're downselling an upsell to get them on a back end MRR where you're selling them a new transformation. Number two, a leverage fulfillment. So now that you have your offer and your model, and you obviously make sure you've mapped out all of your different things. Okay, I'm just gonna pause and show you guys for a second here. Just gonna pull this up. So this is something that we do within all of our clients as well. Okay, so failure scenarios. So are they undisciplined? Are they having a hard time, sending check-ins? They can't restrain from food. Okay, even in the agency space, ad spend is too much. The clients can afford ads, can't afford ads. Okay, do they have a budget or a set expectation? Oh, lead quality is not good. Okay, do we have higher intent forums? Are there questions on the forums? Are we targeting by this? Are we targeting by this? Is the messaging good? Is the offer good? They have no organic presence. Okay, are we gonna build out an organic system for them? Okay, so each failure scenario, obviously in your overall offer, has to be mapped out in terms of the failure to solution. Okay, and then your leverage fulfillment model. So done for you, done with you, do it yourself. Okay, you're mapping out each of these stages for them, and you're figuring out what stages of those are done for you, done with you, do it yourself. And these are things that you're going to have to figure out along the way and figure out which ones are the most valuable that you can do for them. Things like, for example, I'm just speaking from the agency space, for an offer, for example, and helping with building offers out, that is something that you should help with them because that's based on insights. Okay? But for example, appointment setting, you're not going to go and call the leads for them. Okay, so these are things you have to balance. The number three, leverage educational funnels. So monetize unique insights through content assets. Okay, so these unique insights are very important because you're going to get these insights by doing this process. The more insights you have, the more you'll be able to talk about these insights. The more unique they are, the more people are going to be attracted to them because they're new. So you're gaining unique insights and unconventional truths through mechanism feedback. You're going to build an incredibly valuable asset using insights, and you're going to use the insights to create, your pretty much sales assets. Okay, your unique sales assets that you talk about, and you have to make sure that you're tracking as many unique insights as you can. Okay, so write out all of your unique insights that you currently have, and always be adding to this. Okay, so for example, an audience does not equal cash. This is an insight that I learned when I was starting my YouTube channel, or for some of my clients who basically have 1,000 followers making like 50K a month. So I realized very quickly, audience does not equal cash. That's a unique insight. A lot of people think, oh, I need 100,000 followers to make money online. No, it's not true. Okay, and then from there, okay, what is the insight? What is the insight or trend? What industry does it apply to? Who applied it? What was its impact? How was it applied? Was it worth the attention? And then how to leverage this insight. Can you make content about it? Can you get more clients from this insight? Can you use this to service your clients better? What would be the potential outcome of its application? Will it be gains, savings, qualitative, quantitative, etc.? And how hard is it to apply this insight? If this insight is incredibly difficult to apply in your business and it won't directly result in a gain, there's no point in using this insight. So these are all of these insights that you gain, you have to track and you have to understand its use case. Okay? Cool. So yeah, that is pretty much the first part of this in terms of leveraging your offer and your fulfillment, and then using that to gain insights. So the next step is we're going to be talking about gaining leverage through your offer, and how most people are doing it, and how this can be applied to you, because there's a lot of things and unique insights that I've learned, because it's very easy to just say, oh, you should do this, but is there proof behind it? Okay, and this is what I'm going to be talking about in the next step, and showing you guys how I've been applying this within my business, in my own business, in my clients' companies, to pretty much help them get ahead. All right, so now we're going to be pretty much diving into this and kind of what this looks like. What's the downside of kind of doing something not aligned with what we've kind of talked about so far? Okay, so without any leverage, what kind of pretty much happens is, like I said, it's a lose-lose, okay? You're not making enough money, or you're not making good money, and you're limiting yourself from making money in the future, and your clients aren't seeing results. Okay, so when you're commoditized and your offer and service is commoditized, you're now working with obviously low price. What happens from there is, because you're commoditized and it's a low price, you have a low closing rate. People aren't going to be desperate and be desirable. It's kind of like almost like dating a girl. I want you to think of like, or a boy if you're a girl watching this. Like, you want that person to be like so infatuated with just you and not be like, oh my God, I'm going to go entertain all these other guys or all these other girls. Okay? It's like, think of one person that you want. I want you. It's like dating. Okay? It's like marriage, monogamy. We want them to be monogamous to our business. Okay? So you're going to have a low closing rate when you're commoditized. You're probably going to be solving one obstacle or maybe a couple of obstacles, not the entire transformation you're delivering. Therefore, your service is less valuable. Also makes it harder to close. You're also operating like everyone else. And because of your price being low, you're only attracting broke people who can afford low prices. Okay? And when you're charging low and you're like, oh my God, I'm getting sales. It's like, great, you got sales, but you got sales from people who are bad people. It's like, take people on that, like, your price should almost be a funnel for people who are good, in a sense. Okay? If they can't afford it, that's fine. Go find someone who can. Okay? And because they're broke people who can't afford who can only afford the low prices, they're only there for the price. They're only there for the value because the price is so low, not for the actual solution. They're not committed. There's less money for you to work with. They're going to get better results. You're going to have a hard time because you're going to be probably working harder for these clients compared to clients that pay you more. Therefore, what's going to happen, you're going to have less time in your business. You're going to have less time to conceptualize new ideas. You're going to be in a pretty tough state. You're going to be like kind of screwed in a sense. Okay? Because now when you're in your business and you find yourself spending more time servicing clients than conceptualizing new markets, new offers, ways and methods to get to the next level, more revenue, whatever, now your business, I can guarantee your business will not grow. I can guarantee your business will not grow. It won't. I've had this before where servicing clients more than it takes me to conceptualize or think of new ideas. You have to allow there to be time for you to conceptualize new ideas, time for you to think, time for you to try new things. If you have no time on your plate to do that, you can't do that. Okay? And then leverage, it's pretty much the opposite, right? So you have a premium offer. You're solving every obstacle for the entire transformation. You're making it a no-brainer offer with obviously leverage fulfillment, removing you from actually doing a lot of the activities. Remember, you're still doing some of the activities, but not all of them. You're getting high-quality committed customers because it's high ticket. You can afford now to spend money back on your business, test new things, try new markets, find new opportunities and vehicles to make more money. Okay. And you can also spend money, go get a villa, go to, I was just in Thailand. Okay. I did Thailand, Japan, and I was in Arizona for a month. Okay. I live in Canada, but I was able to take 2 months off. Well, I was still working, but 2 months and go explore. Okay. What do you think that does for insights? Meeting people who are above you. Okay, I met so many very interesting people. I actually signed a couple clients on this trip as well. These are things that are still important, that you should still prioritize in a sense if you can. You can't do that if you're commoditized. I'm sorry, you're not taking your trip without stressing. Okay, better results for customers, and you also look like you're winning. You have a higher retention rate, so it's just a win-win cycle. One small tweak that in your offer dictates the entire rest of the experience of yourself and your clients. Okay. So something has to change in order to scale. Okay. So scaling with minimal leverage is extremely difficult short term and impossible long term. If you want continual growth and evolution of the business, there needs to be continual growth and evolution of the processes that make up the business. You always have to be experimenting with new ways of leverage. Okay? If you are experiencing very marginal or minimal growth, okay, and you're working with a minimal with minimal leverage, meaning your input to output ratio is 1-to-1, okay, then no amount of work or no amount of laborious activities will get you there, because you can get there, but then you're still inputting inputs into a system that is at fault. Okay? But when you actually have leverage, then everything becomes a multiplier. Okay? So when you have no leverage, so for example, looking at the fulcrum, okay? If you're 1-to-1, one input, one output, okay? But if you're actually 1 to 10, for example, okay, then everything becomes more leveraged, meaning all of your efforts get multiplied. So your fulfillment, your acquisition, your audience, your offer, your market, okay, all of the hours of work, the outreach, the money you spend implied into effort towards your system will result in you having, for example, $50,000 a month, okay? This is a screenshot. If you are stuck, not able to scale, it's most likely due to lack of leverage. Every new level you want to scale requires you to access more leverage. Okay? So long-term, looking at leverage. If you are at a point where you are not making any money, or your income is pretty stagnant, face level, you probably are not, you're experiencing very low level of, you just probably have zero leverage. Okay? And with leverage, what happens is it's easier to 10x than 2x. This is a concept that I just recently learned. It's easier to make 10 times more than it is to make 2 times more. And what this means is reinvesting in more leverage. So when you're starting out, it's hard to get a lot of leverage because you don't have capital, you don't have status, you're trying things, you don't know how to make good content, whatever. And you're still finding yourself, in a sense, your business, your messaging, your offer, whatever. But as soon as you have validation on that, you have to quickly reinvest in more leverage. Quickly. Knowledge in terms of what offer to do, what markets to do, acquisition channels, your fulfillment, your off, like everything. Okay. And as soon as you do that, it becomes exponential rather than linear. Okay. Cool. So to show you this, this is what I was talking about kind of before with Alex Hormozi with Gym Launch. He pretty much, I made a video on him. It's like a 45-minute video kind of breaking this down. But to give you guys an overview, he charged $16K for 16 weeks, so $1,000 a week. And he would pretty much give them the entire sort of offer. So what most of his competitors were doing was they were, gym owners not making that much money. That's their initial kind of situation. He would just, like most other agencies, would just say, hey, we'll get you leads. Like that's what they would do. And they would charge $1,000 to $2,000 a month. That's an agency rate. Okay. And he noticed that that's not solving the entire gap because, gyms, for example, maybe they don't have a good organic presence, Google presence, Google reviews, like appointment setters, sales systems, fulfillment systems, like all of, like, there's so many other factors as well. Pricing, gym floor layout, referral systems, anti-churn systems, like so many things. And leads are just a fraction of that. And most of the competitors were just selling for that. So he came in and he said, okay, we're going to map everything out. We're going to give a full offer, help you with your offer, help you with lead gen, help you with appointments, help you with sales, help you with fulfillment, help you with all of everything. Okay. And we're going to sell this to you for $16,000 to get you to $100,000 a month in your gym. Okay. That was the transformation that he was selling. And because that offer was the most attractive offer in the marketplace, it was the most premium offer in the marketplace. If you were a gym owner, you knew about Gym Launch, but maybe you couldn't afford it. And you're like, oh, one day maybe I'll save up for it. All these gym owners were thinking this. And there's probably, I would say less because Hormozi's not involved in it, but it's still a big company. Okay. And because it's the most attractive offer in the marketplace, due to speed of results, due to so many other factors, value that he's giving, he's able to charge this much money, $16,000. Okay. And he was able to re-leverage this money back into more results. Okay. Better team, better, etc. And also more insights. Okay. This is a big thing. Like I talked about before, insights are very important that you can recycle into content, recycle back into certain insights for clients, helping clients scale more. Okay. And once he got gyms to a certain level, he implemented Gym Lords, okay, which was the retention community for 3.2K per month. And he was just saying, okay, you've already paid me 16K for 4 months. You're just going to pay me 3K a month. Okay. And I'm going to give you access to the same thing you have. Okay. You're going to get Gym Lords, and I'm going to give you access to all of the ads database, all of everything. And there was a commitment for 12 months for this. And he was getting insane margins for this. Like, his margins on this were crazy, and he had less than 1% churn. Okay, so imagine getting, like, take this in. Imagine getting 3.2K a month multiplied by 1,000 gyms per month. It's like $3.2 million a month. Okay? And getting that every month with very little fulfillment and having a team to even help with that fulfillment. That is leverage right there. Okay? So I'm going to show you some case studies of some of my clients who we've implemented this with. So Paul Anthony with DreamBody, he went from 15K a month to roughly $64,000 per month. He collects over 150 grand in lifetime value and contract value, which is very crazy. This is just cash collected, but he collects contract value well into six figures, like 150, roughly 200K a month in contract value. So what we did with Paul was we changed his entire offer to a new segment and started getting traction from customers that were willing to pay $6,000 upfront for processes, for programs. Okay? And this is not just like, oh, meal plan. This is the entire sort of gap that we went through. He helps with absolutely everything in their client's journey. Okay? And he's charging $6K upfront for 3 months. For 3 months. Okay? And he had people, his market that he's in is menopausal women. And I know you may say, oh, he's not a menopausal woman. How is he able to sell that? Well, he has so much experience with it and so many insights that we were able to sell that and able to position him as a status figure within that. Okay. Also, Jason went from 7K a month to 20K a month. Jason already had leverage within his offer. We had to just shift his acquisition channel. Okay. So he already had a good offer. Jason already had a good offer. Once we launched his offer, increase his price a little bit as well. That's one of the biggest things that I do with my clients. Is first thing is I'm going to increase your price. Okay. And he started signing clients for $3,000 to $4,000 per, I think he was selling 4 months up front as well, 3 to 4K. Okay. And he was getting that up front. And then also Shane went from 20K to 55K a month. We changed his entire process and acquisition channel. And he really didn't have that good of an offer as well. We had to create a totally new offer for him, for Shane. And people were paying 5K per program as well. He was helping more the white collar sort of industry. So more like corporate parents per se. So like 40 to 60-year-old parents who have that corporate job, who are making, let's say, 6 figures a year and who have that money to spend and are mostly looking to lose weight. Okay. That's what we positioned him as. And he just started printing from that very quickly. So what's kind of the personal impact of getting leverage and working smart through my offer? So I'm going to kind of give you guys if you guys don't really know about my story and kind of how I was able to, get to the point where, I am right now doing, 50, 60, 70K a month, roughly. Obviously with entrepreneurship, if you guys are watching this, you have to understand that I make 50K a month. Sometimes, you make 70K a month. Sometimes you make 40K a month. Sometimes you make 60K a month. So that's average, roughly. But some clients or some people online, they say, oh, I make 100K a month, and maybe they hit it once. Okay. So that's just my average. So for me, I initially was in medical school. I was studying to become a doctor. Okay. So I was in London, Ontario. So London, Ontario is not a nice area in the earth. It's gray for like 9 months of the year. It's just like horrible. It's like the butthole of Canada. Okay. Everyone's broke there. Everyone's depressed. And I felt that, the environment kind of dictates you. I was quite depressed. I was broke. I felt like I was, just going to end up the same as all my classmates. I was sitting in lectures. I was actually, pretty much almost a doctor. I was in pre-med. And everyone in school hated what they did. And they were just sacrificing their youth and their 20s to work for the government. Because in Canada, it's not privatized like the US. you work for the government because it's government healthcare, and you make 200 to 300K a year. Okay, which is not crazy. Like, it's not a lot of money for the amount of sacrifice, for 10, 12 years of sacrifice. Okay. And I looked at that. I was like, oh my God, I don't want to make this sacrifice. I don't want to waste these precious years of my life chasing a number. Because all these kids, I would talk to them. I'd be like, in lectures. One of the biggest things I did is when I went to lectures, I would try to make a keen effort to talk to people. Why do you want to be a doctor? Why do you want to go down this path? Why do you want to sacrifice 10 years of your life? Oh, well, I want to make 300K a year. It's like, what? And all of them, I didn't hear I heard maybe one or two kids would be like, yeah, well, I just really love helping people. Most kids, oh, I just want to make money. Okay. And that was me. So because of my utter sadness, I decided to start a business. Okay. I needed a challenge. I decided to start fitness coaching people because of my past with training and working out. So I went from, kind of skinny, like 160 or so pounds, to being pretty jacked. And I did this in a pretty quick time, actually. So this is like a 3-year sort of transformation. I did a couple shows. I did 2 bodybuilding shows. My first one, I did really good. I placed pretty well in them, but I realized that was kind of a waste of time. That's a totally separate story. But I made that transformation. So I'm like, okay, if I'm going to start a business, it should be something fitness related, right? So what I did is I was like, okay, I'm going to start posting content like what everyone says to do. I'm just going to go post my content on Instagram and just be a content guy and just do that. So I scaled my TikTok to a few thousand, and I had a few videos blow up. And my original thesis was just to post 1 time a day. I'm going to post 1 time a day on TikTok and I'm going to blow up. And I got some videos that blew up. I built my following, and I did this for a year straight. I know it may not look super, 4,000 followers, whatever, but I had a couple of videos that blew up, and I thought I was doing good. And I forced myself to post. I continually posted and posted, tried to get some audience that would pay me money on programming or something like that. And I had zero idea. I just continually posted, especially when I didn't feel like it, because if I knew I had the discipline with the gym, it would directly translate into business. And this was my first mistake, because that did not work. The discipline did not transfer. I was disciplined, but that vehicle I was doing it within was not leveraged. I vividly remember sitting at my desk. I was at my desk in my college dorm, and I was going through my phone. I was checking all my videos on TikTok. I was like, oh my God, these are so cool. 1 million views, 50,000 views, 100,000 views. I'm like, I'm so cool. I've had all these posts that blew up. And then I'm like, okay, this makes me feel good. This makes my ego feel good. But what's the output from this input? How much money have I made from doing this in the past 6 months? And I realized I made $0 from doing this. Nothing. Like zero for a year. So then I'm like, okay, let's start to, let's get knowledgeable on actually what to do. So then I started investing in courses, learning about marketing, learning about etc. And I did that kind of while balancing school. So in the matter of 3 months, I invested over 10K into courses with money I pretty much did not have. And because of my concentration on my business, I was skipping classes and my grades were suffering. I was barely passing 50, 60% average in comparison to the previous year, where I had like a 90% average in previous years. And I'd go to class and I'd be working on my business. And I remember actually sitting in a lab doing a biology experiment on some like rodents or something. And my lab peers were like, are you going to do some, like, they were just like, getting so pissed at me. I was like, I'm locked in on my business. It's like going through courses, learning shit, reading shit. And there was no point in going to class because I was really consumed with learning. I would skip a lot of classes, etc. And I knew I just had to get more knowledge on actually what to do. And then that led me to signing my first client. So pretty much after taking courses and buying stuff online, I had a direction. I knew kind of what to do a little bit more. Started doing cold outreach, which is not super leveraged, but I did it. I did 1 hour a day of pure cold outreach. And after a couple months of doing this, I was able to sign my first client for $3,000. And let me tell you, that was the best feeling I've probably ever gotten in my life. Like, that was like crack cocaine. Getting that piff, I was sitting in my lecture, and I was chilling just in my lecture. And it was like a chemistry lecture. And my girlfriend was sitting next to me at the time. And I checked my phone, I get an email. $3,000 paid Stripe. Your first payment has come through on Stripe. I'm like, oh my God. I turn to my girlfriend. I'm like, oh my God, I'm about to be a billionaire. I'm about to be a billionaire. It's like, yeah, no, you're not. No, you're not. Reality check. Okay. After this win, I honestly I was locked into my business, but I kind of wasn't. I stopped working for a bit. I went, took the girlfriend for dinners. I actually went on a trip to Mexico. I spent all the money I made in like 2 weeks, which kind of sucked. But yeah. And then after that, I was like, okay, I was still in school at the time, right? So I saw my first client in February of that year. Then the same year in May, I hit my first ever 7K month, and things were starting to pick up. And my school ended in May of that year for summer break. And I told myself that with these 4 months, I'll see how much money I make and then decide if I want to return to school in the fall. So I was like, I have a safety net sort of thing. And for the first like 2 months of the summer, I didn't do anything. 3 months, I didn't do anything. The last month, I really locked in and I was able to hit $17,000 in 1 month. I processed like 10K through Stripe and a couple through, in Canada, we have something called e-transfer, which is kind of like Zelle, I believe. Like Cash App sort of thing. And I ended up buying a Rolex, dropping out of school. I was like, fuck this, I'm just going to go all in. And then I dropped out of school, but then I was still living in my college hometown in London. I had a house there because my college lease, my lease on my place was still there. So for the entire year, I put my head down and worked and researched, learned about leverage, got more mentors, kept refining my process, gaining more unique insights. And all of these unique insights that I've gotten through these trials and tribulations has led me to, making 50K in 30 days. A lot of my smart, not hard work paid off, and I was able to effortlessly shoot up in revenue. Okay. I stopped trying to work harder. I focused heavily on finding specific clients in high leverage markets to sell expensive programs and packages to. And I actually went a lot against a lot of the conventional wisdom. Like a lot of these things that, oh, you got to do this to scale. Like I just disobeyed a lot of the time and really, like cliche as it sounds, think outside the box. Okay. And I spent 90% of my time researching and absorbing data sets and building my thesis on how to scale. And going from 10K a month to 50K a month didn't come from working 5 times harder or grinding, through sleepless nights. It came from building systems and using leverage. Without that, I would have either burnt out or stayed exactly where I was. Okay. And with that sort of impact, I've, been able to, I'm not trying to boast or anything, but able to kind of enjoy some of the fruits of my labor. As I said, I was just in Thailand. I've done lots of trips, Miami, been able to, afford certain things that I wouldn't have if I didn't have leverage. Okay. So I live a pretty frugal lifestyle. Like I don't enjoy just spending for the sake of it, but I've indulged in a few trips and experiences over the past couple months. Okay. I would not be in the same position I am today if I continued to stay stuck doing the same activities. Currently make 10 times more than I did before by working 10 times less. Remember, it doesn't matter how hard you row, it matters what boat you are in. Okay. So if you want to do the same, help more people, make more money, and actually enjoy life without needing to enslave yourself for 12 hours a day, 16 hours a day, etc., you need to apply everything I covered in this video. Okay. Because I can promise you one thing. Change doesn't come from speculating further, researching, or deciding what to do, or, oh, I'm speculating. You actually need to take action on the growth. Okay? You need to take action with your learning to achieve growth. Because growth is very simple. It's what you know and what you do. Okay? And today, you've learned something. You've gained insights. If you made it to the end here, you've gained some sort of knowledge. And I can promise you that if you don't take action on this input, then you will not see any growth. No amount of more deliberation or sitting there twiddling your thumbs is going to get you to the next level. Okay? You need to take action on your learning. Okay? So that's pretty much the entirety of the presentation. And my offer to you, if you've made it this far in this video, is I've tested hundreds of offers with real data. If you're watching this and you want my help to put together your own offer, go down in the description. You can book a call with myself or my team and have a chat to see if we can assist. But yeah, so this is the entirety of the process, and I hope this has given you at least something to help yourself get to the next level. And this is the first part of a multi-part series that I'm going to be doing. And I hope you got some value from this. And I hope this has given you at least some sort of clarity on actually what to offer your clients and how to fulfill on those sort of things. Because I'll tell you this, when it comes to fulfillment and when it comes to building offers, the foundations of those will oftentimes be more impactful than the small things that you see at the top. Okay? Like I said, you need to build your foundation. You need to build your Sunday before you can then focus on so many of these other facets and other things. Okay? You need to focus on the foundations. And today we went through the foundations. How to actually service deliver, what your offer should be like, how you should price. Okay? So I hope you got value today, and I hope this was able to give you some clarity on kind of the next steps. All right, so the thing about business is you can sell a great product, you can have great salesmanship, you can have an amazing offer, but if you're selling to the wrong crowd, if you're selling to the incorrect people, the incorrect market, then you're not only going to have a harder time making more money, you're just going to have a harder time just with everything. Harder time just with marketing, harder time with sales, harder time with every activity that's going to lead you to then making more money. So the chain collapses in a sense. So what we're going to be talking about today is market selection, market dynamics. If you're a coach, if you're a creator, if you're a fitness coach, I'm going to be talking specifically on how I was able to pick proper markets and understand, most of your leverage is going to come from being in the right place at the right time. Doesn't matter how hard you work. Doesn't really matter even how smart you are. It matters your positioning. Okay. And this is all going to be about positioning because that is the market you're in. If you're a fitness coach, if you don't know who I am, my name is Ashton Hunter. I've scaled multiple fitness coaches to over 6 figures a month. And today we're going to be talking about these specific strategies in market selection. Okay. So let's jump into it. So like I said, in business, people don't realize that business is not a game of what to offer, what to sell, what features there are, but it is a game of who. Okay. Not only that, but the fact that picking the right who is one of the most crucial factors for your business's success. If you pick the wrong market, you'll already lose before you get to do any of the work. You can row extremely hard, but if you're in a broken boat or if you're rowing in the wrong direction or, if you have an anchor on your boat, it doesn't matter how hard you're going to row, your boat is just going to stay in the same position. Okay. So picking the right market is very crucial. So my goal in this training is to use the personal insights, the data that I've gained over the last few years to aid you in selecting the best market for your specific individual offer. So this is data from my team. This is data from my past hundreds of clients that I've worked with, fitness coaches, mainly in-person fitness businesses, etc. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand when it comes to selecting your market is business. No matter what you're doing, if you're doing any sort of business, if it's B2B, if it's B2C, if it's whatever it is, business is always people to people. So if you can if you can really understand who you're selling to and understand that avatar, understand that person, understand how they think, why they think, etc., then you're going to be able to dominate that niche. It's like, for example, going out on a date with a girl and you know what chocolate she likes. So then on the date, you bring the chocolate she likes. And then now you're appealing to her. So just small things like this, if we can understand who we're selling to, we can then, have an easier time targeting. Okay. So like even with your son or daughter, if you know your son or daughter better than they know themselves, you'll be able to make beneficial decisions on top, on behalf of them, right? Like people say, oh, probably when you were growing up, your mom or dad said, oh, I know you better than you know yourself. And it's like, no, mom, you don't, right? But it was true. Okay, they did. So you'll be able to guide them into, what they don't realize they need to be doing. And the same works with business and the same works with your market. So that's the first point that I need to make is you have to, like, the importance of understanding, like, not individually what market to be in, but understanding the market you are in. Okay. And the biggest mistake people make when they're going into business is just simply going after everyone. Okay. So a lot of people say, oh, you don't need a niche. If you have a niche in 2025, you don't need it. Like guys on social media, so many people are saying this right now. Oh, you can do a bunch of them. It's like, yeah, but you can't. You're just going to have a harder time. You're just going to have, it affects everything in your business. It doesn't just affect like how much, sales calls you get. It affects everything about your entire operations, like even your back end as well. Okay. So I'm going to tell you why it's actually going to be shooting yourself in the foot. So the key to success in business is to really narrow down and be very specific. Okay. Serve a specific niche. Okay, trying to appeal to everyone is fighting a battle that's impossible to win. Okay, it's merely impossible to understand specific people or desires if you're going after 100 of them. Okay, you can chase 2 rabbits, you will catch none, but if you chase one, you will catch one. Okay, this is a lesson that I learned from Sam Ovens when I was in Consulting Accelerator, which is one of his OG sort of programs. If you guys know what that is, then you're probably an OG yourself, but I was in Consulting Accelerator, and Sam was very focused. If you don't know who Sam is, he's a founder of School. He also had consulting.com in the past, but he was very adamant on understanding what market you're in and understanding their desires, understanding their pains. And when you are targeting very broadly, then you're kind of like casting a really big net out and you're just seeing what you catch. Okay, you're playing the shotgun approach. You're just spraying and praying. Okay, we want to be snipers. We want to understand exactly who we're going for and be specific with that and understand their desires instead of trying to understand 100 of their desires. Okay, so by understanding the needs, the desires, and the pain points of a particular group of people, you can tailor your products, your services, your marketing, your sales lingo. Like sales calls will get easier when you actually have one person you're targeting. For example, when I was working and doing a lot of fitness coaching, I was working with, mainly like middle-aged people. And in order for me to actually like sell to middle-aged people, I had to kind of come off as like a kid that you're trying to help. Okay. Even though I'm not a child, okay, I was younger back then, but I had to kind of come off and sell in a way that would appeal to them. And that would only appeal to that specific niche. That's just one example. Okay. If it's multiple, I wouldn't know that because I would have so many different, I wouldn't be able to put 2 and 2 together of like, okay, I would have to do this in the sales conversation to achieve the outcome, achieve the sale. Cool. So imagine this. So to give you kind of an example of this, this is going to be kind of the market that you're in. Okay. So this outer circle is the fitness industry. So this is the biggest outer circle that all the other circles fall into. So this is the market. You're in the fitness industry. Okay. The next circle, let's say, would be bodybuilders. So it would be the niche within the big market, the niche within the niche. Okay. Then within bodybuilders, there will be female bodybuilders. So now you're taking a niche, you're niching again, and you're niching again, and then you're doing it one more time. Amateur female bodybuilders. You can even do it again. Amateur female bodybuilders who are doing their first show. Okay? So you can pretty much take a market, and instead of going after the entire market, you're taking a niche of a niche of a niche of a niche. You can do that multiple times until you get hyper specific and find a very small market that you can dominate. Okay, so for example, the fitness industry is the largest circle. In this circle, you're basically targeting no one. So you're coming in, oh, I'll help you with anything fitness related. That's what most people do. Like if you're watching this, you're a fitness coach, you're probably just saying, oh, I'll help you with fitness things. Okay. The second circle inward represents a niche within the fitness niche. So bodybuilders, you're not getting very specific. You're getting somewhat a little bit more specific. The third niche inward represents another niche within the bodybuilding niche, like women, for example. So now you're getting even more. Okay. Then the next will be, that amateur bodybuilding for females. So you're just pretty much, rather than tackling the largest circle and trying to go after this massive audience, this massive market where there's a ton of competition, you're now basically, instead of trying to compete, you're going into a market which you can compete. So instead of jumping into the NFL, you're going to come into a division that you could play in and compete in and win. So we've narrowed down our target to something precise. Okay, so when we try to compete in the largest circle, which is general fitness, this big circle out here with no niching, okay, we're playing a game of darts. Okay, you're going to get people, and this probably has happened to you if you're, targeting a bigger market, or even if you've had a lot of people who are random people from various different niches, want different things, this is going to happen to you. You're going to get people who are like when you're targeting really broadly and you have this big niche, you're going to get people from various niches. You're going to get a male bodybuilder who wants to put on muscle. You're going to get a mom who wants to relieve her hip pain, a dad who wants to get rid of his beer belly, a kid who wants to, put on muscle to stop getting bullied. You're just going to get random people because your targeting is not precise. Okay? And you may say, oh, that's good because I'm getting more people right? I have people who are like all around. I have a lot of volume. Maybe this will lead to more volume. I'll get more people because my TAM, my market is bigger because I have all these people. I'm getting like think about it like darts. You're getting random people everywhere in your market. But what are the disadvantages to this? Okay, so this is pretty much what happens. So when you appeal to everyone, like I said, it's this darts game. So this is your market. You're in general fitness. I'm in coaches and consulting, or I help agency owners, or I help people with fitness, or I help people get healthy, whatever it is. Okay, you're getting random people because you're not precise, and because of that, no one is feeling understood, and no one's going to resonate with your message. When you call out a specific person, that specific person will respond. When you're at a bus station and you call out, "Hey everyone, listen," people will look over for a second and then just keep going with their day. Be like, "Oh, who's this crazy guy?" But then if you go to the same bus station and yell, "Hey John, listen," maybe there's 2 or 3 Johns there. Those guys, maybe the 3 Johns that are, they're going to come up to you. "Hey, did you call my name? Hey, were you looking for me?" Okay. So even though you got a bunch of people in the beginning to be like, "Oh," they look for a second, go back to what they're doing. "Oh, who's this crazy guy?" No one went to the next stage because no one felt understood. Okay. No one felt resonated. But when you're calling out that individual person, there's less people responding, but those people actually feel understood. They feel resonated in a sense to then move to the next level. Okay. So when no one feels understood, you're going to have a harder time getting clients because no one is resonating with your messaging. You have a hard time running ads, hard time doing marketing, hard time doing sales, etc. And because of that, in order to compete, you're going to have to charge less. So you're a non-specialist. You're helping everyone do everything. You're appealing to everyone. Okay. You're a non-specialist. It's like being a surgeon that does cardiac surgery for children. Okay. It's very specialized. They make a lot more money than a general physician. Okay. Why does that happen? Because they are specialized and they have skills within that individual market. So you, who's doing everything, everyone, whatever, you're going to have a harder time getting clients. Because of that, you're going to have to charge less in order to compete. And now people are viewing you as a commodity because you're like charging less to be competitive. I'm not charging too high. I'm not charging too low. I'm charging right in the middle to be competitive. Okay. And now you're viewed as a commodity because the market sees you as disposable. You're replaceable. You're doing you're just trying to compete. When no one is feeling really resonated, you're having a harder time getting clients. It all kind of goes from there. And then even on the back end, what happens is because you're getting different processes or different sort of clients, one guy wants to do this, one girl wants to do this, one kid wants to do this, whatever, then you have to make new systems for each of these processes. So that's a huge workload. Okay. If a mom wants to put on muscle and a dad wants to lose his beer belly, you have to now on the back end create a different system for those different goals and those different markets. What does that do? That takes time to do. It's difficult. Like it's not difficult, but it takes labor. It's a laborious activity. And now let's say you have 5 different people or 10 different goals. Okay, 10 different markets with 10 different goals. Now you got to make 10 different programs, 10 different processes, 10 different systems. And then how are you going to validate that that system works when you have 10 different people, just for the sake of the argument, doing different things? How are you going to validate your processes that they're actually working? Okay. You validate a system by running it one time, a lot. Okay. It's kind of like posting one time over 10 social platforms rather than posting on a social platform 10 times. How are you going to see that you're gaining any traction over one post over 10 different platforms? Oh, well, no, you can't do that. It's like the Bruce Lee quote. I don't fear the man who practices 10,000 kicks once. I fear the man who practiced one kick 10,000 times. It's the exact same thing. So we want to run one system several times, hundreds of times, to see if it's working. How are we going to get data if we're not running a system, one system multiple times? Okay, and you're not going to get data by doing that. And because of that, because you don't have data, you don't have validation of a system, because you're now doing so many different goals, so many different processes, Your clients are not going to get results because the system's not actually built for them. It's built to kind of just serve them in a way. Okay. And then they're not having good, clients are not getting good results because it's not built for them. And then also the cheap price as well. What does the cheap price do? Low emotional investment. They're not going to commit to the actual process. They view you as a commodity, and therefore they will not take the process 100% serious. So what a commodity is if something is the exact same as something else, then the only way to compete would be price. So if I take this coffee, okay, and I go make a bunch of other coffees that are all black coffees, and the product is identical. Forget the branding. The product is identical. You're going to now choose the cheapest option because it's the same product. So that's how people are viewing you. They're like, oh, well, it's kind of the same. It's not specialized. I'm just going to go with whatever, okay? And this I don't know if you guys know what Beachbody On Demand is. It's like a really big online fitness coaching process. The success rate on this process is less than 2%. It's like just almost 1%. It's like 0.9 or something crazy, okay? Beachbody on Demand is cheap. They charge like, what, 20, 30 bucks a month, okay? And they target everybody, okay? It's brutal. It's brutal. So they target everyone. They get viewed as a commodity. No one actually follows through with the process, okay? And then in order to succeed when you're doing this, when you're doing all these goals with this big market, is with volume. You're not actually helping people. You're not actually helping people get to the next level. You are just pretty much lining your pockets because you're playing the volume game. You're just saying, okay, how many of these people can I get on without actually helping them? Okay. And just push the volume, which can work. You can do the volume, but for the same amount of effort will get you a lot farther when you're specialized. So this leads to you beginning to doubt yourself and lose confidence. And this is what happens to online trainers and coaches and businesses in general when they help everyone. Okay, they simply become a commodity. So they become something that's replaceable, something that's disposable, because there's thousands of clones offering the exact same thing. And inside only one market, you're already competing with every other single mechanism in the market. So for example, if you're coming into this big market, this fitness market, and you're saying, hey, I'll help you with fitness, think about who you're competing. You're competing against like weight loss drugs. You got semaglutide, you got, Ozempic, you got all of these, like even the supplement pills that you can go and get that like stop you eating, epinephrine. Okay, if you guys are bodybuilders, maybe you know what epinephrine is, but you're competing, like if you're coming into this market, you're competing against so many other industries and mechanisms, right? The weight loss drugs, you got supplement companies competing for you, cosmetic surgeons, gyms, in-person coaches, and then you have also the other online coaches. A lot of you guys think, oh, I'm going to be an online coach, and my only other competitor is just going to be other online coaches. Well, that's not true. If I want to lose weight and I'm a mom, I will probably go and check out a couple in-person gyms. I'll maybe think about getting, liposuction, or I'll maybe think about going on semaglutide, and then, maybe I'll look into online coaches. Okay? And now, even worse, without a niche, you're competing against all of them across every single different market, okay? So what happens is these people, so for example, just to take semaglutide, for example, I work with this company. They're a semaglutide company that sells weight loss specifically for women. Specifically for women. It's like more positioned towards middle-aged women who, want to lose fat and tone up. And they're precise with their marketing, okay? They're niched. And when you're coming in and you're doing this massive niche, you're now not only competing against the other people who are not niched, you're also competing against the people who are niched. So the moms who want to lose the weight and tone up or whatever, the middle-aged moms, you think they're going to go to the semaglutide company that's precise, or do you think they're going to go to the broad if they actually want to get results? Okay? So you end up competing against every business in the general fitness market that all have the ability to make their customers feel understood, and that's something that you don't. So running your business this way is effectively like playing 1,000 games of chess at once blindfolded. So you're kind of just shooting in the dark. You're playing the shotgun strategy, not the sniper strategy. So unless you've got a massive brand or a 7-figure ad budget where you can outbid people with ads or do strategies with that, which, I've done before. But for most people, you have to be hyper specific with your who. You don't want to be anyone's, 20th option, or someone's just, oh, I'm going to go with you just because you're the cheapest. Do you think that makes you think about think about this for a second? If someone's like, let's say they jump on a call with you and then they're like, oh, what's your price? You're like, oh, it's whatever, cheap price. You name a cheap price. And they're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go with you. Yeah, you're way cheaper than everyone else. Therefore, I'm going to go with you. You think that's going to make you feel good as a business owner? Think about that. Do you think you think you're going to get that remark and just be like, oh my God, I'm so happy that you chose me because I'm the cheapest option? Hell no. Okay. What I've had people come to me before and they've been like, Ashton, you know what? I need to work with you. I know it's going to be this much. I need to make the change. I need to do this. I know it's going to be a big investment, but I have to make this transformation. Therefore, I'm going to do it because you're my first option, because I know you can help me. That's what you want. You want to be the number one obvious choice for a specific person with a specific pain and desire. Okay, so many people, it pisses me off. Oh, I'm just going to be, I want a bigger market that I can, just help. Therefore, there's more people in my market. I can make more money. It's like, no, it's not true. Even Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, ChatGPT guy, he said, you want to find a market where you can go into and quickly be a monopoly, a small market that you can dominate. You don't want to come into a market and be 0.001% of the market or 0.0001% of the market, like what most of you guys are. You want to come into a small market where you can get a majority stake, where if someone is within that niche, they think, oh yeah, that's the guy. I have the pain, that's the guy. Okay? And it's the same thing like with Toyota and Porsche. If you want a really nice car, okay, think about these are two examples. If you want a really nice car and you're like, I want a really fast car, I want the best car on the market that's going to give me this adrenaline rush, that's going to the fastest, best car. You're going to think of the Porsche, just for example, the Porsche GT3. Okay, it's specialized, it's niche towards that person who wants that outcome. That, crazy thing, the crazy experience, the fast car, the status, the whatever. Okay? Whatever comes with that, females, whatever. And then when you go and buy a Toyota Camry, you're like, I'm just going to go buy a Toyota Camry because it's the cheapest option on the market. It's just cheap. It's not specialized. Just Toyota Camry, $10K, whatever. So Toyota is a commodity because they're providing the cheapest, most affordable solution, and they're competing with every other budget-friendly car on the market. When you're going to buy a Toyota, you're like, oh, if the Nissan was $1,000 more, I'll just go buy the Nissan. Okay? But with Porsche, it's specialty. That means you're not fighting on price. There's no constant competition. And they position themselves as the best solution for a specific pain or desire, giving them the ability to scale much faster with far less effort. Therefore, Toyota has to do a lot more volume to make the same amount of money that Porsche makes. Okay, if you go, Toyota is a bigger company than Porsche. I know Porsche is owned by like a bunch of sister companies and car companies and whatnot. But Toyota, on paper, does more revenue. But per volume, who's making more? Per unit, who's making more? So you have to ask yourself, it's not the company that can necessarily make the most amount of money. It's who can make the most with the least. Who can be the most leverage? This is where leverage comes in. If you can get the most output from the least input, that's the position you want to be in. You want to be the specialist, where instead of saying, oh, and specialized doctor example, oh, if I want to make $100,000 this year, I have to do 10,000 checkups. Okay, so ask yourself. That's one scenario. Then another scenario would be like, oh, if I want to make 10 or $100,000 this year, I just have to do one cardiac surgery. That's the position you want to be in. Okay, so what happens when you do the same? What happens when you go and appeal to one market? So now we're going to jump into kind of the opposite of this. When you appeal to one market, what happens? So instead of taking this large circle, I'm going to help everyone with fitness, or I'm going to be Mr. General, I'm going to be Mr. Generalization, and you narrow it down. I'm not saying you got to do 4 different layers. You can do several more, but you have that tight niche market. What happens is people automatically view you as an expert because you're precise. When you call out that specific person is going to feel understood. They're going to resonate. You can resonate with their pain points. You can get to understand what they're about. You can understand what's the biggest problem that I know they're dealing with. You're going to start to put your head or your feet in their shoes. Okay. And that's going to lead to you have an easier time getting that individual client. Okay. You're going to have you're being that sniper. You can get that individual client because they feel understood. And then now you can charge more because you're the specialist. You don't get paid for what you do, but rather how you do it. And you can put together multi four-figure packages, multi five-figure packages, big packages because you're a specialist and people want to work with specialists if they actually want to get results. And that leads to better client results because prospects are coming in, they're having to pay more money to get in. When you pay $10K for a fitness program, you're going to be committed. You're going to follow that diet plan. You're not going to cheat on your diet. You're not going to not go to the gym. Okay? They're invested. They're not going to view you as a commodity, and they're going to be invested in everything you do because that is one thing you do, one process, one system. Okay? Now on the back end, because you have one goal, one system for that one market, you can validate it quickly because you're running one system for one market one time. Not one time, several times for that one pain, desire, goal market. Okay? And because you've ran that so many times, you just refine it. You refine it. You refine it. You're practicing one kick 10,000 times. You're just getting better at that one process. And that process gets so darn good because you've ran it so many times for that individual niche that people will view you as people will view you as an absolute specialist. They will see the results you're getting them. They will want to work with you if they're in that niche. And that leads to less workload because you've validated your systems and because you're doing it for one sort of client. Okay, you don't have to, waste your time making. Everyone asks, "Oh, how do I just stop making programs and automate my programs?" Don't use a software, just niche. Niche, because if you're doing the same thing for every client, then that becomes a lot easier. You're able to refine that. Okay, and this system will quickly become the best in the space because you refined it with so much with one person. Okay, if I'm a spine surgeon, I do 10,000 spine surgeries, I will have a better system to do that one process rather than doing hundreds of random other surgeries. And because of this, you're going to have the ability to leverage your more money and the client results you're getting because you're charging more, etc. And that gives you confidence. That makes you feel good. And then now you're propelling into the universe. You're moving forward with light speed and you are scaling. Okay, so now we're going to be talking about how to actually select your market. How does this work? Because I just talked about why you need to niche, but now I'm going to talk about actually like how to pick your niche. Are there factors in niches? What are certain things that you need to understand about what niche you're going into? And I'm going to kind of give you guys some insight in regards to this. All right, how to select your winning market. So when it comes to building your market or finding your niche, most people think they have to come up with some crazy idea or find some crazy market or find some crazy things. They have to reinvent the wheel. You spend hours, days, months, years thinking and speculating only to never build anything because they get stuck in analysis paralysis mode. This happens a lot of the times. This actually happened with me when I was starting out. It took me like 6 months to actually take any action. I know. But then once I took action, I actually saw a result. It's funny how that works. But you should not pick a market you find interesting or one that you've never heard of before, but one that you already have a good understanding with. Okay? One thing you have to realize is this, like, just understand this. Understand that like most people will actually not take action. And yes, you have to pick a good market, 100%. But once you go through these steps, once you actually like go through the steps I'm about to go with and do the factors that we go through, then you're just going to have to make a decision and go with it. Okay? Like thinking more than needs to be thought is honestly a waste of time. Okay? Once you go through the steps and you have your market, then most people will just be like, I've done the work, I've got the dopamine, even though they haven't made any money. So just want to put that out there. Okay? So pick a market. Okay? Think about markets you have a good understanding with. So if you already have niche insights that most people don't, and you know exactly what keeps them up at night, it extremely becomes easy, as all that's left is to build a specific solution that solves those problems. So please do not pick a niche you know nothing about or that would take years to try to get feedback from. So it's good to like it's good to have a base level because the insights that you know about the niche, like for example, if you yourself, which I actually talk about here, if you yourself have done a transformation, let's say you're like a dad and you lost weight, or you're, I don't know, some person who made a transformation, let's say in fitness, right? Or in marketing agency or whatever niche you're in, or you're watching this, okay? Pick, like you can use that and sell that because you're living proof that you've already done it. So that, and you understand what it takes, you have insights about that because you've gone through the transformation. So then that allows you to come in with an edge. So understand that, okay? And that's going to allow you to, get more insights and get more data because the level at which you scale is in direct correlation with how much you know and how much data you know about that market. If you knew everything about the market, you would be able to go and provide an ideal solution and go market it and make $1 million tomorrow. Okay. If you knew the exact pain point, exact everything about the market, what they resonate with, what they don't resonate with, what they think about when they put their head on their pillow, like everything about them, then you can do it. And that's the thing, when you're going into a market that you know nothing about, it becomes a slower process in the beginning because, you need to pick up steam. But if you're already starting, let's say you're at 4, then, you have a base, you have insights, and you can go and collect from there. So if you have no sort of like transformation you've done yourself, or you don't know anything about any niche, then you're just gonna have to start, and there's nothing kind of around that. So cool. So the first kind of step in terms of how to pick a market, what market you should be going after, is the first thing is how accessible is your market? Okay, so this is the first sort of selection thing. So the accessibility of your market is one of the most important criteria of a good business. Okay, if your market doesn't congregate on any specific channel, online, for example, it becomes extremely difficult to sell your product or service, as you'll have a hard time finding your ideal customer. Okay, so if you're an online coach, if your business is online and your crowd is not online at all, like if you're trying to target, if you're a fitness coach online and you're trying to target 90-year-old grandmas, they're not online. They don't have a phone. They don't know what Facebook is. They don't know what Instagram is. So how are you going to go? And in that case, you have to go to senior homes or go to where they congregate and actually find them. Okay. So this is the first step. How accessible is your market? When I was starting and I was in the agency space, I was kind of deciding between, should I target a supplement company? Should I target supplement companies? Or should I target gyms? And after kind of deliberating on this for a bit, I tried to do some outreach to supplement companies. And I realized, I was like, it's so difficult to reach a decision maker in a supplement company. Like most of them are really big. Like most of them, like you can go to their website, you can find like an email, maybe like a customer support email, send an email to them, ask for another person. It becomes really difficult. It takes a lot of effort. It was hard to reach. But then with gyms, I could go on Google Maps and just literally look up gyms near me, Toronto, gyms near me, Chicago. And then there would be a massive list. And then I could just go, click the Google reviews, find the owner, call, boom. Hey, can I have John? Hey, can I have Amy? Cold call, boom. I was accessible. That's what allowed me to have my first level of kind of like, momentum with that. So you have to ask yourself, can you actually access your market? This is a really big thing, because if you can't, no matter how good your sales is, no matter how good your copy is, whatever, your marketing, your program, if you can't access them, they won't see it. Okay, so can you find your client, your ideal client? And 80% of marketing is simply locating your ideal client. Okay, like if you go on, to like a high level, I went to this like really high level kind of like showing. It's like a car showing. And there were ads there for like really expensive products like Louis Vuitton. There was like designer brands. There was like high-end car parts or car dealers that were high-end. Those marketers of these, let's say, designer stuff and high-end stuff knew that their market would be at this high-end show. So they located where they would be. Okay. But if you can't make that location process and you can't find your client, it's difficult. Okay. So for example, let's say you start a business that's helping in-person chiropractors. You can easily go online, look up chiropractors near me on Google Maps, like I did with the gyms, and you will find, a list of hundreds. On the contrary, let's say you want to help old people. Okay. they don't have a phone. These people would be harder to find you, and you would need to go in person to locate them. It's difficult, right? So every market has its pros and cons. Therefore, your focus shouldn't be on finding the perfect market, but finding the market that is the most accessible. This is very important. Okay, this is probably where a lot of your leverage comes in. If you can pick a market that is the most accessible, then you can get through and make a lot of money with that market with mediocre marketing and mediocre systems and a mediocre program, because it's accessible, because you can kind of get in there with volume. Cool. So like I said, I've scaled multiple fitness coaching offers over 5 figures a month, 6 figures a month by being able to locate the ideal clients who need the products or service and by solving a painful problem. Okay, which brings us to our next question. So first thing is, can we locate them? Accessibility. Number 2 is, how painful is the problem and how important is the solution? So what you need to ask yourself is your solution nice to have, or is it a must have for that person? Okay. The level of pain in which you're solving for will dictate the amount of urgency people will have towards your service, and urgency will also bring money into the equation. Okay. So for example, let's say I cut your arm off, machete, and I said to you, hey, you're in pain right now. Clearly, you're missing your arm. I will restitch it on and grow you back your arm for $100,000. You, with your arm cut off, you're in pain, you're scared. Oh my God, my arm. You're going to be like, yeah, sure, take my money. I don't care if I don't have the money. I'm going to put on my credit card. I'm going to finance it. I'm going to go to the bank, get a loan. I need my arm back. Okay, because you're in pain. High pain, you're going to take a lot of action. You're going to feel urgency. You can set your prices higher. People are going to go because there is pain there to be solved. People want to change. Help them change. Okay? So you should try to not sell things that are, try to sell things that are must-haves. Okay? Anything that your market can live and thrive without. Okay? So in low urgency markets, there's rarely a strong reason to act now. Your offer feels like a luxury, easy to ignore and easy to delay. Like when you go to Louis Vuitton, for example, it's a very low urgency market. People don't go to Louis Vuitton because they are in absolute pain and they need to buy a Louis Vuitton purse. They're not like that. They're going in and they're like, yeah, it's pretty low urgency. I have some money. I kind of want it. Why not? Okay. And for example, if you look at the healthcare space, like medicine, that is built off of pain, because the most painful solutions cost the most amount of money. If you're going in and you're getting your arm stitched up, what does that cost? A couple $100? And then let's say you go and you're like, hey, I need to or you have a heart attack or whatever, and you need to get cardiac surgery. Okay, that's going to be a lot more money because the pain is higher. Okay, so all in all, prospects are busy, distracted, and constantly bombarded with options. If you're not at the top of their priority list of the things they need to change now, you're out of sight and out of mind. And this is the thing with fitness coaching is a lot of fitness coaches, they position themselves as being luxury. They don't position themselves as being like in a market where people are actually in pain. And with fitness, it's like, I could lose some weight, whatever. Like, I don't need to, or, whatever. And they're after, most coaches are after these markets that are just like, it's just, there's no pain there. And they maybe try to convince themselves, maybe from their point of view, like the coach's point of view, they feel like, oh my God, you need to change. You should be in pain, but they're not. And their solution is invoking pain in them. Okay? So that's why chasing saturated spaces where buyers have no urgency, endless alternatives, and no problem postponing is a losing game. So instead, select a problem where pain is sharp and the need is immediate. So in high pain, lower competition markets, people don't stall or overanalyze. They have a clear reason to act, and that urgency is what makes them more likely to prepay, commit, find another way to finance it if they can't afford it, take a mortgage out of their house, and stay focused on the outcome without sweating every minor detail that comes up. To create this must-have offer, your offer market that you're in needs or they can achieve their goal. Okay, you must first clearly define a painful problem that your niche experiences. Your niche will have a bunch of different options. Remember, they have all of these different niches. but not all problems are equal. Your job is to find and focus on solving one of the primary problems, so the most important problem, and create the most impactful outcome as you need to deliver these results. So what I mean by the most important problem is every niche will have a priority of what is the most painful thing or what is the most important thing for them to do. What I mean by this is, let's say you are helping moms get in shape, okay? Moms, let's say they would pay more money to lose, let's say, 30 pounds and reverse aging compared to, oh, let me just help you, with a diet, or let me help you lose 5 pounds. Okay, so it's a bigger, more primary problem. I'm going to give you a gym example because this is what I did when I was working in the gym space. And I still have gym clients, but I realized that gym owners don't really want more members. What does a member bring? 20, 30, 50 bucks a month? Who cares? They wanted one-on-one personal training sessions. That's where the money is. Okay? High ticket clients. So I went to the gyms. I said, hey, everyone's offering more memberships. Let me get you more high ticket consultations and let me book them directly into your calendar. Primary problem, primary solution. What do these people say? Oh my God, yeah, sure. I'll try it out. It was a no-brainer, okay, because it was the primary problem. There was pain to solve that problem. Cool. So I hope that makes sense. So that's number 2. So how painful is the problem? How important is your solution? Okay, if there's no importance, it's difficult. Okay. The next is supply and demand. So for the problem you select, there's a demand of that problem being solved, and there's a supply of the solutions. So when you find your individual problem, you're going to have to see the demand and supply for that problem. So what I mean by this is, let's say in your market, let's say there's different supply and demand balances. Okay. If there's more demand than there is supply, then if you go into that market and provide a supply for the demand, you are going to immediately fulfill the demand and make money. Example, you're a millionaire. It's an imbalance. If there is more supply than there is demand, then you are now in a hyper-competitive market. For example, real estate agents. There are so many real estate agents around where I live. Everyone is, I'm going to be a real estate agent. Like, there's so many. Okay. Drop shipping. Make money online with drop shipping. Like, stuff like this. A lot of competition, a lot of other people doing it. Maybe the supply is bigger than the demand. And then for the third scenario here, it would be the car market, where the demand and the supply are balanced. Okay, there are tons of car brands, but there's also tons of demand for cars. Okay? So when exploring markets and looking at the supply and demand, you should be thinking about 2 things. How many others have entered similar markets as this? And is this market craving a solution different from others? This is not something that you can simply sit around and speculate about. That will only maybe get you 10% of the way. This is something that you gain insight about when you talk to the market and interact with the market. Okay, so you want to find a winning market, but you shouldn't wait for the perfect market with zero competition to emerge. Okay, and the thing is, even though a market with much more supply than demand becomes highly competitive, competition isn't always a bad thing. It can make it easier to get results. Why? Because you don't have to pick a niche where no one else is, and you'll have a harder time educating the entire market on why your solution matters. You're going to have to get everyone problem aware and then get everyone solution aware of your mechanism. However, in markets where competition already exists, that burden is gone. You don't need to explain why your solution is important, only why it's better or different. And when there's other people in your, you shouldn't pick a market where there's absolutely zero supply, because if there's a lot of supply, that shows as well that there probably is a lot of demand most of the time. If there's a lot of car dealerships out there, that shows that there's a lot of people who probably want cars. If there's a lot of houses out there, that probably shows that there's a lot of people who want to live in houses. So the supply and demand kind of go hand in hand. And when there's a high supply, there's usually a demand to follow, but there are, scenarios where that could be different. And when there's no one else in your market, you got to educate everyone. You got to go and put a lot of effort into that, which can cost a lot of money and a lot of time. So Especially if you're starting out, don't lose time trying to find a blue ocean. Okay, no competition market, and instead swim in the red ocean and become a shark. Pick a problem that's more important. Pick a painful, more primary problem. And one thing you have to remember is it doesn't matter how much demand there is if the market simply can't afford your service. So this is the next sort of step that we're going to be jumping into. So what we went through already is number one, okay, can your market access? How painful is the problem? Supply and demand. Now we're going to be talking about, does your market have buying power? Okay, because this is the next step. If your market doesn't have buying power, if they can't afford your solution, then what's going to happen? You're just going to go and make a bunch of pitches and no one's going to buy. So almost everyone over 18 is able to pay for things they care about. Therefore, the goal isn't to only sell to people who are full of money. Okay, keeping that in mind, it's up to you to sell to a market that can actually afford your solution. Okay, you can sell perfectly, perfect sales script, perfect, perfect marketing, everything. Get them on the call, get them to say yes, and they can't afford it. Now you're screwed. If they actually don't have the money and they're not giving you some BS objection, then you can't really do much. Okay, so for example, market one is poor. They want and need your service badly. The demand is higher than the supply. Therefore, there's lots of area for you to come in. And 85% can't afford to pay your price. It's difficult. You're now back in the volume game to try to find that 15. Okay. Market two, they want and need your service badly. Same demand and supply, but 85% can't afford your service. You should be into that market. Okay. This way you'll have less resistance and more fun helping them solve their problems. They will also be more grateful for your help and more willing to implement and stick with the process because they can actually afford your solution. And it's not like some people when they come in and they're like, oh, this is my last dollar. It's difficult. It's very difficult because when you're like targeting this really kind of poor market and people are spending their last penny, they take action, but like there's more pressure on you and there's unnecessary pressure on you in a sense. Okay. So targeting a broke market also limits how much money you can actually make. If you're a big production company with tons of startup capital, then sure, you can play the volume game and that could work. But if you're trying to hit 100K a month by coaching 100 people at $100 each as a solo coach or even with a team, that's brutal. It's a nightmare. How can I do that? Even Alex Hormozy says, instead of doing 100 people at $100 each, I would much rather do, if I want to be a millionaire, I'd much rather do a $10,000 program, okay, and do that 100 times. Can I sell $10,000 100 times? If I can do that, I'm chilling. I can make my money. So why is this unrealistic? So people won't actually get real results. People will not take and treat you seriously with low investment. You're going to try to lower prices. That's just going to lower their commitment. Required to have a system that supports volume and lower margins. So on the other end, targeting a market with money is hands down one of the fastest ways to generate a ton of sales and have the ability to charge high ticket. This is what I do when I work with a lot of with fitness coaches that I work with. I'm trying to find one of the markets that has the most amount of money. Just to throw you a little Easter egg here. White collar professionals is a pretty good niche. People who are executives, people who are, high level investment bankers, white collar people who are making over 100 grand a year. It's a good niche. They can afford to spend $5 grand, $6 grand, 10 grand on a program. Okay. If they see the value. So not to mention, you're actually able to get your clients results. For example, if your goal is 20K a month and the offer is $200 a month, that means 100 clients, a lot of volume. Fulfilling 100 clients one-on-one isn't possible. So most resort to selling your ebooks, your info products, things that you don't have to actually be hands-on with, okay, which all end up having a less than 1% success rate. And over time, if none of your clients are getting amazing results, your business slowly fades out into nothing. So for example, what happens is a lot of course creators, and you'll see this happen. Like you'll see a course creator come, they'll blow up, they guarantee the success, and they blow up like crazy. They make a ton of money, but slowly after 1 to 2 years, they'll fade into nothingness. Okay. So they'll just kind of come and go. They'll come and go because their success rate is so low. Okay. And you need to be charging high ticket for success rate, and you need to be able to actually sustain that volume. if this cup can only hold a 100 milliliters and I'm trying to put 300 in here, there's no point. Go and fix the cup first and then pour the water. Okay? So therefore, the importance of creating a valuable transformation and choosing a market that can afford it leads to less objections, leads to more commitment, and leads to better results and more case studies, more money for you to leverage, more money for you to put back in your company, and etc. So once all these pieces are in place and you have everything here, okay, all these steps that we went through, buying power, supply and demand, painful solution, accessibility, okay, once you have all of these, okay, it's time to step back and look at your options with a clear strategic lens. And this is where the next step comes in, okay, which is all about ranking your markets, okay? So at this point, you should have a market or markets in mind that fit the criteria and that you are willing to pursue, okay? You must look at these options strictly from an objective point of view. Doesn't matter if you believe the market to be saturated or you don't really want to work with these people. This is a matter of which is the highest ranking to move forward with. Oftentimes what we want to do is influenced by the external. Okay, we have, ourself, and then we're influenced by family, family's influenced by friends, community, our nation, humanity. Everything is like, this is another thing I learned from Sam Ovens. A lot of perspectives that we have are not our perspectives, they're perspectives that have been downloaded into our brains. Okay, and they get influenced by others and end up settling into a losing market. Okay, so understand that if you decide to pursue your market, the first thing that comes to your mind, you are temporarily saying no to every other market for the time being. Some of market number one, number one market, meaning the best ranking market, the market that ranks the highest for all of these that we went through, all of these factors. You're temporarily saying no to every other market for the time being. Okay, some could be more lucrative, but you have to make that commitment. So therefore, it's crucial you make this decision objectively and logically and select the market you believe is best and not what everyone else says to do. So what I do within my company is, let me just pull this up, is we go ahead and we rank our individual markets. So we have a bunch of different kind of mechanisms here. Can they afford it? Can we guarantee success? I added in a couple others for, some of my clients. And for example, white collar executive males, can they afford it? Easily. Can we guarantee them success? 100%. Can we find them? They're, on social media, 100%. Okay. Are there other people offering to this crowd? I'm going to say not none. Okay. Is the market growing? Sure. Okay. And I added in a couple others, but those are the main ones that you're going to need, the ones that we went through before. And then you're going to see which one ranks the highest and then make your objective decision. Okay. So you have to make your objective decision from that and then move forward with it. Okay. The thing is, like, a lot of people, they'll really get hung up on like, oh, I just kind of want to do this market because it seems cool. It's like, okay, it's cool to you, but what's cooler? Okay. Do we want to make money? Do we want to scale? Okay. Do we actually want to be in a really good market where we can capitalize on, or do we want to be in a market that we find cool? Make your decision. So, niche selection checklist. Okay. Have I solved the problem for myself or know anyone else who's created a perfect solution for the problem? So these are things that you can go through on your own time. Can I locate them organically? Do I know something that the rest of the market isn't aware of? This is unique insights. Okay. Do I know things about this niche that others don't know about this niche? What is the market's desired outcome? What have they been trying to achieve this desired outcome? What have they been trying to do to achieve this desired outcome? And what have been their obstacles? Is the problem painful? Is it valuable to solve? And can they afford my solution? If you can go through and check all of these off and figure these out, you will have a good niche. And once you've narrowed down to the best option, don't overthink it, pull the trigger, and move forward. Too many people get stuck between a few niches. Oh, I'm going to try both at once. What? I'm going to divide my energy into two. That's what you're saying. Because both niches, this is the thing, both niches will somewhat work. Okay? You do a good niche and a bad niche at the same time, you will probably get some results with the bad niche still. Okay? But it's leverage long term. Business is a long-term game. Long term, you're going to be screwed. So pick one, put all your energy into one, put all of your eggs into one basket and go with it. You can always pivot later. The old way of building companies meant locking, into your market like it was set in stone, but that's no longer the case today because you can always shift. okay, especially online business, you can easily shift. You don't have a storefront with a massive employment team and patents, okay? You don't have that. So, cool. So how do you actually validate your market? So now that you have your market, I guess, situated, you understand what you're doing, what are the next steps to move forward after you have this set? Okay, so the old way of building companies was the following. Okay, so this is actually what I got from Sam Altman. He actually has a bunch of really good Harvard lectures. You can actually go and listen to them. But the old way of pretty much building a company is, you go and you have your concept, you bring it, you make your product, you make your service, you go do some testing, and then you go and launch it. So it's a concept. The old way is a concept. Like you have your concept, you have to build it out first, you build everything, and then you go and test and launch. Okay. So number one, you have your concept stage. You turn your passion into a business plan, you make your hypotheses, you do your product service development, you launch your marketing or whatever, you do your testing, and then you launch after you do all that work. The main difference between the product development model, which is the old way, and the new way, which I'm going to share with you here, is that it doesn't assume everything will be as forecasted. Okay. When have you looked at the forecast and it said rain coming and rain hasn't come? Sometimes. Okay. But we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. So each step of the new model is shown as a circular track because unlike the old way, it understands that the process needs to be iterated based on feedback, and finding the right customers in the right market likely won't happen on the first attempt. Okay. The customer development model assumes that it will take several iterations of each of the 4 steps until you get it right. So what happens is, in the new way, is instead of going and building everything out with your concept, you are going to the customers first. You have your niche, you understand what niche you're in, but that's not all the work. You have to go and validate this. You have to go and chat with the niche, okay? Get some validation, okay? And once you're talking to customers, okay? Excuse me. Once you're talking to customers, you're understanding what the process is, what they like, what they don't like, psychographics, where they situate, what they spend their time, like everything about them. You're gathering data. And then from there, you're trying to make a validation, or you're trying to push them towards moving with your solution. And if they actually see the value in it, based off of that, they will move forward. And they'll be like, oh, where's the process? Where's the program? You just simply say, yeah, we're in the building stage. I'm going to collect a deposit from you. And, $2,000 for your deposit, or whatever money for your 50% deposit. And then you're going to get your program in a week. That's exactly what I did with all my, a lot of the companies that I worked with. Is we go and we pitch, we collect, like when the company collect like 50 grand. And then after we collect 50 grand, we tell everyone, hey, we're going to be reaching out to you in roughly 2 weeks. Reach out to them in 2 weeks. After the process is built, spend some time building it out, 2 weeks to build it out, whatever, go and do it and run your system, and the system gets better over time. So what happens is, first step is finding the customer niche, the problem you believe to be solving for them. The goal here is to prove if your niche, problem, and offer hypothesis are correct. Okay, so prove if like all of these steps that we went through up here, are they correct? Okay. The only way of doing this is to gather real feedback from the market on your product or service, problem, and ideal consumer. Okay, so a lot of people think like, oh yeah, no, Ashton, no, white collar professionals, they're all rich. Okay, you think that, let me go test it. Let me go talk with people. Oh wait, there's a recession right now. Everyone in finance is broke. Okay, you don't know that. So you're running this process. Okay, so number 2 is customer validation. So the goal of this step is to prove that you have a set of customers in a niche that react positively with your service or product. Validation happens when you're able to relieve your customers of some of their money. Once that's proven, the next step is to build your sales roadmap, which is going to be a repeatable playbook based on what's already field tested to sell your product or service. Okay, so the best form of validation is if someone will give you money to solve a problem, because that means it's important for them. If you get a sale, that's a validation. Number 3 is customer creation. So it's at this step where you fire up your engines after getting in a few sales and proving and validating your hypothesis. Now you go heavy on marketing, create demand, and drive demand into your sales channel. And then, once you have even more data, etc., you can then even build even more scale, etc. Okay, so it all starts with talking to the customer, going and validating, maybe getting some sales up front, and then building it after you have that validation. Because most people, they'll just go and they'll build everything first. And this one guy, he reaches out to me. He's like, yeah, I'm building up my program. He's been building it out for the past like 2 months. I'm like, okay, have you talked to any customers yet? Nope. I'm making it perfect. Well, how do you know what's perfect? How many customers have gone through it? Have 100 customers gone through it and given you feedback on your process? No. Are you just building it off of what you think to be good? This is a big misconception. A lot of people, oh, well, if I think it's good, then it's probably good. No, you are not them. You are not your customers. Okay. And they waste time because then they go and launch it. People don't resonate with it. It affects your marketing. And now it's annoying. Okay. It's annoying. So go sell first, get validation, get customers, then build after. And then once you have your customers for that thing, then you can, after doing all that work, you can then go build it. It's not going to be perfect. Then you can run your customers through it. Then the more customers you run through your process, you will get more feedback. Okay? Cool. So, what is the overall process? So, number one, are you specialized in one market? Do you have experience in this market? Okay. Do you have some base level of unique insight? I'm just going to repeat this. You don't need to have experience, but I think it does help. Okay. Can you access this market? Is your service a must-have? Is the problem you're solving for a primary solution? Is the supply and demand healthy? Can they afford your service? Then go and rank your markets objectively, select your market to test, and then we do something called seed conversations. So we do this first step of customer discovery is talking to your customers. So my clients, I get them to go and reach out to warm connects, people who they know. Let's say they're targeting white collar professionals. Okay, my aunt's a white collar professional. My dad works a white collar job. This person works a white collar job that I know, my friend. You go reach out to these people. You talk to them. You ask all of them, hey, do you know anyone else that I could talk to regarding this? You then go talk to, let's say all these people know 2 people that they give you. Okay. Four people initially turn into now 4 plus 8. And now you're at 12. Those 8 people all give you 2 more. Now you have 16 plus 8 plus 4. Okay. It's not bad. Now you can really just start to talk to people, try to pitch it, see how they resonate. Okay. Then you can pull your trigger after you've done some conversations. You can test even more, and then you can build from there. So it's all about having data. So the thesis of this is the best market is the market that you know the most about and the market that you have the most data within. Because you can go into a really bad market, but if you know a lot about that market, very competitive market, you know a lot about the market, a lot about the consumers, then that market now turns into a market that you can actually capitalize on. So you need data. You need data. Okay. So in conclusion, it's extremely important to be cutthroat with your decision and understand that the market you enter will dictate your success more than any other factor within your business. Of course, there are many other factors that once bootstrapped onto your market will result in leveraged success or lack thereof. Okay, your niche, your offer, your marketing, etc. Remember, when you are selecting a niche, it will not be the niche itself that will fail. It will be the specific offering within that niche that can allow you to scale effortlessly. Run the exercise and ensure that you have a niche that suits the following requirements in terms of growth, money to spend, pain, and etc. Your niche is not something to be taken lightly. Many people rush into the niche before talking with the market and genuinely seeing what the market wants. Your success within a niche will be determined by the insights, the data you gain regarding the niche, not by aimlessly jumping into a niche that will magically turn out to be profitable. You see a lot of kids online, oh, I just made a lot of money really quickly. They are the magic people. Okay, a lot of them just jumped into random niches and made a lot of money. Some of them actually did calculated approaches. But data is what you should be going after. Even if you're talking with people and they're not interested, that's data. If people tell you to F off, that's data. Everything is data that's going to lead you more to the next kind of step. Okay? So if you haven't already watched episode 1 of the series, I highly recommend watching the next. So this is all about market selection, market dynamics, etc. I've already made that video about specifically your offer, how to pretty much build your offer. And because without pairing a good offer, none of this will really matter because you need to figure out a good offer for that individual market. So I'll link the offer one below, and you will be seeing the following videos coming out. This is going to be a multi-part series, and I hope you guys got some value about learning about what market you should be in and how to choose different markets. Thanks for watching.
Right now, everyone is focused on the things that are not actually scaling their business. And what I mean by this is people are focused on leads. People are focused on, I need more appointments. I need more people in my Calendly, thinking that that's going to result in them making more money, right? In fact, I was taking 12 meetings a day, yet I'm making more now with 2 to 1 meeting a day. How does that work? Okay? So what we're going to be talking about today is client acquisition, okay? The way that I get clients and the way that I've been able to scale to 50, 60K a month as a fitness coach online, and how if you're a coach, if you're a fitness or health or whatever sort of coach you are, I'm going to give you kind of the blueprint that I've followed. And this is not a way of just getting clients or getting more meetings. This is a way of getting clients that are actually wanting to work with you. It's like, would you rather a girl, if you're dating, that is actually in love with you and actually wants to be your wife or whatever? Or would you rather a girl who's like, yeah, it's kind of like maybe the best that I could get at the time, right? We want clients who have a genuine burning desire to work with us, that are educated about us, that see us as the best option in the marketplace, okay? And that all comes through how we get clients and how we educate them into working with us, into our overall kind of client acquisition process. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Buckle up. It's going to be a good one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very boring video about client acquisition. This is going to be extremely boring. I'm going to be giving you the things that have worked, the things that have brought me to over $50,000 a month as a fitness coach, and has brought several other of my clients above that level as well, okay? And specifically, how to actually get clients. We're not talking about building offers. We're not talking about niche selection. We're not talking about what market to be in. We're talking about pure marketing. How do I get someone to take action with me and turn that action, that intent, into cash? How do we do that? That's what we're going to be talking about today. Okay? So let's jump into it. So when it comes to bottlenecks, pretty much every business owner out there, they all believe that they just need more leads. They need more appointments, more people in their Calendly. And, I'm only taking 2 meetings a day right now. If I take, 5 meetings a day or 10 meetings a day, then I'll be making 3 or 4 times as much as I'm making right now. If I just take more meetings, I'll make more. And that's going to solve all the problems, okay? But however, most of the time, it's not the case. If your business model, if your offer, if your niche, and everything else that comes before client acquisition isn't dialed in properly, you'll have a hard time scaling no matter what. I was taking 12 meetings a day about a year ago. 12 freaking meetings every single day. And I thought it was a sales issue. I was like, oh my God, why am I not making that much money? Why am I still stuck, even though I'm taking so much more meetings? So I went and did, let me get better at sales. Let me get better at sales. Didn't change anything. Okay. And then now I'm taking a lot less meetings, 2 meetings a day, maybe, sometimes 1. And I'm making a lot more than I was before. How does that work? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense. Okay. So you need to make sure before client acquisition happens that your niche, your offer, are dialed in, because no matter what, if you are trying to get clients but you don't have those 2 things actually in a good state, then no matter how hard you try with client acquisition, you will be stuck in a trap, consistently trying to get clients and not being able to resonate, not being able to have people actually join your process. Okay, a lot of show rates, a lot of no-show rates, etc. Okay. So if you haven't already, go watch the first 2 episodes of the series, the offer and niche. I talk about offer building in one video and niche selection in another, like market dynamics. And once you have that dialed in, then we can move on to client acquisition. Okay, if you already have it locked in, then let's keep going. So when it comes to client acquisition is not based on luck. Client acquisition is a skill. And when you learn to execute effectively, the following can occur. So for example, one of my clients, Paul Anthony with DreamBody, he, roughly doing around $60,000 to $80,000 a month. Okay, sales over 50 G's this month. I'm at $61,000 this month. Sold 20 G's already this week. Okay. Jason, okay, he went from barely making any money as an online coach, trying to scale his audience on TikTok. I'm just going to keep, pushing And I have 30,000 followers on TikTok. I just need this many. We went away from that. Okay. And he was able to make $20,000 a month consistently. And like for him, like a lot of you guys may think, oh, 20K a month, that's not that much. Like for this guy, like that was a big deal for him. And this is the thing, I want to emphasize this for a lot of you guys watching this. A lot of you guys don't really need to make $100,000 or $200,000 a month in order to live the life that you actually want to live. Like actually, if you want freedom, if you want to be able to do what you want when you want, go travel, go do this, tell your boss to F off. You don't need this massive level of financial freedom. You only need maybe $20,000 to $50,000 a month. Okay. Also, Daz, okay, online fitness coach. He has a pretty big audience, and he was only doing, maybe 5 to 10K a month. We came in and he was doing 30 to 35K a month, selling a high ticket package in the Indian market. A lot of you guys may say, oh, it's impossible to sell to Indians or people in Southeast Asia or whatever, or even in Africa. Well, we did it here in India, and I have clients in Africa doing the exact same thing, okay, selling high ticket. Okay, another client, Richard Cooper. A lot of you guys may know of him as well. He's pretty big on YouTube. He has like 1 million on YouTube, something probably just below that. He has a high ticket men's community, which is a 10K entry. As you can see right here, people paying with crypto just directly to the wallet. No Stripe fees. Okay. And he was doing roughly 1 sale a month, and we came in and he was doing, 5 to 6 sales every month. And also Isaac, okay, growth operator, went from 10K to 30K a month as a growth operator, helping coaches. He's a coach for coaches pretty much. And we were able to help him as well. And all of these have in common of understanding how to get clients effectively based on your niche. And even myself, going from barely making any money to being able to make $50,000 a month every single month and more than that. Okay, so all client acquisition really comes down to is leveraging attention. Okay, 2 things, leveraging and leveraging attention. Okay, if you look at every single large brand or company that scaled extremely quickly, they all have one thing in common. They leveraged attention effectively. So you can have attention, but if you don't leverage it, you're screwed. You can have leverage, but with no attention, you're also screwed. So for example, The Rock, okay, he had a big brand. He was actor, UFC, famous guy, probably making, $10 to $50 million a year. Good money. And then he started Terramana, and he allocated his attention, his existing audience that he had, that he's built up, to the brand of Terramana that now has a valuation of just around $3 billion. Okay? And he owns a third, I believe, of Terramana. Okay? So he took something such as his attention and he leveraged it into something that was actually a leveraged vehicle that got him that billionaire. That B gave him the Billy. Okay? Kim K, same thing. Had her audience, doing the whole LA, fake boobs, famous person, whatever. Had the audience, Instagram, social media. Leverage that into an actual leveraged model, such as building her own brand, Skims, that now has a valuation of $4 billion. Kim K is a billionaire. Conor McGregor, same thing with Proper 12, which is his Irish whiskey company. Valuation of $600 million. Conor McGregor, in the UFC, they'll pay they'll pay good money, but you're still probably stuck in that $1 to $5 million a year. There's no way you're, getting $600 million valuation by just grinding the UFC. And he understood that, and he leveraged that. He leveraged his audience. Same with Rihanna with Fenty. Okay. Same with Mr. Beast. Okay. He only realized, oh my God, okay, my YouTube videos can get me far. Sure. But Mr. Beast Burger, Feastables, okay, all of these itemized, leveraged things that he was able to allocate his audience to got him to the point where now I believe he's a billionaire right now. Someone actually offered to buy his YouTube channel for just under $1 billion. Okay, and all of his companies as well that he's allocating this attention to are pushing towards that, high net worth. Okay? So these people, they've created $1 billion companies due to the level of attention they generate, not because of the quality of their products or services. Okay, a lot of you guys, do you really think that, most people, when they're buying Terramana, they're not buying Terramana because it's the best in the industry. They're buying it because it's associated with The Rock. Same with Skims. Oh, Kim K wears it and Kim K is my idol. so therefore I'm going to buy Skims. I watched the show, whatever, I don't even know what their show. Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Oh, I know who Conor McGregor is from the UFC. Therefore, when I go to the liquor store and I see two whiskeys, one that's proper 12 and one that's not, I'm going to buy proper 12. Even though it's probably not the best whiskey, whatever, objectively, in their minds, in the consumer's mind, it's associated with that person because they have the attention. So none of the products you see above are the best in the market. Okay, like I've stated, they're simply the ones getting the most traffic pushed to them. Even if you have the best product, if you have a grand slam offer, the Alex Hormozi offer, you will still be stuck with no one knowing who you are. Okay? Getting beaten by people with a worse product or service than you simply because they drive more impressions. And this happens with ads a lot. A lot of people will just simply outbid you when you go and run ads. Oh, I'm spending $100 a day. Well, here's the thing, buddy. Here's the thing, buddy. If you're spending $100 a day on ads, and you got a competitor over here that's spending $2,000 a day on ads, he's going to beat you. Let's say now, okay, I'll spend $2,000 a day. Well, there's people spending $5,000 a day on ads. They're going to outbid you. Okay? So this happens a lot where the more eyeballs you get, it becomes a statistic. It becomes okay, I have this many impressions, therefore, though this percentage of people are going to turn into clients from that amount of people who view my stuff. Okay? As Grant Cardone says, best known always beats the best. Best known always beats the best. Okay? It's Grant Cardone. He's a billionaire as well. So you can have the best product. You can have the best marketing, the best program, or whatever the hell that means. Oh, my program is so good. I have the perfect website. Okay, like, oh, my process, why is your process better? Well, we do this, this, and this in the program, and the competitors don't. Well, does that really matter? Does it really matter? Okay. So the difference between you making 20K a month or making 200K a month isn't how great your product is, but how much attention or traffic you're generating to it. If you want to make 100K profit every month, it's very simple. You figure out how much attention is required and spend everything you can, your money, your energy, your time, etc., to achieve it. Figure out the amount of impressions you need to make it unreasonable to not make the amount of money you want to make. Okay, which brings us to volume negating luck. If you want to make $10,000 a month, okay, how many people need to know about us every single day or every single week or every single month so then some of these people turn into clients? Okay? For example, with ads, if you want to, so 10K a month, you want to make 10K a month. The calculation that we've done with our team, you can get away with 1,000 to 2,000 people hearing about you per month. If you want to make $50,000 a month, you can get away with 300 to 500 people per day hearing about you. If you want to make $100,000 a month, you'll need to reach 1,000 people daily who are hearing about you, who are within that niche, within your market. This is a big thing. A lot of people fuck up here when they go and just try to get anyone to view their stuff. Oh, I just have more views. No. Volume within your niche. So these people must be within your target audience. So the larger you want to scale, the harder you'll need to work to see incremental gains. Okay? This is where it becomes difficult to understand the cost of scaling because it's an exponential cost. Simply to do a lot of volume, and if it's working, you do more. However, if you have no leverage, make $1 million, you need to put in $1 million worth of effort. And this is what destroys most people because they're stuck inputting a lot of money into ads or a lot of effort into content or a lot of effort into cold DMs or whatever they're doing. And that effort is equivalent to the amount of money that they're outputting from that effort. And there's no leverage. Okay? Because you can do cold DMs, you can do outbound, and you can get calls like what I share with you, 12 meetings a day. Okay? But we don't care about just getting calls. There's, thousands of ways to get calls. There's thousands of new funnels. Oh, the tripwire funnel. You got to run the tripwire funnel. Like there's all these new names of new funnels, new Instagram inbound funnel. Automation AI funnel. It's like, what?
Can we bring things back a little bit? Can we just simplify things a little bit? Can we be a little bit more relaxed? Can we just like breathe through the nose, preferably? Okay. Instead, what we care about is having the ability to input the least amount of effort in and get the most output. Okay, so this is leverage. Leverage is physics. Archimedes said, give me a lever long enough and I can lift the world. So all it is in physics, you have an input, so effort, and you have an output, which is lifting a load. Okay, and this is physics. There's a calculation for this based on the position of the fulcrum. You bring the fulcrum to one point or another, and you gain leverage or you lose leverage. And the same thing is applied in your business. Some of you guys are putting yourselves in unleveraged situations where your input to output ratio is totally off. Putting in a lot of effort, getting nothing. Or you're putting in a lot of effort and getting exactly what you got out of that effort. That has to be, you have to get yourself to the point where you're putting in an effort and that effort has a 10 or 20x multiplier and doubling down on that system. Okay? So the goal of leverage is simply to get more outputs from your initial inputs. Okay, so when you're focused on something like outbound, which has minimal leverage, to 10x your outputs, you'll need to 10x your inputs, meaning it'll be symmetrical. Okay? It's stuck together and those points never touch. Meaning, if you want to get to 100K a month, you got to do 100K a month worth of volume for outbound. Okay? Where if you want to make more, you must work more. Okay? So for example, a lot of you guys are stuck in this trap as well. When I first started out, I also fell into the flawed norm of working hard, disregarding the system, not understanding these concepts. I used to grind every spare second I had, posting on TikTok, doing all this stuff. My original thesis was to consistently post on TikTok 1 time per day. And I scaled my TikTok pretty decently. Like I didn't blow up by any means, but I had a couple videos, 1 million views, 200,000 views, 100,000, 200, a couple videos that blew up. Okay. And I forced myself to post. I was doing the input, but I was not in a leverage system. I posted and posted and posted, trying to get an audience that would pay me money on behalf of programming or whatever. Because some people when I was younger were like, "Oh my God, you should do this because you're jacked." Okay, and that led me nowhere. I had zero idea what I was doing, and I would just continually post it, especially when I didn't feel like it. Because that's what the guys online told me to do, be disciplined. Because if I knew I had discipline with the gym, that it would directly translate into business. And I was dead wrong. I vividly remember sitting at my desk, going through my phone. I was checking how many videos I posted and looked at some of the ones that went viral. Oh, 1 million views, whatever. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so cool. Like these posts look so cool. Then I asked myself this one question. I'm like, okay, Ashton, you've, generated tons of views. How much money have you made from this? What I didn't realize then, what you need to realize now, is that you cannot scale if you keep putting your extra time back into an old flawed system. Because I made nothing from doing that for a year. Every millisecond of time needs to be used extremely mindfully only on high leverage activities that'll actually allow you to scale long term without shackling yourself to a system where you become enslaved to your own business. A lot of you guys are enslaved either content, getting clients, even taking calls can be a form of slavery too. Like you're taking 10 calls and you're closing 1. That is a problem. That is a problem. Don't try to get 20 calls now. Okay, you're going to have 20 calls and close 2. That is also a problem. Okay? Which is why when we're building out our client acquisition infrastructure, we need to find what will give us the most amount of leverage. The most output from our input. This is the entire thesis of this video. Okay. What system? Because there's so many systems to do. There's paid ads, there's this, there's outbound, whatever. What system? One system, not many. A lot of people say, oh, you got to do many systems. Well, one system can we do that we can put all of our eggs into one basket and scale with? And that's what we're going to be talking about right now. Okay. So let's talk. Number one, first thing is we're going to be talking about paid ads. Leveraging attention through paid ads. So the first client acquisition vehicle is going to be paid ads, specifically on Meta, which is Instagram and Facebook. So this is the model that I run with all of my clients due to its simplicity in scale. Okay. I've been running ads for probably the last 3.5, 4 years. And I spend roughly around 6 figures, middle 6 figures per month on ads across all my clients. And this is the one vehicle that I genuinely believe if you can crack, and what I mean crack, like understand how to do it and perfect it with your offer, your messaging, everything, then you could see a really high leverage return. Okay. So paid ads are one of the highest leverage and most consistent methods of generating traffic we've seen with fitness professionals. Okay, especially on Meta, where advertising on Facebook and Instagram has been insanely accurate over the last few years. With Facebook, they have their AI, where instead of you having to go and do all the targeting, like, oh, I want moms in Utah who like trail walks, so I'm having to go and do that. Meta will just be like, okay, I've read your ad or I've listened to your ad if it's a video ad. I know who you're targeting. You know what? I'm smarter than you. I'm an AI. I know everything. Okay. And why do they know that? Why is it so accurate? Okay. It's because they own data. Facebook is actually a data collection company. Facebook and Instagram, all social medias are a data collection company, because if it's free, you are the product. And with Facebook and Instagram, it's free to use. You can go on Instagram and scroll. It's free. But how do they make their money? They make their money by owning your data and selling it to advertisers. Okay? And they own a lot of data. They own 1.4 trillion US dollars worth of it. $1.4 trillion worth of data. Okay? Facebook's market cap is 1.45 trillion. That's like bigger than a lot of countries. That's bigger than a ton of countries, like GDP. So they own all of this data and they sell it to the advertisers. So if you actually look at Meta maybe owns a couple office buildings, whatever, but the value, the assets that they own is data. If you look at like a construction company, the valuation of a construction company will be based on, if you look at their balance sheet, their income statement, it's going to be based off of, okay, we own trucks, we have a shop with a property, we own equipment, we have this many employees. Okay. With Meta, it's all based on data that advertisers can buy. So with paid ads, we're able to use capital leverage, using money to make more money, to buy impressions. Just go to Facebook, say, hey, you got a ton of data. You have $1.45 trillion worth of data. Every time you scroll on Instagram, okay, what is Facebook doing? What is Instagram doing? They're collecting data about what you like, what you don't like, when you like it. You ever notice that your Instagram feed is different in the morning than the evenings or in the afternoons? Do you ever notice that your mom has a different Instagram than you do? Why is that? It's, imagine going to a shop, a bakery, but instead of just everyone gets the same selection at the bakery, you go into the bakery and the bakery is adjusted to you. So you walk in and you say, hey, I'll have what I'm feeling right now. And they'll know exactly what you're feeling. They'll say, okay, we'll give you this, 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 and this, and this. Boom. Okay. That's what Meta's doing. Okay. That's what social media is doing. So they're buying impressions from that data. Okay. And there's a lot of leverage in using money to make money here, because instead of having to go and I'm going to go send cold DMs, you got to go find the data. I'm going to go send cold emails. You also have to go find the data, which are the people who would most likely buy your stuff, to then feed the message to. Why do that? Why go through all that pain? Okay. So let's just spend the money to access the data pool that they've been collecting for the past 20 years. Okay. So with ads, it's infinitely more leverage than outbound and other methods, because you still have the same amount of effort and time per day. But if you spend $20 on ads, you'll get 1,000 impressions. Okay. Which would normally take 10 VAs, 50 hours of work. And even if you're not the one doing the work, it doesn't mean you aren't incurring the cost of time. Okay. But most people still have an old belief that ads are expensive and outbound is less expensive and it's more sustainable. And I don't want to be looked at as that guy online who's running ads. That's a limiting belief. Just get that out of your head. Okay. I had this belief before, but I had to ask myself if it was truly serving me. Okay. I was like, oh, I don't want to be associated with these guys online. I don't want to, oh, ads are expensive, blah, blah, blah. And it really wasn't serving me. Okay? I've made tons of money with ads. And outbound is more sustainable over time because the cost doesn't rise as fast. The cost doesn't rise as fast, but in no way is it less expensive. Okay? What do you really value? As in, why are we playing the game in the first place? For most of us, we want to enjoy the freedoms. We want to enjoy life. We want to live whatever Miami penthouse. And amazing gifts life has to offer. Most importantly, being able to be present. Okay? As soon as possible. Stressing about your bill. You're stressing about, oh, money here. I got to pay rent here. That's taking away from your presence. Okay? Our goal is not actually money, but the presence that money will give us. The freedom. Okay? Therefore, technically, the only expensive thing is going to be the thing keeping us from experiencing presence sooner. So money isn't the goal. It's simply numbers on a screen or pieces of paper. Wasting it shouldn't affect you whatsoever, and that's not the goal of what you're working towards. Using money isn't an expense, it's leverage. It's capital leverage. Alex Hormozi spent $3,000 a day when he was starting out Gym Launch on his credit card with minus $150,000 in the bank. And he still was spending $3,000 a day going in the hole. And he sent it with ads. I'm not saying you got to send it that hard. That's a full port. You're just like going right into the deep end. Backflip. Okay? But you absolutely have to understand how to utilize your capital. Okay? Let's say you have 10K, 20K, 30K in the bank. What's that going to do? Okay? What is it going to do? It's just going to depreciate. Inflation, whatever, it's going to lose, 2%, 3%, 4% a year. Okay. So you need to become a capital allocator, trading money instead of trading your time. So a lot of you, especially a lot of you guys who are starting out, you believe that you're starting out and you're making your first little bit of money. Let's say you're making 10K a month. The last thing you should be doing is hoarding your money and saying, oh, I'm young, therefore I have to save. I have nothing to save. I have nothing saved. You shouldn't just be hoarding your money. You should be utilizing, investing, understanding what to invest in, but not in a stupid way, just throwing money aimlessly, obviously. Miami bottle service, okay? But strategically investing, okay? And trading your money instead of trading your time. And what does outbound heavily rely on? It relies on your time, okay? Outbound is time spent because you're still incurring the time cost. So you're trading more time than money. Okay, meaning you're saving money to experience a desired outcome. But what's more valuable, money or time? I'm sure at different points in your life, you'll maybe answer this differently or whatever. But what's more important, your money or your time? Okay. And especially with ads, it's like you're not spending an incredible amount of money to see the results that you want to see. When I say you're spending, like $3,000 a day, that is Alex making $400,000 a month, okay, from that investment. Okay, you want to hit 10K a month? Let's spend $30 a day. Let's spend $800 per month. Let's spend $1,000 per month, and let's get some leads. Let's get something in the pipeline. Okay, so time is more valuable, as if we were to allocate the same time spent to a higher leverage acquisition method. You can go from being stuck at 20K a month to making $2 million a month using the same 24 hours you get every day. Everyone gets the same 24 hours. So once I questioned the beliefs I had around outbound paid ads, I realized that the beliefs I had were the same beliefs keeping me from achieving the next level. So question your beliefs and break them down to reveal the objective truth. Never follow the crowd or adopt their beliefs, as 95% of the market is failing. This is a big point. A lot of you guys are doing the same things that other people are doing that you think are doing really good. But you have to realize 95% of fitness coaches are making $0. Like nothing. The average fitness coach maybe makes $2,000 per month. Average. Across all industries, fitness coaching. Okay? So question your beliefs. Okay? Find the objective truth, because a lot of our beliefs are subjective based off of what other people have given us. So if you're not sure whether you should spend the money you have on ads, let's break down the economics of it. Okay. So let's say your ad budget is $500. Okay. Can I zoom in more than this? No, I unfortunately cannot. Okay. Let's say your ad budget is $500. So therefore, let's say you're getting an average cost per lead of $6 per lead. Okay, I'm just looking at this calculation because this is what we do with a lot of clients who don't want to spend a ton of money on ads but still want to see some results. Okay. And from that, you're getting 75 leads. And 10 and 20, between roughly 10 and 20% of those leads are on average booked into a call. So if you get 10 leads, you'll probably get 2 bookings, maybe 1.5 per 10 leads that you get. Okay. So that's resulting in 7 to 15 calls. And let's say you have, roughly a 20% closing rate. You're a pretty good closer. You know what you're doing. You're not amazing, but you know what you're doing. Okay. And we can also add in strategies such as financing, higher ticket options, using a firm, using split pay, like certain financing options to break down costs for people who don't want to piff immediately. These are processes that I implement as well. So let's say you're 20% closing rate, you're getting one to 3 new clients, okay, from that $500. Okay, let's say your average ticket price is $7K. So $7K to 21 in new revenue from ads. So this is the thing. $7K is very attainable from ads, but again, there's going to have to be sales processes in between these as well. So on top of this, the 5%, let's say goes to the setter, 10 to 15% goes to the closer, 5% is the ad cost. Total cost is, let's say, $30,000. And you're making roughly $5,600 per deal. Okay, so would you spend $500 if you could generate $7,000 to $21,000 every single time without you having to do anything? With you just setting things up in the beginning, having the assets there, having also the educative assets, because I don't want to lie to you. You can spend money on ads. A lot of people are running ads, but there still has to be a point when you're running ads where it nurtures people before calls. It gets people to be so interested before the call that when they're on that call, when they first join the call, they know that they're going to buy. That's when you know when you don't have to sell, when you're at the point where it's like, okay, my ads process is so good, everything is good. I don't even have to deal with I want to think about an objection because I don't get them. That's when you've beat the game. Okay? And that's what's happening with me right now. I don't get a crazy amount of calls, and I don't really want more calls because all the calls I get, it's like, hey, how you doing? Oh, nice to meet you, man. Where are you from? Okay, cool. Can I tell you about the program? Nice. This is how much the program is. This is what we do. All right, cool. Can I move forward? Sure. Can you list out to me your credit card? Cool. Done. Closed. Okay? Because I've done the work and set this up properly. So you can scale really effortlessly with ads if you have the right systems in place. So obviously, anyone would spend $500 to generate that $7,000 to $21,000 on the opposite end. Okay. So, but one of the downsides of Meta, however, is that it's still linked to an input of dollars. So even though it's incredible for scaling and getting leads consistently, we also want to be building systems that are completely detached from needing constant inputs. Okay. So like, I know a lot of guys who are doing really big numbers. Let's say you're doing $1 million a month. It's like, okay, shoot, we're spending 200 grand on ads right now per month. We're making $1 million. That's great. But if we want to get to 2 million a month, then we got to 2x the leads. Then therefore we got to spend 400 grand on ads. And now you're playing a spending game to make more, which you can do, but you're still always attached to that input. Okay. So something you can put in one initial effort of producing and it brings you returns forever is obviously the point that you want to get to. So we want to build this type of system where success is inevitable and exponential. Therefore, why are we building an organic audience and paying to leverage attention on Meta? Okay. So for example, paid ads, linear, leveraged, short-term, consistent and predictable. If I put in $100 a day, my cost per lead is $10, then I'll get 10 leads a day. Very straightforward. Organic is exponential and it's leveraged and it's long-term. Okay. Paid and organic both have their purpose, and it's not A or B that's going to get you to the next level. Both are going to help you achieve the targets you set to achieve. Okay. Both are very important. You need both. Okay. I don't like the people that join my process, the people that I work with, my partners within my company. I never say you just need to run ads. I never say you just have to go and work harder and post more content or make your content better. Okay. Let's look at this holistically. Okay. How do we get our ads to be doing really good for short term? Okay. Linear, short term. Let's get ads going. Let's get leads. Let's get things starting to roll. Okay. And then while we're doing that, with the extra time we have, because, we have systems in place, because we're running ads, we're not having to send cold DMs and message people. Let's use that extra time to actually work on our organic things that are going to stay long-term, media assets that are going to stay with us long-term, so that both of these are working towards an ideal. Okay. So let's paid ads. Paid ads are very leveraged. I've made the most amount of money that I've made with my agency, with my company, with fitness coaching through paid ads. And I still think that it's the best way initially to get clients. Okay. But long-term, organic content can be an absolute killer. Okay. And I'm going to share to you why organic is extremely important. And a lot of you guys are doing it kind of incorrectly. Okay. And I'm explaining to you why. So how do you leverage attention through organic content? Okay, this is probably a big one. A lot of you guys are already doing organic content. So listen up. So organic content uses the highest form of leverage, which is media. With media assets, there is no marginal cost of replication. Unlike ads where you must pay to get impressions, organic content gets pushed out to audiences on its own for years without needing any time, money, or effort required other than the initial effort of producing it. Okay. So for example, this YouTube video is an example of a media asset with no marginal cost of replication. I'm creating this once, and I'll be able to distribute it thousands of times without having to spend time or money on it ever again. I can take this video and I can even put ad dollars behind this video and put those together. Okay. One initial effort can be multiplied. Okay. For that exact reason, media assets are extremely scalable. Okay. Chamath Palihapitiya, one of the founders of Facebook, he pretty much said, media and code are permissionless levers. They're two things that are so leveraged that they become permissionless. You put it out once, one initial effort, and you can scale forever. Okay? People can see this video 10 years from now, if it's on my YouTube channel, and be like, oh, cool. Okay? So years ago, to give the same presentation, my best option would be to go to a lecture hall or an auditorium and talk to a few hundred people at best. Today, we no longer have that limitation. With code and media, you're essentially creating assets once and owning them to continue leveraging them forever. Okay? So Mr. Beast is the best example of how one initial effort of producing a sales asset on an organic growth channel like YouTube can continue to bring results, sales, leads, impressions, years after launching it. He spends an insane amount of time, insane amount of money to build his videos, but this is the funny thing. He only has to do that one time per video. Okay? So all of these assets will work for him and will generate sales while he sleeps almost forever. Okay? He'll like forever. People will watch Mr. Beast probably 20 years from now. Look back on it. All off of this initial one effort. So with organic, every single asset you upload will work for you forever. Your efforts stack. You can grow your audience exponentially. And this is why growing on YouTube is important in 2025, 2026, 2027. Okay? The thing with YouTube, even Sam Ovens said this as well in a really interesting podcast. I think it's the only Sam Ovens podcast that's on Spotify. He says that with Instagram, with Facebook, with TikTok, you post a video once and maybe you'll get some impressions for maybe a week maximum. Okay? And then no one will view the video again unless they go and scroll down on your page and click the video. But with YouTube knows if the video is good and if people are resonating with it, if it's getting views, if it's getting clicks, and it will promote that video for the next 6 months to a year to 2 years. I've had videos, if you go on my channel, I have videos that I've published over a year ago, and I still see 30 views a day, 20 views a day, without just chilling. me doing nothing. And this is why YouTube is extremely valuable for owning media assets and having media assets on YouTube. So all in all, you need to be building online as a creator. So the creator wave is only getting more competitive, and today is the least competitive it'll ever be from now on. So Chamath, the guy that I was speaking about, this is his face, Chamath Palihapitiya. If you guys can pronounce his name, you can make 100K a month, trust me. So also stated the importance of focusing on the creator content, on the content creator side of things, because that's where the puck is going. This is what he says. Focusing on the content creator side of things, that's where the puck is going. You're going to be able to see exactly why that's the case here. So we're going to talk about something that is going to show you why, yes, you still have to create content. Yes, you still have to have your own real estate online. You still have to have your farmland online. Okay? So let me walk you through this. So first wave. Industries build off of industries. For example, the car was built because it was built off of, okay, there was horse and buggy, let's innovate on top of that. Then the first model of the car was created, let's say Henry Ford. Then he said, okay, now I'm going to go take and build off of that and innovate. So industry stack on top of industries, and I'm going to explain to you why here. So first wave, okay, so we've seen this in, let's say, early, late 90s, early 2000s. We have Google, we have Apple, we have Microsoft, and they created trillions of dollars in enterprise value, okay? Apple, $2.6 trillion business, and they acquired billions of users, okay? So these, for example, Apple is a phone. It's something where you can do things on. Technology, okay? And the second wave is the industry within the industry. So the second wave would be Meta, YouTube, Snapchat, social media platforms, okay? And these created the social network within the platforms that I showed you in the first wave here, such as Apple, such as Google, and they, acquired billions of users as well, okay? So one initial, Apple created the phone, okay? And then people were using the phone. Then someone used the attention of this phone to get apps on that phone. And maybe one of those apps was Meta, Instagram, Facebook. People start using that. Okay. And even before Google, there were superconductors. Okay. There were processing units. Okay. Base level computers turn into, smartphones, turn into this, turn into social media platforms. It's all built off of each other. Okay, and then the new wave, everyone's on Instagram, everyone's on Facebook, whatever, is the people who are within the second wave. Okay, so for example, Mr. Beast attracted hundreds of millions of subscribers through entertainment, insights, his community, and he's worth well over $1 billion. In 2022, his net worth was $500 million. I'm sure he's well into the B's right now for sure. So this clearly shows that once several unique insights and a base foundation of skills is generated with an offer in a specific market, then you can pull the content lever and win, okay? One of my mentors, Naval Ravikant, often talks about using media and code to your advantage. The new fortunes of wealth creation is in accessing permissionless leverage. Leverage with unique things, unique insights are a money-making machine. Things that people are not talking about online, things that are unique, things that, okay, everyone's making content about here's how to eat as a fitness coach. No one wants to hear that. What are unique things? Okay. So all in all, what Chamath is pretty much stating is the industries are building on top of industries. And even with AI is coming into all of these second wave applications as well and are building on top of that. Okay. And he says the new puck, the new thing is going, the attention is now going to content creators and has been for the last, 5 years or so, maybe 10 years. So for example, with permissionless levers, with leverage, the old permissionless leverage where, financial, where you use other people's money to acquire more money. Okay. You go to the bank, hey, bank can have a loan. Human resources, you hire others to input energy into a system. Okay. And these are unique skill sets within fitness and health. Okay. So market specific insights, nutrition, sleep, weight training, cardio, lifestyle orientation, energy levels, motivation, back pain, whatever. But he also states that most people are simply playing the creator game wrong. So these are the old sort of permissionless levers. Okay. And all in all, these old permissionless levers, they're not obsolete. Having a team is good. Using other people's money to make money is good. But where does most of the leverage come in, especially in today's market? Okay. And how do we combine that with uniqueness? Okay. Unique insights. So I'm going to be talking a little bit, I know this is probably a little bit confusing. We're going to be talking about that a little bit later, but cool. Okay. So he also states that most people are simply playing the creator game wrong. So most people do not realize we are in what we call the creator economy. People no longer buy from just anyone. People only buy from the people they like and trust. This is a really big one. People, if I'm going to go buy a mentorship, or if I want to start a car detailing business and I want to buy a mentorship, I'm going to probably buy from the guy that I watch on YouTube, or the guy that I see his ad, I'm in his ecosystem, I'm getting educated, and I like him and I trust him. So it's very important to keep this in the back of your mind, because people are only getting more skeptical. It's getting even harder. Okay. And what I call this is the post-truth era. Okay. Therefore, if you're using the outdated model of sending DMs, running ads, and immediately trying to book them into a sales call and close them, it will be a nightmare. The post-truth era is, for example, 60 years ago, people believed things more. If you heard a claim, you would believe it. That's why old sales tactics are obsolete today, because back then they worked, but now they don't, because people have less trust, if that makes sense. Okay? So that might have been effective 10 years ago, but today it's very difficult to acquire clients this way, because no one spends money on someone they haven't consumed content from anymore. And even if you can get clients, your closing rate will be horrible, cash collected will be low, and you'll struggle to retain clients on the back end. While most people are still using the old, outdated method of getting leads and immediately trying to brute force them into booking a call and closing them when they barely know you, almost everyone knows this way no longer works. Okay? They're all focused on getting as many leads and booked appointments as possible, but they lack the understanding that leads and booked appointments do not actually matter. Okay? Because at the end of the day, the amount of booked appointments as a metric doesn't really matter. What matters is the value per showed call. We're going to be diving into this a little bit later. What is the value per showed call? Meaning, if I have 10 people book a call and those 10 people don't know anything about what I do, aren't educated, then they're probably on average maybe going to spend $500 with me. I maybe get one sale out of those 10 people because I have to hard sell them and I average out of 500. Now, I take 10 calls, but all of those people are wildly interested. They have been educated. They know what I do. They know how I do it. They've been following me for a while. You're going to be able to extract more value per call. So using this old, outdated, and quite frankly, unethical method, you can get a ton of calls, but the value per showed call will be terrible. Okay, meaning it will take you a massive amount of time to make a small amount of money, significantly blocking you from scaling and capping yourself early on. So now that we're in the creator economy, the best thing you could do right now is forget leads or appointments as a metric, and you need to be focused on educating leads and maximizing the value of each showed call instead. There isn't any point in booking calls with leads who aren't educated. There isn't any money to be made with them. Okay? I'm just going to tell you this right now. Just stop dealing with people who aren't interested. Stop trying to I'll book the call. I'll see if I can close him. It's not a good way to start. It's not like focus on education. Focus on maximizing education. Okay? It's crucial. You're probably nurturing your leads and getting them to like and trust you, which you do so by providing value. They can get tangible results with you. The better nurtured your leads are, the more valuable they will be. So education is not like specifically a yes or no thing. It's not black or white. It's a spectrum. Okay. And you want to try to maximize it. And obviously, you're not going to have everyone that's fully educated and fully 100%. But if you can maximize that to the best of your ability, you will have a ton more leverage. So the average value per show calls from leads. So we did kind of like a scientific sort of experiment in our organization, where we kind of backtraced all of the appointments that we've ever had, where they came from, all of this stuff. It was a massive sort of experiment. And we did kind of a litmus test. And the average show from leads who were not educated was about $100. So this is not like, oh, they paid $100. It's like, okay, the ticket price was $1,000, for example. And out of 10 people, only one closed for $1,000. Therefore, the average is 100, if that makes sense. So if we're not educated, was $100. Okay. The average value per show from leads who watched a VSL and were somewhat familiar and educated a bit was 3 times. So now we just 3x our income, $300 per show. Okay. And then someone who has consumed even a small amount of content to get them somewhat educated will 3 to 4x the value of every show. Okay. What's even crazier is with the fitness creator funnel and the infrastructure that I'm gonna kind of break down for you guys, is we can get people truly educated. And then what happens? The average per show goes from $100 to nearly $2,700. Okay. This is what I got when I educated people more than simply just a VSL. VSLs are great. Okay. But is it enough to fully educate? With us, $300 a show, still great than from before. Okay. But $100 going from $100 to nearly $2,700 per show was excellent. Okay. So nothing changed except their level of education and engagement. Okay. 27x. So instead of trying to get 27 more leads, why don't you try to do 27 times the amount or frequency and ability for you to push leads into education? Okay. So what you have to realize is that the best funnel is the one which the highest level of education has the highest level of education. The problem now is that most people lack the ability and the knowledge of leverage ways to nurture people coming into your funnel that exist. Okay. Most people don't know how to nurture people effectively. Most people don't know how to actually do that. Okay. So we're going to talk about how to actually create organic content that's successful. I don't even want to frame it as organic content. I want to frame it as nurturing educative assets. Okay. Because your content should be focused on educating. Unless you're trying to be a Logan Paul or a comedian online, then you could just go do the funny entertainment, ha 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 ha. Okay. But if you're trying to get buyers, you need to focus on education. So to create successful organic content. So I mainly get my clients through paid acquisition, but I get several clients weekly through YouTube. So why YouTube? So in a world where everyone is much focusing on short form brain rot style videos, okay, you can get a large competitive advantage if you focus on long form. These videos can be 30 to 5 hours long. I want you to think about it for a second. With a short form video, you'll have someone who watches the video 30 seconds, okay? And then let's say they watch 10 videos, okay? 300 seconds. Did I do the math? Yeah, 300 seconds, okay? Now they've spent, 300 divided by 6, 300 divided by 60. Let's say they've watched roughly 5 minutes of your content, roughly, okay? That takes a lot of short form content to reach the same which someone could watch with a long form video, okay? And with long form content, no one's doing it because it's difficult. It's hard to speak for a long time, okay? You can't fill a 40-minute video with fluff. You need to know what you're talking about. This video is filled with value. It's filled with education, okay? So making long-form content is a high barrier entry activity, meaning there is going to be less competition because it's just straight up harder to do. There's going to be less people who run a 40 K marathon than a 10K marathon. Okay, why? Because it's harder to do. So in order to succeed, you have to go where 99% of others will not go. This doesn't mean necessarily working harder or longer hours, but doing different actions to receive different outcomes. Okay. Focus on creating mastery and excellence and avoid what's easy for the masses to produce. If it's easy, leave it for someone else. So YouTube is one of the most leveraged ways to get clients. I know I talked about it before. Excuse me. You need to be getting assets up on YouTube ASAP. Okay, we have a list of about 10 different sales assets that I make all my clients do initially when they join that are the buyer asset list. So what are the main assets that we need to get up? Let's get those up as soon as we can. So now we have value. We have education there. Okay. So organic content is exponential, but it has to be unique and uncomparable. Okay. Mr. Beast's main hypothesis was that he wanted to do the things only they could do. He wanted to create content that only they had the ability to create, thus uncommoditizing his content to the point where he cannot really be compared with anyone else on the platform. There's no competitors to Mr. Beast. This one principle constituted a huge portion of the reason for his success on YouTube and should be used as a guideline for yourself. Do the things no one else can do. Give away insane value and knowledge that no one else can or is willing to give for free. Okay? And with YouTube, you can ensure education. Okay? So rather than just pushing offers, you need to educate your audience regarding your mechanism and why that mechanism is the best in the industry. Your goal is to shift the audience beliefs using your personally gained insights. Okay? Leveraging unique insights within your content will allow people to understand the view you have on the marketplace, and it allows them to look at fitness through a different lens or whatever you're selling through a different lens. Okay? You can't be pushing commoditized information. Like when you're making education, yeah, it's especially on YouTube. Yeah, you can go make education, make long form content. But if you're talking about the same things everyone else is talking about or doing content that, yeah, it's long form, but it's not good, like there's no uniqueness. It's like you're making a movie and you just make a copy of another movie. No one's going to watch that movie when the original's already there. It's the same shit. Okay? It has to be unique. And with education, it's unique insights. What do you know to be true that others don't? So, unique insights are in short demand. Everyone does what's easy, very few innovate, and very few improve. Okay? 99% of the market simply offers common, commoditized garbage that everyone already knows. Like, if you're making a motivational video about you just have to be disciplined in order to lose weight, you just got to be disciplined. You think consumers don't know that? Of course they do. They know that they have to, they know that they have to do the hard work, especially when they don't feel like it, if they want to lose weight. Okay? That's not going to get them to buy it. People buy things that in the moment they feel, oh my God, this is so different from everything else. And the features, blah, 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 blah. Okay? When someone's going and buying a car that they really love and they really like, oh, I'm going to go buy the BMW M8. In their mind, okay, subjectively, they think this is the best option in the market for me right now. With every buying decision, most people will say this is the best option in the market for me right now. Okay? And they will convince themselves that that is. And the way you do that is by being unique, offering unique insights. So when you're offering common knowledge, you're not getting any buyers, you're getting lookers, you're getting, whatever, educate or entertainment, haha. With unique insights, you are getting buyers. You're not getting sellers. You're getting people who are buyers, people who buy into your belief system, buy into the fact that you're different, and view you as a trailblazer because you found uniqueness. So, in the hyper-competitive market we're in, you cannot follow the crowd, offering the same conventional knowledge as everyone else and expect to get good results. People are scared to go against the crowd, but being unique is the only thing that differentiates you. Okay? Gathering unique insights and leveraging them to differentiate yourself is exactly what Nate Belmar did. So he's Luke Belmar's brother. He's pretty big fit. He's probably one of the biggest guys on School. And he has a school community called Anime Shreds. Okay? And by going out and gathering unconventional truths, unheard secrets that the market has never seen is one of the primary reasons why he's making $155,000 a month solely on a low-ticket school community. He's not talking about, oh, you just have to track your calories to lose weight. He's talking about some Eastern Asian things that no one has heard about before. He's innovating on the space. He's finding unique insights. Okay, and that's why people have bought into his philosophy. Okay, because new is always wanted in the market. Okay, like really, if you want to have a really good case study into how you can get people to buy into your philosophy so well, with unique insights, look into Nate Belmar. Go into a school, spend the $20 per month or whatever, get in there, just look through the stuff. Look at his content. Look at what he talks about. People buy into it because it's so different. Okay, he's a great example of why you have to have unique insights. Okay, things that you know to be true that others don't, but you will show them to be true with education. Okay, so people always want new insights. They want innovation and improvement upon existing ideas. They do not want to hear the same commoditized basics that everyone is regurgitating. When you regurgitate, you become a grifter. You become, oh, it's just another dude trying to sell something. Oh, that's boring. And all do you guys think like, oh, consumers don't realize that. Consumers are like smarter than a lot of people think. Consumers are very smart. Okay? So get that out of your head. Stop regurgitating. So what is constant and familiar becomes devalued, while what is rare or unconventional becomes intriguing. And that's what we want. Nate didn't invent any secrets. He simply gathered them, brought them to the marketplace, and he was able to build his brand off these unique insights. Okay? Leveraging unique insights allows you to gain status and authority by simply sharing them with your audience. So giving people fresh insights builds trust, shows you're ahead of the market, and not just another guy telling you to do some cardio and eat chicken and rice. Okay? Because how unique insights work is you generate your insight. Okay? You leverage your insight with your audience or whatever sort of leverage you're doing to get eyeballs on that. That's bringing in new clients. The new clients go through the mechanism that involves the unique insight. And then you're getting feedback on that. And now you have proof or lack of proof for that unique insight. So you can flywheel this really heavily, okay, and apply this to your mechanism and build your brand off of a collection of unique insights or maybe one. Okay. So, especially on YouTube, I'll just my YouTube playbook. Okay. I've made a ton of money on YouTube, made a ton of money with Facebook and paid ads. YouTube is very leveraged, but you have to be talking about different shit. Okay? So next, with YouTube, everyone and their mother uses YouTube. YouTube is actually beating Google in terms of general searching for topics. Okay? YouTube has more users than Instagram. So another proof for why you got to get on YouTube. Okay? 4, people don't feel bad after using YouTube. Compared to Instagram, you feel horrible after getting off the app. With YouTube, it's already positioned as an educational platform with real production style videos. Okay. Number 5, time spent with someone equals likeness. If someone is watching 1-minute reels, they would have to watch and binge several reels. I already talked about this to get the same likeness factor that one YouTube video can deliver. If you're watching this video right now, you've spent an hour with me. You have maybe a slight idea how I talk. Maybe you like me a little bit. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe this much? Okay, I'm joking. If you position your YouTube to have long-form unique insight-based videos regarding your mechanism and flood your channel with hundreds of videos, you'll get people coming to you that close without any objections. I get people who come through my YouTube who close so effortlessly. It's crazy. Okay, and I set my clients up the same thing. I give them the same assets to produce, and they do the same thing. 6, free impressions. So my only problem with ads is that there is a cost factor to reach impressions. With YouTube, with only 700 subscribers, okay, I will get several thousand impressions for free, okay? I have people on my YouTube who, like, here, let me just pull up the screenshot. Okay, so, for example, with YouTube, in the last 28 days, 13,000 views, not even impressions, views. If I go to content, here we go, 53,000 impressions. So let's say your cost per mile on Facebook, which is the cost you have to spend to get 1,000 impressions, is $100. Okay, do the math on how much equivalent that would be compared to free traffic that you're getting from YouTube. So this is the thing. I've spent a lot of time, like I've had my channel for the past, almost 2 years at this point. And it took me a long time to get to the point where I actually was able to make money with YouTube. Okay. Or, and this applies to almost every organic content vehicle, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you're going to do. It's going to it takes a while, but once you get there, it becomes very leveraged. Okay. So and you get these impressions for free. You're not paying for impressions. You're paying with the work that you have to do to produce the video. And a lot of the time that can be fun. So cool. So now we're going to be talking about how to actually create educational assets on YouTube, and how kind of this works. So this is just base information that you can apply if you're actually wanting to create educational assets, because it's highly important to understand the process of what you're actually creating. So number one, start with your general knowledge. Create videos on what you know. If it's losing weight, gaining muscle, think of how-to videos, okay? Because then you're going to get people who click on, or you're going to get people who look up how to lose weight, how to build muscle, whatever, okay? Number two, 1 video per day per 1 year. That's the commitment I made, okay? Your videos will be trash in the beginning, but with every video you make, the process will refine. Try to do one small thing with each video to make the content better. So this is what Mr. Beast, he actually shared this advice. I listened to an old video of him, and he said that with every video, no matter what, he would make one thing better. If it was the thumbnail, if it was the headline, if it was the lighting, whatever it was, one thing 1% better. And you stack that up over 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, your content becomes so amazing, okay? And when you start out, it's going to be trash, but make the commitment and do it, because that changed my life. Being able to do 1 video a day for 1 year, it was hard. It was horrible. Even Hamza, who's a really big YouTube guy, he said, do one video a day for a year, get 100 videos out of the way, and after that, your content will actually be good. He said, just get it out of the way, okay? 3, think utility. So when you're starting out, you will not be able to compete on attention and clickbait. For example, like Jake Paul style influencer, entertainment style content. You need to start as a tool, okay? You're not trying, if you start out with entertainment content and you start out with, I'm going to go in with the objective of trying to entertain people. Number one, no one knows really who you are. So they're going to think it's cringe. Like, you can only do that once you have utility. Once you have, like, people know that you can actually provide value. Like, you see a lot of guys who are doing like entertainment fitness style content, but no one really cares because they haven't proved themselves to be actually useful to the marketplace. So start out as a tool. Okay. You don't go to Home Depot and pick up a drill and expect the drill to entertain you. You expect your drill to do a job, provide a utilitarian value. So make it bare bones information. Then once you start to amass a larger audience, you can start to transition to more entertainment style as well as a mixture. Okay. You can do kind of both once you've proven yourself in the educative space. Number 4, think about the funnel. So click, retain, CTA. So David Ogilvy stated, rest in peace, I spend 80 cents of the marketing dollar on the headline. So you will be getting most of your clicks through your thumbnail and title. Okay. So if you can make your thumbnail and title good, then people will move to the next step, which is the first 10 to 30 seconds of the video. Then if you can nail that, people will watch 5 minutes. And if people will watch 5 minutes, people will make it to the end. And if they make it to the end, then you'll maybe do a CTA or they'll go to the next step. So think about it like a funnel. You want to try to make your headline and your thumbnail as good as you possibly can. And I'm not saying it has to be fancy. I'm just saying what works. Because sometimes really raw stuff works. Sometimes the videos that I have where it's just a really good headline, no thumbnail, does really good. Gets me a ton of leads. Okay? But you have to find what works. Okay? Think about it like a funnel. Okay? Cool. So the same thing applies to paid ads. Okay? The same thing applies to paid ads. And this is where the strategy can get a little bit confusing. Because a lot of you guys will listen to this and be like, oh, I'm just going to double down on my organic. Organic's the way to go. I'm telling you here, I've made more money with paid ads than I have with organic. And I'm going to tell you that you can use both of these together. So same thing applies to paid ads. You must educate and provide value. So for example, over a year and a half ago, when I was first starting with ads, I knew I had to get into ads. I knew that the big guys in the space were running ads and I had to do it. Okay. Actually, this is about 3.5 years ago. Okay. So I went on YouTube and I looked for anything that would help me with writing good ads. I watched anything I could find. And what I came to is that I needed a good photo and a good copy. Okay. So I wrote this, like I was like, okay, if I want to run ads, I need a good photo, like a picture, creative, and text copy underneath. So I wrote this massive form of copy, which is about the story of the man who gained 30 pounds of muscle and lost weight. Okay, with an offer. This is when I was selling fitness coaching. Ran this ad. And the original offer was, if you want to get in shape, I will help you. So I had this long copy with an offer of, if you want to do this yourself, I'll help you. I spent $450. Okay, we got 9 leads at $50 cost per lead. We got 0 sales and 0 pickups or responses. $450 down the drain. And the feedback was, no one was clicking on my ads and no one was interested. And I remembered, my offer and targeted eyeballs equal money. But you got to remember, with ads, you're already getting that target. So it's only your offer, your creative, your offer. Okay, how you're presenting that offer. Because you're already getting target through the ads algorithm. Remember, we already went through this. Meta, they have so much data, they're just going to give you the people through the AI. So I needed to perfect my offer. I realized that it wasn't the people, it was my offer. So a new question that arose organically was, what is the most attractive front-end offer that I could present that they wouldn't be able to refuse? Godfather style. I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. So I put together a great offer. The new offer is, I will give you access to my free programs. Losing fat, getting strong, building muscle, or losing fat and gaining muscle. Put it into the Google Drive. So when they clicked on the ad, I got their information and then they got access to that email. It would be emailed to them and that would be sent to them. Okay. And then same thing, ran the litmus test, $300 spent on ads. I got 220 leads at $1.3 cost per lead. Okay. And I know this conversion rate is pretty dog, but you got to think, when you're giving away free stuff, a lot of people are coming for the free stuff, but we still had more leads to work with. Okay. Yes. The step 2, the lead to sale ratio is horrible. But now I have 220 people to reach out to. Hey, I saw you just got my free program. Can I ask what you're trying to do? Oh, I'm trying to lose some weight. Oh, really? How long have you been trying to lose weight for? And then if you do that 220 times, let's say half of them pick up, 110 people you talk to, you're telling me you can't book 20 meetings? 30 meetings. You see, that was so valid, especially at the time, having 220 people to call, that gave me so much hope. I'm like, oh my God, I can sell it. I can do it. Just give me the phone numbers. I will sell it. Okay. And I got 10 sales and I made 2K. It was great. I got a 7 times ROAS. So the feedback that I learned, okay, is what you're selling matters more than how you are selling it. Okay. So what is the offer? Okay. Do people actually want to click on that offer? So I was educating my audience with the depth of reciprocity I was achieving with my free programs. So I was giving people free programs. That was giving some level of education. That was giving them a great offer. Okay. That was giving them something to see. Oh my God, Ashton is good. They're like, by all means, like, a program is not going to educate them the same level as like a 10-hour webinar. I'm not saying that. But it gave me a base level of education. And you could do this with so many other methods of getting eyeballs from Instagram, getting eyeballs from Facebook, and taking these people and pushing them towards educational assets, keeping them in an ecosystem. Okay? So it wasn't the fact that I was reaching the right people. It was the fact that what I was offering was bad. Okay? So your goal with Meta is the following. Okay? Create a front-end offer that's free. This offer will be positioned around your new mechanism. Hopefully your unique mechanism. Educate the cold traffic. Send them to a VSL. Send them to somewhere. We run a free school community, which is doing really good. We do a free school community funnel where we're bringing people who are cold to the free school, where there's tons of educational assets, sales assets, things to throw at them that give them education and value. Okay? That's a really good funnel that, if you want help with, reach out to me. and we sell high ticket through school because they're so educated. There's no point in doing a low ticket community. We just say, okay, you're in the school, you've been educated for a while, jump on a call, let's pitch you a 5K process or something like that. Okay. And then number 3, own the attention and contact them and sell them on getting more help. So you want to make sure that from these ads, you are owning these people's contact information. You're owning the lead. Okay. When you get a follower on Instagram and your Instagram gets banned, now that follower is no longer yours. But if you get the lead, you have their information, you can reach out to them in the future. You can add them to an email list. You can add them to your school. Okay. You can now do whatever you want with the lead. Okay. Now, when you look at the entire funnel as a whole, instead of getting leads and immediately pushing them towards a calendar, we're setting up an infrastructure to nurture and engage with our audience, which will allow us to educate them and increase their trust, likelihood of buying, current state, and etc. Okay. So now I'm pretty much just going to talk to you about kind of like the old funnel structure, how this kind of works, how to kind of maximize this funnel, especially with ads, and in terms of using this with data, and talking about kind of part 2 of this video. So we're going to be jumping into that right now. All right. So when it comes to actually figuring out what funnel will work best for you and your offer and your market, like we said, we got to optimize for education. Okay. If you know more about something and you trust the something more, then you're most likely to buy it. It's very simple. Okay. So how do we implement that for our actual funnel? So the old funnel structure is very simple. You have your ad, you have your opt-in, where people go and put their information, their name, phone number, email. Then there's like a VSL, which is a video sales letter explaining the process. Then there's a call. And then, some sort of like after they book a call, they have homework or whatever. Okay. So this is the process. And this is like a pretty good process. Like if you're in an uncommoditized market and your offer is really good, you can do this and print like a motherfucker. If you're in an actually good market, go back to my market dynamics video, figure out if you're actually in like a really good market, this process will work for you. Okay. But if you are a fitness coach and you're trying to do a funnel like this, it's going to be difficult. If you're an agency owner and, like a lot of these niches that have a lot of participants in them, they're hard to do because they're so competitive. These strategies, you have to do more. You have to do different things. Okay. So as you can see, this is nothing new. If you try to rely on this funnel alone, you may run out of money before becoming profitable. Okay. So what is the overall process that we've been trying to implement to maximize education? And this is the funnel right here. Okay. So it all starts with our insight or collection of insights. Okay. From these insights, we have asset creation. Okay. We're making case studies. We're doing the process. And then from there, we are building our VSL. Okay. So it starts with our insight or collection of insights that we know about our mechanism to help the market that they don't know yet. Okay. And then from there, we create our funnel. Okay. If it's a VSL page, whatever, but you got to remember, a lot of people will go to a VSL page, click the VSL, fill out their name and not book a call. Okay. That's normal. It's what happens after. That's just it's like first meeting someone and then trying to marry them right there. It's like, let them get engaged, let them understand who you are as a person a little bit better. Okay. So it starts with that insight. Then you have one specific funnel. Okay. Then you're promoting this funnel, okay, organically with paid ads. Okay. You're pushing this across social media, long form email list, adding the link in all of your bios. Okay. Promoting this weekly, trying to get people into this funnel. Okay. With your offer. And then with your actual paid ads, obviously you have your ad creative, your campaign structure, all of this stuff to try to, get your lead cost down as possible. Okay. And then on actually conversions, you have one conversion flow. Okay. There's an appointment setting workflow, an appointment setting SOP. Okay. You have your nurturing flow where you're inviting people to potentially a free community, a free group. Are you inviting people to a walkthrough call? Is that a 2-call close? Is that a 1-call close? Okay. And then in notifications, in reach outs, in tracking, all of this sort of stuff. So this entire funnel, okay, isn't a VSL funnel. It is a funnel that allows people to be in our ecosystem long enough. So what I've optimized for with this funnel is, okay, number one, are we different from the beginning in terms of insight? Yes. Are we getting intrigue from that insight? Yes. Let's get their information. Let's push them to a VSL. Let's see if they'll book a call. 90% won't. Okay? So how do we then educate after that? Let's push organic. Let's feed them into free things. This is where school communities are really good. And this stage right here, inviting people to our actual group, this is where we're inviting people to a free school community or a free something. In my opinion, I think the school community or free community in general is the best because then it nurtures, and then we're keeping people in our ecosystem long enough. Okay? So the results of this is affordable and consistent lead flow. You have high show-up rates, short sales cycle, and you collect cash faster because people are being fed your education, your propaganda quicker and more effectively. Okay. And so I want just to show you how good this funnel, this process is a lot of people, when they're doing, like, let's say Instagram organic and they follow you, they'll get some content when you post it, but like they'll see a bunch of other people, but whatever. Okay. With this, we're trying to get people into a space where there's only you. They view you from that one insight as being the one person to help because of your mechanism, because of that insight, and you're into their ecosystem. And sometimes that may take some time. That process may take, 2, 3, 4, 5, a year, okay, when people need to be in your ecosystem. But those people are people who are warming up to potentially pay you 10K, 15K. I've had people who've been in my ecosystem for like a year before they've actually made a decision with me. So you're missing out on those people by trying to sell quick as well. Okay? So that's the kind of the new funnel. So now we're going to be talking about attention. Okay? So the overall funnel is you're generating attention, you're owning the attention, you're educating the attention, and then you are converting. Okay? So why is this a good process? So, for example, if you look at Google, you cannot just use Google for free. After using it, they will continually ask you to make an account, make a Google account, whatever. And what do you think happens when you make a Google account? You make your account, you give Google your data, Google uses your data and sells it to advertisers, your address, demographics, psychographics, and then Google can sell your data then to other companies because data is their currency. Okay, so following the same framework, you cannot simply just generate attention. You have to own the attention. Okay. For example, if you're just generating attention and keeping the attention, like I said, on the platform, if you do something wrong, the platform can ban you and now you have zero audience. If you say something racist, whoops, said the N-word, said the racist word, said something bigoted, whatever. Okay. Now you have no audience. Okay. So it's very important to own the attention. So then you own the data, follow exactly what these big companies are doing because they want to own you as a lead. Okay. So then they could feed you, get to know you. Okay. Same thing with Meta. They have $1.32 trillion. I think it was more. This is an old screenshot of data. Okay. This is how much a company's worth. And every time you scroll, they're collecting data. Every time you make your account, they're collecting data. Okay. They collected about what you like, how you like it, when you don't like it, etc. Okay. When you go on your mom's Instagram, you're like, how do you like this Instagram? Okay. It's one product that's made for everyone. It's kind of crazy. Okay. And there are 3.5 billion people. Half the population of Earth is on a Meta platform. Okay. So they have the data of over 3.6 billion people. They're always doing updates to make the algorithm more accurate and overall better at figuring out what interests you and what you're most likely to click on. Okay. Now imagine going to the restaurant listed, like the restaurant analogy I gave you before about going to a restaurant. The restaurant gives you exactly what you're looking for. But now instead of getting the perfect meal, they're giving you this meal for several hours of the day, multiple times. Okay. Average screen time is 7 hours. Okay. So a majority of that, yeah, it's not just social media, but a big note of that is. Okay. So Facebook's then taking this data, packing it up, and selling it to advertisers. We're doing the same thing, but we're extracting the data from Facebook, from YouTube, etc., and selling the data, selling the customer our process. Okay. So these advertisers are taking this data and selling them things with precision. And this is a great trade-off. You have to realize Facebook, Instagram, Meta, YouTube, they want you to spend money and get results because they know if you get results from the ads, then you will keep running the ads. So they are going to get you the best results that they think that they can get you. So then you'll come back and keep spending money. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. Their model is built off of your success, which is so amazing when I'm talking about ads. So learning from the big guys. So like I said, having to have free assets to give away is very important in terms of reciprocity. Okay. What is reciprocity? Conditioned response where people are compelled to return the kindness of a gift. Okay. So we're going to have to make these free assets. If you want the individual free assets that I actually give away, that I actually put with all of my clients, fitness coaching clients in general, that you should be making, shoot me a comment and I can give you the actual assets behind that and actually giving away good quality insights. Okay. So cool. So let me come down here a bit. Cool. So in the long term, growth happens because you add immense value to the market or audience. If you look at someone like Hormozy, who grew his entire brand around giving value and is rewarded for doing so. Short-term popularity, on the other hand, is based on shiny things and is less important over time. Exponential growth often follows a long period of consistent effort and building value. Don't just look at what caused recent explosive growth, look at years of work beforehand. So for example, Warren Buffett, compounding interest. He's made probably 95% of his money in the past 10 years. Okay? The work in this case is delivering value by solving problems and alleviating pain for your audience. When you're creating content, 80% of your content success will come from the video itself, how much your market resonates with the message, how much value it provides, the results people can get from applying it. Too many people obsess over very small things, 20% of the outputs, instead of 80%. That people focus on the things that get 20% of the outputs, not 80% of the outputs. So usually there's a split between what you do and what you get. So I've noticed that, let's say you'll get 80% of your clients from 20% of the things you do. Okay, so let's go find those 20% and double down on those. Same thing with value. Focus on delivering insane value and not holding back. When someone achieves sudden big growth, the reason is usually the years of foundational work and value creation, not just what they did in the specific period of sudden growth. Avoid shiny object syndrome. Okay. Then we're collecting their data. We're educating the attention, like what we already said. Okay. So once you generate attention, it's very important to educate. You do not want to be dealing with people who know nothing about you. I'm just going to keep drilling this into your brains. You need to be educating. I guarantee if you're just going for meetings and you're lacking on education, you're going to have to be a sales god and you're going to want to rip your hair out on day 2. Okay. Cool. So remember how at the start of the presentation, I mentioned leverage. You need to understand leverage is achieved not on a black and white basis, but on levels. Once all factors are leveraged, then you will achieve massive unsporadic growth in your business. Okay, so for example, low leverage is, you have your hours of work, your outreach, your money, that's effort, and you're going into a unleveraged system. What is that going to do? You have low returns even with these things, okay? With high leverage, same inputs, hours of work, outreach, money, whatever you're doing, effort, but there's leverage. You have a leveraged market, you have a leveraged offer, your fulfillment is leveraged. The way you get clients is leveraged, okay? Audience and attention generated. You're doing ads, $20 cost per 1,000 impressions, okay? While having an organic content machine rolling to educate people as well, okay? So we talked about paid ads and we talked about organic today. You have to be doing both of those, okay? You're not going to have one without the other if you're trying to scale, okay? However, without having resonance within your market and offer, for example, acquisition will not be leverage. It is an A leads to B equation. Acquisition is merely the flame you put on the gasoline that you've already spread. Okay, so you need your offer and you need your market in order to then generate attention and have that actually work. Okay, so phase one, the last couple of videos, we talked about offer and niche. Now we've talked about generating attention. How do you generate attention? What acquisition channels are the best? And the last stage is going to be about retention. The next video after this is going to be about sales, where I'm going to be talking about exactly what I've done, my 7-figure sales script, how to actually get people on calls, what those calls should be like, how long the calls should be like to get people to actually spend $5K with you on a call in terms of selling. Okay. So for example, what brought my client Paul from 15 to 20K a month, grinding hard to hitting 65K a month in a couple months? It's leverage and acquisition. Okay. And it could do the same for you as well. Okay. We waste our time with short-term thinking and busy work. Warren Buffett spends a year deciding and a day acting. That act lasts decades. Most people play the short-sighted game and they ignore leverage, which ultimately makes them miss out on the results they could gain if they applied everything we've covered today. So the key point here is stop being so short-sighted and spend more time thinking and setting up systems for the long-term vision. What shifting to this value approach ultimately allow us to do, it allows us to move from an environment where leverage is low and inputs are directly tied to how much we put in, into a system where we're using 2 of the 3 highest ROI acquisition channels and pairing that with an infrastructure that ensures every opt-in is nurtured, educated, and valuable. If you want to see exponential growth whilst gaining more freedom, I highly recommend you implement everything I've covered in this video as fast as humanly possible. More speculation will not get you anywhere. Okay? Your desired situation is on the other side of what you know and how you execute on what you know. So if you do not apply anything that you learned today in terms of education, in terms of understanding, okay, I should look into paid ads now. I should look into building good free offers on paid ads that lead to education. Okay. I should look into building a brand on YouTube, getting assets out there, getting educative assets out there. And you don't take action on that, I can guarantee you will stay in the same position you are right now. So I hope you found value in this video. If you did, the next one is going to be all about sales. And if that's something that also interests you, subscribe so it shows up. And remember to keep an eye out for it. And I hope you got value in this video. And just to give you a small recap of how everything went in this video, we talked about paid ads, we talked about organic content, we talked about unique insights, and how you have to have unique insights apply to everything. If you're running an ad, if you're doing an organic content, all in all, I can break marketing down to one thing for you. A lot of people say, oh, if you do this one thing, you'll be great. And my one thing that I've seen the most success in when I run ads for my clients is what is unique. You will never be the biggest ad spender. You will never. So you will never be able to fully outbid everyone. But what you can do is have better shit than everyone, better insights, better education, better allowance and delivery of that education. Okay? So whatever you do, remember the steps that I shared with you there. Remember the importance of unique insights and providing value and education. And not just any value, because free value is really becoming commoditized. Everyone, oh, free value, just give free value. Is your thing actually positioned to sell? Is it actually educational? Does it actually have free value that contains unique insights? If it's not unique, it's not free value. It's the same shit everyone else has been saying. Okay, so hope you got value from this video. I hope this was useful, and subscribe, and you're going to see the next one coming up.
This is going to be the best individual sales training that you're going to watch as an online coach. I've scaled and I've collected over 7 figures and 8 figures amongst my clients and amongst myself. And I'm going to be showing you exactly what you can do to build a sales team, learn sales, build systems, etc. And I broke it down into 6 individual parts that I'm going to be walking you through today. So let's jump into the first part right here.
Okay, so the first thing that we're going to be talking about is all about sales leverage, okay? Things that we can apply to our business that
directly influence us selling more without actually having to sell more or get better at sales or know some crazy objection handling secret that's gonna make your prospects not wanna say, I wanna think about it, okay? Sales leverage, okay? So the first thing about sales leverage is simply opening your calendar more, okay? Calendar more, okay? The thing is, most people are only taking, calls from maybe Monday to Friday. And a lot of people think that if they max their, they make their calendar so unavailable so that they can invoke a level of status and they only sell during this time period. And if they're not, then, they're this high status human being. Open your calendar up. Okay, I hate to say it. You just have, the stats from all of the companies that I've worked with just show that if you're taking more calls, you are going to generate more sales. And that is the exact same thing with availability as well. Okay, so sell from Monday to Sunday, Monday to Monday, sell the entire week. So for example, let's say you're only selling from Monday to Friday, okay? You are only pretty much selling 5 out of 7 days. You're missing out on 30% of potential calls, okay, that could be coming in on the weekends, on Saturday and Sundays. And a lot of you guys, I don't want to take calls on Sunday. Well, the stats pretty much show that if we're having these calls and we're missing out on 30%, then all of these calls are going to be stacked to Monday. And now you're pretty much betting on yourself to perform on Monday. Your calendar's stacked, it's crazy busy, you have no time for anything else. So I would recommend that teams always distribute across the entire week so that's an even workflow for the entire week, and you can take calls throughout the entire week, okay? So that's the first thing. Open up your calendar. And the next thing that I'm about to share with you is probably the most important thing that if you can nail down, it will be the most leveraged thing that you can do in terms of just getting more sales in general, okay? And that is all about response time, okay? How quickly you respond to leads. So I have so many clients of mine who are like, the leads are not responding, blah, blah, blah. I called these people and they're not responding, but they'll call them 6 hours, a day, 2 days after they initially opt in. Let's say someone opts in, Saturday at 4 p.m. I'll call them, Sunday afternoon, or I'll call them, later on in the week, okay, or early in the week. And the stats pretty much show that if you take more, okay, than 1 minute to respond to an opt-in or a lead or someone who shows interest, fills out the form, whatever it is, if you take more than 1 minute, the percentage of you closing them goes down by 390% if it's more than 1 minute. So on the contrary, if it's less than 1 minute, it's the exact same upside as well. Okay, so if you can respond in less than 1 minute, you have now a 390% more chance to close that lead. 390%, which is absolutely crazy, okay? And the thing is, if you are taking longer than 5 minutes to respond to a lead, okay, then what happens is now your percentage of closing goes down by 80%, okay? So the thing is, a lot of people who reach out to companies, or they're like, I'm in a state of pain, I want, someone to help me with, getting in shape, or I want someone to help me with this problem. They reach out to a bunch of different people. And what happens a lot of the time is the first people who are able to capture this pain, capture this level of person who's in a state of I'm nervous about where I am in my life. I don't really like they're in a state of pain. First person to reach out, have that conversation, go through that sort of sales process with them is most likely going to close them, okay? For example, when I was in Japan, okay, we went there extremely last minute. So we were in Thailand, okay? We were in Bangkok, and we're like, you know what? It was my buddy's birthday. He was with us. He's like, hey, we're going to go to Japan. So next day, we're going to book a flight for Japan. So literally, we booked a flight 6 hours in advance, okay? Booked a flight. We're figuring out our hotel like super last minute. We were calling around a bunch of hotels, seeing what was out there, and there was barely any people who were like showing availability. And we just pretty much went with the person or the hotels that had availability, that responded, that we were able to inquire or able to actually talk to a front desk person. Okay. Same thing with like, for example, my girlfriend, when she goes and gets her nails done or her hair done and she's in another location, she's just gonna call a bunch of places, see who picks up and say, hey, can I get in today? No? Okay, calls another one. Hey, can I get in today? No. Same thing. Okay, so a lot of you guys think that, I can respond later, blah, 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 blah. But the stats clearly show, they did actually a massive study on this, okay? And the stats clearly point to the people who are able to respond quickly are most likely to capitalize on the actual lead. You have to remember, these people are in a state of pain usually. An ad or piece of content or whatever, when someone is taking action on some sort of marketing that you're doing, they're not taking action just because it's like, oh, this is kind of cool. They're probably taking action because whatever messaging you put out resonated with their pain and invoked a level of pain, and that pain is potentially driving them to try to reach a level of pleasure, okay? And the really good salespeople, the really good companies are able to quickly capitalize on that pain because you got to remember, pain for a lot of people, especially in the fitness coaching space, is very temporary. Oh, I want to lose weight one day, and then the next day it's like, oh, you know what? I can kind of stay a little bit overweight. I don't really want to try to, it's too much effort, blah, 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 blah. They justify it to themselves, and then they forget about it, and then people are reaching out to them, and they're out of the pain. Okay, so reach out to your leads quickly, okay? The next thing is all about how to handle leads, okay? So we call it feed the best people, okay? And what I mean by this is there is such thing as more and less qualified leads, especially when you're running ads or especially if you're doing some sort of content. There are going to be leads that come in, okay, that you're going to be able to kind of like rank and see, okay, this guy right here, he is a 10 out of 10 lead. He is a great lead. He's most likely going to close, okay? And then there's another lead that you're going to be like, okay, this lead is a horrible lead. This is a crap lead. This is not a good lead, or it's an okay lead, okay? And the thing is, when you are getting these leads, when you are, these leads are coming in, what most companies will do is they'll just round robin these leads. So they'll take these leads and they'll put it into a system, okay, like a Calendly or a booking system, and these leads will just get randomly passed off to person by person, okay? Randomly throughout the sales team, they'll just get passed off to this salesman, this salesman, this salesman, this salesman, okay? But what a lot of people don't realize is each of these salesmen are worse and better. Some are worse, some are better, some are really good, some are really bad. Hopefully not really bad, but you get what I'm trying to say, okay? What you have to do is these best leads should always be going to the best salesman, okay? And the round robin system of evenly distributing the leads is literally just what you're pretty much doing is these leads that are really good are going now to people who maybe don't have the best level of sales or are still in a learning phase, which is totally fine. But now you're missing out on all this value that you could have gotten by just simply handing that simple lead off to a really good salesman, okay? So the people and the leads who have the best percentage of closing them, meaning that they, for example, they have the most money that they're able to invest, or they work a better job, or this guy's a garbage man and this guy works at a bank, as a high-level executive. Which lead is going to be more financially qualified? Let's hand that lead off to someone who can have a higher percentage of closing and capturing that high level of value, okay? So don't do this round robin system and feed these people off, okay? And what happens a lot of the time is these lower quality leads or even some higher quality leads, okay, they will not show, okay? And this is very normal, right? They will not show up to meetings. They will no show, okay? And what these people need to be doing is simply when these leads come in, or even if this low quality lead doesn't show up, now you are just training the lower level people to now go into the database or go into the appointment setting software or go into the list of leads who didn't show up in the past. And now you're helping them work on their skills more to have a higher chance of showing up as well. Okay, so the best salesmen are probably the salesmen who have put the most work in, who have done the most reps, okay? And they don't need as much training as the people who are starting out and who aren't probably the best. So give the worst leads to those people. If they don't show, allow those people to then go back, try to rebook a bunch of people, go book fresh meetings, go just try to do more reps. That's gonna help them refine. And it's gonna make the entire system pretty much better in general, okay? And now we're gonna be talking about show rates, okay? On the topic of show rates. So a lot of you guys have really bad show rates, okay? Your show rates are trash. You're maybe operating at like I even myself, one point in my business, I was doing like a 10% show rate. It was horrible. It was not good. And you have to, there's a lot of things you got to keep in mind in terms of show rate and how to maximize show rate, okay? So the first thing that I want to kind of like just give you an overall point of view when it comes to show rates is your entire process is kind of like a system. And what I mean by this is you have show rate. So someone shows up to a meeting, okay? Someone takes the call. And then someone collects the cash, okay? So if there's a kink in any one of these processes, then it will affect the next step. What I mean by this is, let's say your show rate is 50%, okay? And your closing rate is 50% as well, okay? So let's say we input 10 people to be booked in, 5 show, and out of 5, 2.5 will close. So most people will just say, oh, we just have to simply get better at closing. We just got to, these 5 people who show up, we just have to get this 50% up or this whatever closing percentage up and try to increase this, this closing rate pretty much. But you can achieve the exact same amount of growth or percentages at bat or just closing, getting to the cash by just increasing your show rate, okay? So would you rather increase your show rate by another 20% or your closing rate by 20%? Okay, which one would you rather? And the thing is, when you're increasing your show rate by another 20%, what is that doing to the skill of yourself or the skill of your team? They're taking more calls, you have more data to work with, okay? So these same things, most people would say, oh, I'd rather increase my closing rate. I'd be a better closer. I'd rather just do that. When in fact, if you just increase your show rate, you pretty much are kind of achieving the exact same thing. You're not you're just taking more. I would say it's slightly even better, but at the end of the day, you're achieving like the exact same sort of outcome. Okay? So this is a really big thing with show rates because you have to keep this in mind. Okay? The next thing is give incentives to closers with better show rates. Okay? So what I mean by this is some closers have really good show rates, some closers don't have really good show rates. So what happens if, for example, you have a closer A and you have a closer B, this guy has a 50% show rate, this guy has a 20% show rate. You want to incentivize this guy to keep pretty much like having a good show rate, incentivize him, because whatever he's doing is, let's say he has the highest show rate on the team. Whatever he's doing, you want to incentivize this and make it public, okay? You want to pretty much express this to the team and let's say if it's in the term of a bonus, if it's in, the form of something, to then pretty much like show this guy publicly in front of your team, make it public in front of your sales team, that this guy, has the best show rate, he's doing this, we're going to give him a bonus, we're going to give him this or whatever, we're going to, publicly congratulate him, we're going to put him on our story, we're going to give him social, whatever we're going to do, we're going to give this guy a form of validation in one way or another, okay? And what you're doing by this, when other salespeople are seeing this, is they are now going to, obviously, exact same thing, work harder and do the actions that this guy is probably doing to get that show rate up. And the thing is, it's not that much effort, okay? It's not really that much effort. Like in order to get a good show rate, it doesn't take like a crazy amount of effort, okay? You need to do some text messages, you gotta do some, maybe some follow-ups in terms of like texting them before the meeting, maybe, a voice recording. We're gonna be going through that a little bit later. But this guy who has a lower show rate, I can almost guarantee you that every single time, he's probably not doing the exact same laborious activities, the boring, oh, hey, your meeting's in an hour, I'm looking forward to the call, that this guy is doing, okay? And that's a very easy fix. It's not like you're increasing your closing rate by 20%, which is like a big jump. That's a lot of work to do. That's a lot of skills you gotta learn. This is simply just like manual labor. It's not that hard, okay? So incentivize that, get that into all of your sales guys' heads, make it public, because then they're gonna start doing those exact same actions. We're gonna be talking about how to actually increase your show rates across your business, okay? How does this work? How do you do this? What is kind of the overall process? So the thing is, we found obviously automated reminders are very good, okay? Don't make your automated reminders. So don't make your automated reminders trying to be something that don't make your automated reminders sound like it's a person. So make it sound automated. So hey, this is an automatic reminder that your meeting is coming up in 2 hours, okay? You can set this up in whatever software system you're using. If it's Calendly or whatever sort of system you're using, you can throw those automated reminders in. You can put 3, 4 automated reminders in. Past that, there's no point. But the biggest thing is, don't pretend to be a person. Don't pretend, okay? Make it sound, because a lot of people, they'll see, oh, hey, and then they'll respond to the automated reminder, and then they won't get a response back, and then if someone else is texting them, then they're kind of like, what the hell is going on, okay? So make it sound automated, okay? The next thing is, what we found is obviously manual on top of the automated increases show rates by a lot as well. So what sort of manual text should you be sending out? So the first sort of manual text is a 24-hour text, okay? Then an AM text, and then a 1-hour text, okay? The 24-hour text should be a simple, hey, we prepped some material for our call. We're looking forward to it. We got some value coming up. We're looking forward to show you our process that we prepared, process, blah, blah, blah. All you're trying to do in this 24-hour reminder is get them back into the headspace that of what they were thinking when they booked that initial call, okay? Tell them that you have prepared some material or some information that is individual to their scenario, okay? That's gonna make them feel like, oh, this is something that is unique to the situation. This is something that is, oh my God, I am individually getting this piece of information that is to me. Therefore, I'm probably going to show up to that meeting. Therefore, I'm going to value this a little bit more. They have, instead, in two case scenarios, let's say one guy is saying, hey, on the 24-hour mark, hey, your call's coming up, I'm looking forward to it, blah, 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 blah. This guy right here. And then another guy is saying, hey, I've prepped some very individualistic material that's going to help you see the difference between, or show you how, we've been able to get clients to go from, this weight to lose 30 pounds and be, in incredible shape. Okay. It's going to allow them to feel a little bit of guilt if they don't show up. Okay. So that's the first reminder. The next one is going to be an AM reminder. This is just going to be a simple reminder. Hey, looking forward to our call later this afternoon. Okay. And then the 1 hour mark, let's say, they're 1 hour out of coming to that call. I love sending a voice recording or a video. Okay. And all this is going to do, if people logically know that meeting is coming up, okay, they logically know, okay, I got all the automated reminders. This guy's texted me twice. The only reason at this point in the call, or at this point in the workflow, that I wouldn't show up is simply due to me not valuing this or feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Okay? And the way you do that is you're going to want to double down on that first hour. Okay? And you're going to do this through a voice recording or a video. That's going to push a ton of comfort. You're going to take your phone out and just say, hey, John, this is Ash, and I'm really looking forward to our call and to show you how to go from this to this. We're going to be taking it away. I'm going to be sharing my screen, showing you a bunch of very cool individual strategies that are going to be unique to you. Looking forward to our call. Let me know if you have any questions before. I'll see you at 4:30 p.m. Thanks. That's it, okay? It allows people to feel a little bit of comfort, get familiar with you because they're going to be talking with you, and it's just going to make your process easier once they show because they already have seen your face before. They know who you are. Oh my God, this guy's reached out to me, instead of just like jumping on a call with a random sales guy or a guy they've never seen before, and they're taking it completely cold from the start of that call. You're setting yourself up for more resistance that doesn't have to be there, okay? Sure, you can still sell like that. I know tons of people who sell like that. I've sold like that before, but is it making our lives easier? Is it adding leverage? This is all about sales leverage. This is all about shit we can do without even learning sales on a higher level, okay? And then the next thing, okay, to increase show rates is simply booking times, okay? If you book someone out 1 week, okay, the odds of them showing up to that call go down by 50%. Okay, they decrease by well into 50%. It's like 50, the stat is like 57%. Okay? If you book someone out by 1 day, their show rates don't decrease. Don't decrease. Because that pain is still with them, or that aspiration is still with them. They haven't forgot about that pain or whatever, okay? It's almost like on a graph, okay? If this is like, for example, show rate, it kind of works like this, okay? So there's a point where it stays at the exact same position, and then it exponentially decreases after more and more time. So you want to try to get people booked in as soon as you can. I like to do same day or next day bookings only. And like, it's like, this is just a rule that you have to follow. You have to note, like without a doubt, you have to book people 1 to 2 days out maximum. Past that, if people are like, oh, I can get in later this week, I really want, that is up to you to decide when, or the appointment center to decide when when that person is having that conversation or etc. to judge their level of certainty. Okay, you can do that, but that's up to the salesperson or the appointment setter to make that decision and be like, okay, is this person just saying, oh, we'll do next week because next week and I'm not super interested, or are they actually really wanting this information, really wanting help, and they actually can't logistically do this week? In that case scenario, that's fine to book them out a little bit. But for 99% of people, 1 to 2 days maximum is what you have to stick with, okay? Next, in terms of show rates, is obviously the emotional aspect that person is having on the call. What do I mean by this? So we're going to be talking about appointment setting a little bit later, but this is a big thing. So I've already talked about a little bit about value and comfort. Okay. But if you are not, or if the appointment setter is not having a decent conversation with that person on the call, and that call is, let's say, 2 minutes, it's really rushed, it's like you're pushing for the calendar, you're just saying, hey, you reached out, do you want to book in, blah, 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 and it's super quick and rushed, the show rate goes down by a lot. So especially for appointment setters, we're going to be talking about how to appointment set a little bit later, kind of what that process looks like, but people are most likely going to show up to meetings where they actually feel understood, where they actually had a good conversation with the sales rep, where they actually, found some value, found some comfort with the salesperson. They felt understood. They didn't feel like another person kind of going through, the pipeline. In that case, they're most likely going to show. So it's good to have sort of, take your time on those appointment setting calls. If you're doing them yourself, or if, a setter is doing that for your actual company, it's good to take your time. And, one second. It's good to take your time, and it's good to ensure that you're having that connection. And on that actual call, one other thing you could do is include a downside of not showing to the meeting, okay? And you can even include this on your individual calendar. So in your actual calendar booking page, if there is a kind of like a warning or an acknowledgement before they book, okay? Like, when you go and you buy something, there's like your terms and agreements, okay? You can kind of do that as well for your calendar, where it says, if you don't show to this meeting, then X will happen. And what I like to do is I like to say, you can even go look at some of my other, I can link some client calendars as well, but usually what we do is we say, if you don't show to this meeting, your name will be removed from our database and prevented from future opt-ins in the future. What that does is they're now thinking, oh, okay, now I have one opportunity to kind of move forward with you and come to this call. So if there's no downside to them coming to the call, and it's just like, oh, I can book again if I want to. If I don't want to show up to this meeting, I can book in the future, whatever. Then there's not really going to be like okay? But if I said, hey, you have a meeting with someone important, Donald Trump, next week, and that meeting is super important, and you're not really going to have another chance to speak with him, then you're going to be like, okay, yeah, this is a high status person. I only have one opportunity. Of course, I'm going to show up to that call. So there always it's good to include a downside. So you can list it on the calendar, and then you can get your appointment setters to actually do that in the call, or in, obviously the text, or however, that appointment setter is doing that. You're going to want to make sure that they emphasize a small downside. It's good to not, harp on it too much, but it's good to just acknowledge it and have that in the picture. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to be talking about is financing. So when it comes to financing, it's very powerful. So what I mean by financing is, let's say your program is $5,000 for someone to join your actual process. Most people, okay, if you're selling your process, most people won't be able to just drop $5,000 even if they actually wanted to. And this is a kind of a harsh reality. A lot of people will be able to, a lot of people won't, okay? And you're missing out on the people who actually can't because they don't have the money or they don't have the credit or whatever, by not allowing a level of financing, okay? So there's a lot of companies that you can use, like, Affirm, Klarna, okay, Sezzle. There's a new one called Split It, okay? There's so many of these, and it really depends on what payment processor that you use. If you use Stripe, if you use whatever sort of payment processor that you use, you're going to want to try to set up a level of financing so that people, if they really want to join your process, they can get 5,000 USD split over 12 months, okay? For like a low interest rate, like a 1.8 interest rate, or they can even set it up for 24 months or whatever, 16 months. And that allows them to pretty much pay these monthly installments. But then we, as the actual business owners, get the payout of 5K instantly, okay? With no risk, because these third-party financiers are taking the risk for us. So I set all of my guys, all of my partners up with a level of financing, and even the biggest guys in the space who are selling high ticket. Yes, it's high ticket, but the actual payment of it isn't high ticket because they're only, like most customers are only paying to Affirm or Klarna or whatever these monthly installments. And then we're getting the high ticket payment as well. So it's kind of a cheat code if you want to think about it like that in terms of getting the money up front, but then them not getting the money up front. So then it allows us to just have so much more leverage when we're dealing with people, because let's say only 30% of people can pay the 5K up front who we talk to. We're missing out on 70% of people who can just say, okay, I'll pay the $300 monthly, and now we still get the 5K payout. So set up financing, it's very important. And then the last thing that I'm going to be talking about within this individual section is all about volume, okay? So I know I've talked about being precise, being a sniper, not taking the shotgun approach, but volume still matters a lot, especially when it comes to just closing statistics. So I'm going to draw you an illustration here. Let's say you have a 100% closing rate, okay, but you're getting 1 call per day. 100% closing rate, so I'm going to put CR, okay? And that is, let's say, 7 closes per week, okay? Which is equating to 7K per week that you're making. Let's say each of these is, your process that you're selling is $1,000, okay? Now, let's say you are operating at a 50% closing rate, but now you are taking 3 calls per day, okay? You can now, at the same price point, you can now see pretty straightforward. Okay, we're getting 3 calls a day. 3 times 7 is 21. Okay, we're getting 10.5, let's just put it as 11 closes per week. Okay, at 11K total with half of the closing rate. Okay, and now let's say our closing rate is 20%. Okay, but we're getting 10 calls a day. Okay, that's leading to 14 closes per week at 14K. So everything is kind of like a supply chain at the end of the day. Okay, if your closing rate is really bad, that's something obviously you're going to want to get up. But if you are doing enough volume, and if you are having enough calls per day, then you should be, and let's say you're maxed out in terms of calls, and that's a variable that is crossed off the list. Okay, I can't take more calls. Then obviously, yes, focus on closing rate. But if your closing rate is 50 or is 100%, you're taking 1 call a day, then you should just be focused on getting more calls. Okay? If your closing rate is 50% and you're getting 3 calls a day, you can be focusing on getting more calls per day and increasing your closing rate. But the entire reason why I'm showing you this illustration is a lot of people are just focused on, okay, how can I sell better? What are the tactics that I can use to sell better? When in fact, if you just did more work, or if you just fed more calls to your closers, or if your show rate was just a little bit higher, things outside of actually just like knowing what to say on the call, then the entire process becomes a lot easier. Everything, like, you're just, at the end of the day, collecting more cash. Okay, so volume plays a big role in this, and don't underestimate that, because at the end of the day, it's an entire process. If you have more appointments, okay, that's going to be a higher chance of you having more shows, people coming to your calls. Then if you have more people showing to your call, that's going to be more closes statistically, okay? That equals hashtag math, okay? And even if you want to trace this back even more, okay, more leads being reached out to, okay, more leads, okay, and then before that, more impressions, okay, more impressions, more money being spent on ads, more content you're pushing, better content, okay, more DMs if you're doing an outreach or messages sent. Okay, so everything can kind of be backtraced as well. So with sales, there is a level of volume that you obviously are playing to, and you have to try to max out your volume. A lot of these really big companies, they're taking massive amounts of calls per day, and they're really playing the volume card, but it works for them. Okay, because they can, because they have a team. They're not taking the calls themselves. They have, massive teams. And I've set these up before. Like, for example, some of the companies will have like 5, 6, 7 closers where it's like, okay, the offer owner is not wasting his time trying to close unqualified leads. Okay, so that's a really big one. Volume is extremely important. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to be talking about is sales training. Okay, so how do you train your team? What are the tactics that you use to train your team, etc.? So when you're actually doing sales training and you're going through the process, your goal, okay, is not to hire just the best salespeople, okay? There are a lot of hungry people out there who, especially salespeople, who really are eager to get into the sales space, really eager to learn, absorb, and a lot of this information, like, I hate to say it, it's not incredibly difficult, okay? Sales is something that someone can learn within 1 to 3 months maximum, okay? And it's not like you're getting someone into like a software engineering job where it takes like 5 years for someone to learn like JavaScript, for example. But with sales, an average ordinary person can get on there, or someone with minute experience, and learn this and understand your offer, understand your process within a little bit of time. And when you're hiring just the best people, what's that going to cost you? What's that going to, for your own organization? That's going to lead to you obviously having to pay these people a premium. Okay, so a lot of the closers that I individually hire, or the setters I individually hire, are not people who are necessarily at the top. Okay, it's the people that I know can get to the top within a little bit of time. Okay, because once we implement it, once we bring someone through a sales training process for a couple of months, now they're going to be at the top. They're going to view you as someone who brought them to that position. They're going to be so loyal to your company, and they're going to pretty much just like really be involved in everything that they do because you brought them to that point. So it's very important that you can hire the top. There are upsides to that, but in my opinion, it's not always a benefit to individually hire the top. The next point about sales training is meetings daily. So with every kind of individual team that I place, I ensure that every single day there is a meeting, okay? A check-in call, a group call for that individual meeting where there is a level of practicing, okay? Practicing the script, doing a role play, and getting feedback on that, okay? And role playing is extremely important, okay? Especially when you're the offer owner, or if you're the person kind of doing this entire process, you will have a level of like, oh, I don't want to role play because I don't want to mess up. I'm scared that, someone's going to give me something and I'm going to stutter or whatever. You have to get over that, and you have to put ego aside. You have to, like, especially if you are doing these meetings, your priority in these meetings should be a level of role play. And during that role play, you have to get over ego and get over that fact, because if you can't get over that, then you're going to have a hard time, or your team's going to have a hard time learning, okay? And when you have ego aside, okay, you're going to tell your sales guys, hey, listen, we all mess up sometimes. The whole point of these calls is for us to have a collaborative, whatever, and go through things together, and for me to express, a new viewpoint, or for me to try something, or for me to show you a way that I do something, or etc. And we're just going to kind of do it all together. We're all a team here. Set that expectation and get over the ego, okay? During these role plays, you're going to want to try to have a live feedback mode, okay? You're going to try to, what I usually do is I get my closers to get a pen and paper out, not on notes or typing or whatever. Get a pen and paper out, okay? Do the training with them, and I will stop them during the session, okay? So let's say the role play is, for example, 20 minutes long. We're practicing an individual section or the entire script or whatever we're doing. I'm going to stop them whenever I see a mistake, okay? And I'm going to tell them this before. I'm going to say, hey, listen, I'm going to stop you a bunch during this, and I'm going to give you the feedback. I want you to write it down, and then we're going to keep going, okay? And I may stop them a bunch. I may only stop them twice. I may only stop them 3 times. You're going to give them this feedback live, okay? You're going to tell them exactly what they did wrong, and then you can even express it to them again. And you should only move to the next step once they clearly understand it or they actually do it correctly. So to give you an example, one of the sales teams that I was managing, we were selling in the Indian market, and we were having a really hard time, the sales guys were having a hard time perfecting their tonality of a consequence question, okay? So there's a point in the script where you say, like, a consequence question is something like, well, what if you keep doing what you're doing, okay? And they were having a really hard time perfecting that, because the whole point of that question is to invoke a lot of pain and to get them to be like, oh my God, my current situation is so bad, I can't keep doing this, I need to change. That's a consequence. Like, what if you keep doing what you're doing? What if you keep being fat? What if you always make the same amount of money that you're making? Okay? What would that be like? Would that be hell on earth, or would you be okay with it? Okay? And we were having a really hard time doing this. So what I did with them is, when we got to the point where we were doing the consequence question, okay, they would mess it up. I would say, hey, say it more like this. Okay, maybe he'd mess it up again. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. And we would only move on until he had it 100% pat down and everyone understood exactly how to say it. Because you have to get that through and allow them to say it and allow them to feel the point of getting over it themselves. Okay, so it's important, do the live feedback with them, get them to kind of do it all together, or your team to see that all together, and get over that together, and show them, obviously, the truth in that, okay? And when it comes to actually doing this and managing everything, what you'll realize is the best closers, okay? A lot of companies will make their best closers their sales managers, okay? This is not necessarily a good thing, okay? What you have to realize is that the skills it takes to be a sales manager are not necessarily the best skills from being a good closer, okay? And this is something that I learned kind of the hard way, because we think, okay, yeah, if he's a really good closer, then obviously he has the skills, okay, to close someone, of course. But does he have the skills to express, okay, and teach this to people? Because I know a lot of closers who have a lot of skills, who know how to close, who put them on a call, it's lights out, but do they know how to tell that to the team? Do they know how to teach it correctly? Because there's a lot of sales managers who may not be at the same level as some of the really good closers, but they know how to teach it better. They know how to express it better, and therefore I would rather have them in a sales manager role, okay, rather than just the best closer. So these skills, the leadership and the teaching skills, and the skills it takes to close, they're different skills, Okay, and you have to understand that and not just say, okay, you're the best closer, I'm gonna put you on sales manager, etc. And even you still, like even these really good closers, say, okay, yeah, I'm gonna upgrade you to sales manager or whatever. Now you're missing out on them potentially taking more meetings. Now you're missing out on that financial aspect as well. So I would urge you to actually not put your best closer, put the person who you think could teach the best, express things the best, vocalize it to the entire team, because that's going to make the entire team better. And you're going to set that expectation. You're going to say, hey, you're the sales manager, but it's fine. Like go on the call and just be like, hey, I know some of you may have more expertise in terms of like individual, nuances of the sales calls, but it's okay. We're a team. I'm going to be showing you the methods that I've been able to follow, that have got me to this point. And even if you look at some of the best coaches in the world, like Michael Jordan's coach wasn't better than him at basketball. Okay, but why would Michael Jordan listen to him? Why would Michael Jordan value his expertise? Okay, a lot of these coaches weren't great all-star players. Okay, but yet they were really good players, okay, who understood how to teach, got into coaching, and these players who were great players still value their expertise, still value the angle that they're seeing everything, okay? And what else you can do for sales training that's very good, okay, is game review, okay? So in almost any sport you play, so I'm just going to take football, for example, because I played football. Same thing happens with basketball, like literally any sport you play. There will be a film class. Okay, if you play it at a high level, you will have, a couple times a week where you'll be sitting in a film room with your entire team, and you'll be watching over the game and critiquing yourself from like a bird's eye or a third party kind of point of view. Okay, and these are extremely important, okay? You want to try to do these game reviews and even urge your team to do them on themselves. You can do them as a team, but game reviews and watching over your calls are very important, because all sales is, or all like how you learn something outside of sales is you input something into a system. So you try something, you get an output or a result, and then that leads to a level of feedback that then can change your input for the better, okay? If this output is bad, what are you gonna do? You are gonna learn from that mistake, and you are going to get feedback, and you're gonna hopefully change your new input the next time you go and try to do a new sales call, okay? Let's say your output is really good and you close someone. Okay, well, what did I do that was good? What feedback can I derive from this to then take that into my next call, okay? And the thing is, a lot of people, they will only watch bad calls. And when you only watch bad calls, you don't know what you did necessarily. Like you're only gaining the inputs from the bad things, okay? And that is not a good thing, because you're not absorbing new inputs. But when you watch a contrast between the good calls and the bad calls, you are now getting new inputs of what you did correctly that you can cross-reference with the bad things, and now the entire system gets more feedback, and now you can bring that into your next call. So it's very important. You will never learn. I urge this to almost everyone I work with, and even if you're doing this by yourself, even if you are selling by yourself, or even if you have a massive team, whatever it is, you have to make sure that you're watching your calls over again. You won't get good at sales if you aren't getting feedback on anything, okay? If there is no feedback, feedback is another word for learning or understanding, okay, what you did right or what you did wrong. And if there is no feedback, the same thing is going to happen again and again, okay? If nothing changes, nothing changes, okay? Cool. And then on top of sales training, what is a very powerful thing as well is showing closers the back end. Okay? So this process is pretty important because a lot of people, a lot of teams as well, they will just show their closers, what they need to do in order to collect the card. They'll put their card into the system, run the card, and then that's all the closer knows, and etc. Obviously, they know how to explain the system, but they don't know the back end and etc. Because we're pretty much bringing someone from, a closer handling them to a CSM, customer success manager, okay? And then from the closer, there's the appointment setter, setting to the closer, okay? And the more this guy knows about this step, the more conviction he will have to move this guy to the next step, okay? So it's very important for the closer, for the appointment setter to know the next step, or know that, for the appointment setter to even know what happens in the customer success manager level in terms of onboarding someone, okay? How does that onboarding process look? Because that's just gonna get the closer more information, more conviction in the overall process that he's passing someone down to. So then, that process will make it easier when people are going to the next step, because then they're like, oh yeah, no, this is exactly how the closer explained it. I know exactly what's happening, blah, 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 blah. And same with the CSM, same with the customer success team. They should know, how that process looks like for the closer. So then they now have a better expectation to when that closer finishes the call, who they're dealing with. So this is kind of a two-way street, and you should try your best for there to be transparency across these stages so that everyone kind of knows the entirety of the process holistically. It's almost like doing a diet and or trying to lose weight, and you only know about supplements, okay? If you only know about supplements, now you're looking at it from a micro point of view and not a macro point of view. Okay, I need supplements, I need my diet, I need working out, and I should get some sunlight, hydration. There's a lot of moving parts. Look at it holistically so that the entire system can get better. And as well, even for closers, in order to kind of get them more, up to speed in terms of training, etc., get your closers to read testimonials. This is especially if closers are, maybe in a downswing or in a slump or etc. Get them to read testimonials, because closers, when they read a testimonial and have conviction in the process and say, oh my God, this guy went from this to this, then now they're able to obviously now have more conviction, okay, in the process. And the more conviction you have when you're selling something, the more you actually know that this thing can help someone, the less bad, okay, someone will feel about actually selling them. Okay, because let's say someone gives you an objection or says, oh, I want to think about it, and now you feel a level of internal guilt for having to try to push them. Well, you probably just don't believe in your process well enough to bring them that actual result, okay? So if you can have 100% conviction and you know that process to 100% help someone, then there really shouldn't be a bottleneck there, okay? Only if you're selling, obviously like a half-assed or a pretty bad process, then yeah, probably you're gonna feel pretty bad about that entire process. And even on top of this, excuse me, what you can do is give kudos to these sales guys who close prospects who get great results. Okay? What this does is, let's say this guy came into the program, okay, and he was a tough close. Let's just say his name's John. John was a tough close. He was really hard for our closer to sell, and he was very difficult. We had to do a ton of objection handling, etc. Okay, but he came into the program, and he went from 250 pounds overweight to 220 pounds in 1 month. Okay, he lost a ton of weight, etc. Okay, and now the closer that sees that result, okay, the closer that sees that result is going to now have conviction in pushing people more, or in having to spend more time nurturing people on the calls, getting through concerns or explaining away concerns or etc. And with that validation you're giving them, with that little pat on the back or reward or verbal reward or validation, they're going to feel better about going and doing that more. Then when you spread that across the team, now, okay, everyone's kind of seeing this as well, and they're going to want that kudos as well. So it's very important, because a lot of the closing teams that I work with, they would close really good, okay, at the end of the month. Okay, so let's say this is like day 30 of the month. They would close really good at the end of the month because they would see a lot of these people who have come in, okay, initially. And at the end of the month, they would actually be able to see some level of results with them. Okay, they would maybe check in with them at the end of the month. They would see some sort of like submission to the database, like a monthly submission. And then that would boost their mood, boost their conviction, make them feel better about what they're doing, make them feel more conviction that they're actually helping people. And that would translate directly to them closing better. Okay, so it's highly important for you to give kudos and for people and your sales guys to learn that this process is good and give kudos to that. Okay, and the last thing that I want to share about sales training, okay, is learning from pain. Okay, and this is a big one, okay, because a lot of closers, a lot of people, they will watch, you know, like a video, okay. They will, you know, read over the script, okay. You know, they will, you know, even like the role plays, like we said, this stuff is all good. It will help them, okay. But if someone learns from pain, what happens subconsciously in our brain is we're trying to avoid pain and go more towards pleasure. So subconsciously in our brain, what happens is if we experience something or we're on a sales call with someone and that person says, you know, F off, you're horrible, and screws them off, okay? That salesperson is going to say, oh my God, I did something horrible. What happened? They're going to feel a level of pain from that, and they're going to know not to do that again because of that pain, okay? And obviously this is a harsh example, okay? But even like, you know, if you don't close someone, okay, that hurts. If someone's like ready to spend 5K and you keep blabbing and they're now wanting to think about it, you demoted them in terms of wanting to actually move forward, they're gonna feel pain from that. Okay, so with sales, you can do a lot of training, you can do a lot of stuff, but getting out there and actually doing the painful stuff in terms of going for the pitch, getting rejected, doing all of that stuff, feeling the pain, that's gonna translate into people learning the quickest. Okay? If you ride your bicycle and you keep falling off your bicycle and scraping your knee, ow, that hurts so much, then you're gonna learn how to ride your bicycle quicker if you're falling off and it's not hurting. Okay? So learning from pain is the way that I did it, because I actually started off with cold calls. I was cold calling people, and I would get so many people telling me to F off. Oh, you just sound like another, you know, random Indian guy calling me from, you know, southern India, or or I'm not interested, leave me alone, or all this sort of stuff. I even had people who, like, this happened several times before, where I would have people who'd be like, okay, Ashton, yep, let's move forward with, you know, $5,000. Send me the link. I'll process that payment later today. And I'm like, okay, cool, bye, hang up the call. Okay, well, what happened from that? They would never pay. Oh, you know, oh, sorry, today was busy. I'll pay it tomorrow. Tomorrow turned into next week. Next week turned into never. That's just one example of me. Literally, I remember being broke, waiting for, like sitting in, this is when I was actually still in university, sitting in my math lecture and feeling like, oh my God, this guy said he would pay later tonight. And he said this, you know, multiple times. He pushed it off from here to today, from before to then, blah, 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 blah. He said he would pay and now he's not paying. And, oh, I hope he pays tonight. That was a ton of pain for me. That was horrible because I had that expectation and it didn't go through. So now I'm knowing for the next call, okay, If the guy says yes on that call, then we're going to get that processed on that call. Okay. That's just one example, but that's something that you have to go through yourself to feel that level of pain. Okay. And that's the end of the sales training section. The next section that we're going to be talking about is going to be all about sales hiring, how to hire people for your actual individual sales team. So what you have to realize is a lot of this stuff, if you're an entrepreneur, okay, entrepreneurship is, I spelt it wrong. It's more of like, it's the entrepreneur, I believe. Entrepreneurship is all about finding the most leveraged way to tackle something. Okay, and this is the first point that I want to talk about when hiring. So there's a lot of really good entrepreneurs out there. And for example, there's this really good quote of this one entrepreneur. I forget his name. This was a while ago I heard this. But he said, why learn something when you can just get someone to do it for you? It's like this, the C student mentality. The C student is the guy who doesn't have, much skill, but he knows how to get people to do the things for him. And one of my really good friends, actually, he didn't learn sales at all. He learned the basics, but he didn't learn sales at all. And he went and found people who did know sales, who understood the process, and got him to kind of this person to manage everything for them. So the question that I ask you is, why do something if you can get someone to do it better without having to actually do the process yourself? Okay, so this is something to keep in mind, okay? Especially later on, this is gonna come more into play, especially when you're, doing your business, but you're going to want to hire a team to do closing for you. So when to hire the team is very essential, because a lot of people, they will hire people too quickly, but you want to try to eventually get to the point where you have more reps working for you, because the more reps you have working for you allows your, ceiling of how many calls you can take to just go up. And the more calls you can take, the more closes you can potentially have. Okay. So you want to eventually obviously hire a team. If you're, let's say, doing, 10K per month, you're not ready, 20K a month, not ready, 30K a month, you can start to think about it. Around $50,000 a month is when you should start to actually outsource this for other people, okay? For example, like this guy that I shared with you right here who did it exactly from the jump, there are still downsides with it. You can still outsource and get people to do it for you, but the only downside from this is if you have somebody who is, let's say, a closer, okay, and he wants a role, and let's say his name's John again, and he wants a role, and he has two options going with this company, okay, that's doing $1 million a year, or this company that hasn't made any money, okay, he's probably gonna go with this company because they have more infrastructure, because there are already sales reps in that company doing a lot of money who he can go and directly learn from, okay? So a lot of people, they'll go and they're saying, oh, I'm making 10K a month, we're just gonna hire a closer for our company. It's not really that advantageous, okay? You can hire appointment setters, you can, get appointment setters completely from the jump. You can do that, but especially closers, a lot of them are a little bit more snobby. A lot of them are like, oh, I wanna live this laptop lifestyle, etc. And that's normal, that's fine, but you're gonna have a really hard time finding like closers with actually a good mentality, if you're making less than, $50,000 a month, okay? Because closers they want transparency. They wanna know how much money you're making to see if it's actually worth to actually work with you. So from the start, okay, you can hire appointment setters, okay? But from the start, you cannot hire closers, okay? I say $50,000 a month, you can start to actually have a closer doing that for you, okay? And just to show you the math of actually why you necessarily don't need a closer, especially from the jump, let's say your process is $5,000, okay? Then in order to make $50,000 a month, okay, that's 10 closes. That's one close every 3 days, monthly, Okay. 3 days. Okay. That's not a lot of volume. Okay. You can do that yourself. You can take, you can take three, that's not 13, that's three. You can make 3 to 5 calls daily and make 50K a month. It's not a massive amount of, like volume for you to do. It's not massively time consuming. So you can do that yourself. It's not a lot of volume, and you can, especially if you're selling high ticket, to do that yourself. Low ticket is a completely different kind of scenario, but you can do that volume yourself. And a lot of these closers, okay, when they're coming in and they're, they'll just use the John analogy again. When John is coming in and, John is, let's say, like I said before, he's starting more from scratch. He has a good mentality. He wants to learn, etc. Then you're not going to be able to give him the inputs that he needs if you don't know anything about closing, or even have anyone else on your team who knows anything about closing. If you have someone else on your team who knows stuff about closing, that's a totally different scenario. But he's going to want to learn, okay? You're going to want him to learn so he can make you more money. So it's good to start from a level where obviously you have cash flow, you have validation, so then you can portray that to the people that you do hire in the future, okay? So that is all about closing, that's all about, when to specifically hire. In terms of how to hire, okay, it is the best place where you can go and find people to actually work with you, salespeople, is sales organizations and social medias, okay? So I'm going to explain to you both of these medians and why they're really good. So for sales organizations, okay, a lot of companies, what they'll do is they have a front end where they'll teach you how to be an appointment setter or teach you how to be a high ticket closer. And they will have, let's say, a community of 5,000 people who don't have placement, who really want to get on a roll. And you should go and, build a connection within, a manager here or the owner here so that, you can have these access to these people that are constantly being coming in because they're running marketing. These sales organizations, they're running ads for their front end offer to teach people. They know, how to get people. They're constantly doing that themselves. So you should go in, make the connection. And a lot of people, like you think, oh, I have to pay for the closer. I have to pay. You actually don't, okay? If you build I build tons of connections in a lot of like really good organizations that do for appointment setting, for closers. And I know a couple people in the organizations and I pretty much go to them and say, hey, listen, I need a closer or I need a setter. And they just give me a list of some people who best fit my description or best fit my qualifications. So that's the first way you can do it in terms of how to actually hire people. The second way you should do it, if you don't want to do it that way, is through social media, okay? The only way this works is if you already have a good presence, okay, online, okay? If you have no presence online, meaning you have no following or you have no posts or no one knows who you are online, just don't do this. Just go to the sales organization, try to make some sort of connections. But if you have social media and you have a following, just make a post, do a story post, make a feed post, do a Twitter post, do a whatever, and say, hey, I'm hiring closers or I'm hiring people for this job description. This is the, earning potential. You can make this much money. Okay, these are the qualifications in order to work with me. You need to do this, you need to have this expertise, etc. And go make that post and there's gonna be a ton of people who respond. Okay, a really good one for this, just a heads up, that I've always used is Twitter, okay? Twitter is exceptional, and I know it's called X right now, but Twitter is really, really good for this because I only have I haven't used Twitter in a while, but I use it every once in a while, especially if I need someone. Twitter has a lot of closers and online money people, okay? And these online money people are like all over Twitter, okay? And you can go on Twitter, make a couple connections, have some friends with some people on there and just say, hey, I'm gonna make a post. Can you repost it on your, on your Twitter or whatever? And you can get a ton of people who reach out to you there. And you don't have to do like an entire Google form where people go and apply and do the whole fill out this application. just have a DM with someone, push them to a call, get them on a call, see if you have a connection with them, see if you actually like the person. You don't have to make it too complicated. Do a couple interviews, see where that takes you, ask some good questions, and feel out their personality, their skill set, etc. But push people to a call. I would recommend before making a decision that you do around 20 different interviews if you're hiring for let's say you're hiring one closer, do 20 interviews minimum. So then you have a good kind of like broad sort of thing, like broad sort of like amount of information so that you can make that decision rather than just doing like one or two because it's hard for you to see. Okay. And then that is pretty much, how to actually hire people. In terms of actually who to hire, I know we talked about this already, but you don't have to hire the top of the mountain. You don't have to hire people who are, the number one best people out there because it's going to be really hard. These people are, already trying to work for the best of the best of the best. You can go for the people who are in the middle to the lower, who have that potential, who understand things. And a really good tip that I learned about hiring, I actually learned from Sam Ovens, okay? Sam Ovens, he taught me about hiring. He said that when he was hiring a media buyer, okay? A media buyer is someone who runs ads, okay? He said instead of trying to go and find, the best current media buyer out there who, was the best in the space, who already has been spending a ton of money on ads, who knows everything about ads, let me just go find someone in a parallel plane, okay? What he means by this is instead of going and finding a media buyer who runs ads, what is a skill within media buying that is similar, okay, to another industry? So he said, okay, statistics, okay, because ads are all about statistics, okay? Can I go and find a statistician, okay, or a software engineer or a mathematician, okay? Can I go find someone within these parallel planes who have this skill of statistics that makes, these top people really good? And can I go and find these people for dollars or pennies on the dollar and train them up? Okay? Therefore, you're getting labor for cheaper. Okay? You are delivering that trend, like you're helping these people as well. And they're obviously going to be more loyal if you're helping them make more money and you're bringing them to a point where, you're actually helping them. So that's a really good tip that I learned about hiring. And the same thing with sales. Go find people who, are good at, in a parallel plane, or they're ambitious, or there's a lot of other characteristics that you can look for that aren't necessarily just like, I know how to follow this crazy sales script, or I know how to do, looping or all this sort of stuff. So that's all about hiring and kind of the overview of hiring. In terms of hiring, you need to hire, like I said, $50K a month is the point where you should be looking at hiring. Less than that is pointless. So that's all about hiring. Those are my tips on hiring in terms of sales. The next thing that we're going to be talking about is what the sale actually looks like, how to actually sell if you're a coach online, and what that actual individual process looks like right here. All right. So when it comes to actually selling and actually, okay, now you understand, the preconditions, you know how to hire, you understand, training your team, how to get leverage, all that sort of fun stuff. We're now going to be talking about actually closing people, okay? Some kind of fun stuff. So let's jump into it. So everything that you probably know about sales is probably wrong, okay? And I'm going to tell you why right here. So when I was pretty much first starting in sales, okay, I was, in college, sitting at my college dorm, trying to grind away at my desk, making cold calls, doing all that sort of stuff. And, what I would usually do is, I would try to get people onto a meeting, get a meeting or two or whatever, and from cold calls or whatever I was doing. And I would use popular sort of sales tactics, okay, to try to hard close people, Okay? And what happened was these people, they felt a level of uncomfort because of, this hard close sort of stuff. And I would get a lot of people who were ghosting me or whatever, and I was constantly in like a follow up mode. I was constantly having to follow up with people. Let me continually follow up with you, blah, blah, blah. And I would have tons of no shows. Okay? Lots of no shows. Okay? And there's this one instance, okay, where, I'd booked this meeting. The guy joined the meeting, and what I was taught, okay, was you have to get to the pitch as soon as possible. Get to the pitch and pitch people as soon as you can, because that's what I learned in the courses that I bought and the stuff online. And then once you make the pitch, you should go and handle the objections and try to deal with their bull crap or whatever, to the close. And I actually learned this from, a really popular sales trainer named Jordan Belfort. Okay, I'm sure you guys have heard of his movie, The Wolf of Wall Street. But Jordan Belfort, he pretty much taught this method called the straight line selling, straight line persuasion, where you would, you'd start with the pitch, you'd have an objection, they'd have an objection, you'd bring them back to the center. Let's say this is the close. And then they'd have another objection, you bring them back, they'd have another one, but it's just kind of just basic, just looping. He called it looping, okay? And what I heard from this, okay, what I got from this is a lot of people saying, oh, you're a great salesman. Oh, you're a great salesman. You're so great, but you're a great salesman, blah, 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 blah. And that's not what they meant. What they meant is, I'm having a hard time telling you to F off because you're pretty much just looping. You're hard closing me, and I'm feeling the pressure from what you're saying. And I'm just going to say, oh, you're a great salesman, but I'm going to give you another objection. And then, oh, you can handle it again. Oh, whatever. Okay, so I kept getting objections. I kept persisting, and then until this guy, this specific example, he flipped out. He's like, oh, fuck off, dude. Leave me alone. And hung up on me, okay, because I was trying to do this and I was really lost. I was invested into this method. I spent a lot of money to have this system, and it was good. It helped me a little bit, but it wasn't really getting me the results that I wanted. And I was a little bit pissed, okay, until I read this book, okay, that I actually saw online, okay. And I'm going to tell you what this book kind of expressed to me. So this book is called To Sell is Human. Okay. And this book changed my perspective on sales. Okay. So I was recommended this book. I actually saw it on an Instagram kind of reel by this other sales trainer named Jeremy Miner. Okay. His stuff is really good. But pretty much in this book, I actually I was still in college at the time. I went to the library. Okay. And I took this book out on my girlfriend's credit card, or not my girlfriend's library card at the time. And then a month or two later, I was so invested into my business and working, we broke up. And then she was getting charges for the book. And she's like, hey, can you return the book? And I was just, no. So let's get back to it. So in this book, pretty much what it stated is quite a few things. So they pretty much did this kind of massive peer review on sales and learning what the general consensus of what people think about sales. And what they found is most people, the way they view salesmen, okay, is they view salesmen with a couple keywords, okay? Icky, pushy, and annoying were the top 3 words that most people associate with salesmen, okay? Icky, pushy, and annoying, okay? And this is just kind of what the book was saying. And the way this developed was actually through the industries evolving and kind of changing the dynamic of sales. So in the first phase, okay, you're going to see why this makes sense in a second, but in the first phase, okay, where sales were developing, capitalism, the Industrial Revolution, okay, a little bit later after that, but in 1950s, okay, there was this company called the Fuller Brush Company, okay? And they had thousands of salesmen all around the world, and they were going door to door. And pretty much what they would do, okay, this Fuller Brush company, is they would knock on your door and they would enter your home and not leave until you've bought something. They would just keep looping and keep, whatever. And this method, because it was so widespread all around America, it left a, really bad taste around salesmen, etc. And people being more pushy then tactics coming out to potentially even being more pushy or etc. And people just disassociated more, okay? And then phase 2, okay, we see this even coming around, like I want to say 1980s to 2000s, okay? We see a lot of sales trainers emerge, guys like, the same guy, Jordan Belfort, okay? We have a lot of these like older guys who sold back in the 80s or whatever, and a lot of these guys came around and were selling, again, high pressure stuff. Even there's this really big car salesman, and he set the record or whatever in the 1990s for selling cars, and then he made a book about how to sell anything to anyone. Okay, that was the name of his book. Okay, and a lot of these guys who were selling back then, these were old tactics. Okay, these old tactics, okay, worked based on the market not being caught up at the time. And this thing that I learned probably would have worked back in the 1980s because, the market wasn't adjusted, the market didn't know, etc. Okay? So what I'm trying to explain here, the overall thesis of this is, if you're selling something, okay, if the prospect hasn't seen the sales thing before or hasn't felt the pressure before, then they're just gonna think it's normal and they're gonna whatever. Okay, like if an army hasn't seen an attack before, it's not gonna know how to defend against it. Okay, and a lot of these things, okay, you were able to do this high pressure stuff. You were able to do this high pressure sales stuff back in the 80s because, for example, nowadays, someone, if they want to buy a car, they're just going to go online, okay? They're going to read reviews, okay? They're going to go on Google. They're going to scour Trustpilot. They're going to go on Google reviews. They're going to see all this sort of stuff. And they're going to say, okay, I'm not going to go to this dealership, or I'm going to find the price here. They didn't have to go through a salesman they don't have to go through a salesman because there's all online stuff right now, okay? So, so back then, if you had a pushy experience with a sales guy, what are you going to tell your friend? Your friend's going to tell this person. Like, it's not as widespread, okay? So a lot of these old tactics of a lot of these sales trainers are, even like Grant Cardone, for example, like these guys are older. They were sold this like older sort of like sales methodology that worked back in the 80s, back in the 90s, back in the early 2000s. But remember, if an army hasn't seen an attack before, it's not going to know how to defend against it. It's a lot easier to sell to people who don't understand or haven't been through sales calls before because these tactics work a lot better. But being pushy and doing all this stuff is not really the way to do it anymore because people are smarter, consumers are smarter, they understand what high pressure sales is, they feel your level of, oh, I need you to buy this. Like they feel that internally and they're not going to do it. Okay. So, so a lot of these companies, a lot of these, things have been associated with obviously icky, pushing, annoying for all these, the market consensus associating those words with those people. Okay. And what the new solution, so kind of, I want to label it as phase 3, is genuinely seeing if you can help in the first place. Okay? Can you actually help them in the first place? Can you genuinely help them? Okay? The next thing is never be a product, never be a solution pusher. Seek to understand before being understood. Seek to understand before being understood, okay? Because the more data you have, the more you know about someone, the better they'll feel understood, and the more trust they'll have towards you, and the better data you'll have to make that close, because it's going to be more personalized. Okay. Asking good questions. Okay. So instead of pushing something, instead of saying, hey, Jordan Belfort, you've seen the boiler room movies of Jordan Belfort, hey, buy this, this Fuller Brush Company or whatever. Ask good questions that, obviously are eliciting a good emotional response about where they want to go to. Okay. No false scarcity. Okay. Most of the times it comes off horribly. Okay. Like when you say, oh, like I want you to actually process this for a second. When you are on a call with someone, you say, oh yeah, this is your last moment to buy this before, our whatever is going to run out. The only thing that's gonna make them feel is a level of like, ugh. Okay, I just had a lawn weed company called me this morning, not that weed, and they gave me a quote like a week ago, and they called me today and they say, hey, you got to buy today or else our promotion's gonna run out. Do you really think I believe that? Do you really think most people believe that? Okay, and like that's not really accomplishing anything. Like it's better to just say nothing than use false scarcity, because it's leaving them with a bad taste in their mouth. I even said after that, I'm like, that left a bad taste in my mouth, okay? And the last point that I want to make is no hard closing, okay? If you feel a level of, I want to say like oddness, and if you feel like you're actually having to push someone incredibly hard, then I want you to ask yourself what the actual person on the other side of the screen feels as well. Okay, so you should not be having to do like exceptionally hard closing stuff. There is a level of pushing people, but it's not pushing people in the level of slamming and being hard and really pushing and pushing and pushing, because that's just going to get people to obviously blow up. Okay, so this is the new phase. Genuinely seeing if you can help people in the first place, understanding people, seeking to understand before being understood, asking good questions, not using false scarcity, and actually finding a pain, okay? Finding a level of pain, okay? Seeing what that current situation is like, okay? Their current painful situation, seeing their desired situation, okay? Seeing what that would be like, what's that like, okay? And what that gap is in between. What is that gap? Okay, is it a couple of things? What's stopping them from getting there? That is all sales. You're bringing someone from point A to point B. You are selling a transformation. You are selling a shift. Okay, and you're not going to sell that shift by slamming that down their throat. You're going to sell that shift by understanding where they are, seeing how painful that is, okay, seeing why it's so painful for them, okay, then understanding where they want to get to, why they want to get there, okay, what's stopping them from getting there on their own, okay, is this something that they actually truly want to do, that they have tons of conviction in, okay, these things are incredibly important, okay, so that's just kind of an overview of what sales is from the jump, okay, and what you're going to have to know, because most people have very warped perceptions on what they're actually selling. They think that they're going to, jump on a call with someone and just like push it down their throat, while, the market has been very skewed because of a lot of companies and bad people, or not even bad people, but, these words tell you themselves from what people mostly think about salespeople. So that's not your goal. Your goal is to actually see if you can help in the first place. Okay. So now we're going to be talking about, okay, now that you understand a little bit about the, conditions of selling, okay, and what that kind of looks like from a macro point of view, now we're going to be talking about the pre-sale, okay? Okay, so when we talk about the pre-sale, okay, what you have to realize is the sale doesn't start at the conversation. The sale doesn't start, when the appointment setter is calling them or the texts are being sent out. The sale starts at the first click, okay? The first point of interest, the first point of someone reaching out, okay? That is the exact first point where the sale actually starts. Okay. So when I talk about reaching out to leads quickly or trying to get people who have reached out, at 4 p.m. and you're reaching out at 4:01, that is all about, reaching out to that level of interest initially, because the sale starts right there. When someone clicks on something, now they're going to be taken down a rabbit hole. Now they're going and watching your next step in the funnel. Now they're going to go click on your page. Now they're going to go do a bunch of other stuff. And the sale is either convincing them that they should be working with you or not be working with you. Okay. So it's very important to understand that it starts at the first click. It's an entire process. Okay. And it's not just one moving part. Okay. The next part that I want to talk about is appointment setting. So this is a very important topic, because if you're not able to set, appointments properly, then you're going to not be able to close properly. So these two kind of go hand in hand. So I'm going to be going through the overall script for appointment setting and kind of how to do that individual call or how to actually set that appointment. But the biggest things that you're going to want to understand is you are going to want to try to set the next step up for success. What I mean by this is, if you are not able to, for example, close someone, then that is probably because you are either horrible at sales, which for this case scenario I'm not going to say, or the appointment setting conversation or the appointment setter didn't qualify them correctly or didn't have a correct conversation. Okay, so that appointment setter or that appointment being set should invoke a level of desire or curiosity for that next step. It should be something that they are wanting to go to, that they are interested in going to. Okay, and what the appointment, I get all of the appointment setters that work for my company to do for the actual closers is you want to kind of gas it up a bit. You want to hype it up. You want to get them interested and get it feeling like, oh my God, I really want to go to that call. Okay. You're pretty much going to say something like, if, for the appointment setter, okay, yeah, let's get you booked in for whatever. You're going to be on the call with John or whatever. And, John has helped 100 people just like you go from X to Y. And he's going to be kind of making an individual plan and, et cetera. Or even if it's yourself, you're going to say, yeah, so on that call, if you're booking for yourself, yeah, on that call, I've helped hundreds of people go from, fat and overweight to super lean and healthy. And I'm going to be kind of deriving a plan for you. Okay. And that's a lot better. Now there's a level of interest for, oh my God, there's a face behind it. There's a name behind it. I kind of know who I'm going to be speaking to. I know what the next step's going to be like, rather than just saying, okay, yep, you're booked in. Check for an email. There's going to be a Zoom link in there. And then one of our team members is going to get back to you. Okay. So try to gas it up a little bit. Okay. Just get them hyped for the call and get them excited to go. Okay. The next is qualification. Okay. So you have to qualify, obviously, the leads that you are booking in. If you are booking in people who are just absolutely garbage, then you have to be, okay with having bad conversations and just not being able to close people, because some people are just not meant to be helped. Some people just can't be closed. Okay. For qualification, you want to understand, okay, what is their budget? Okay. What is the timing of that decision? Okay, do they want to make that decision now? If it's not now, when? Okay, cool. Are they the person to be making the decision? Are they the authority figure? Is that them? Do they have a partner involved? Do they have is their wife involved? Is their husband involved, etc.? Okay, and then is there a need to do that? Okay, and a need with timing now. Okay. So these are the basic sort of qualifications that you have to run people through when you're actually setting appointments. Because without one of these, then, the entire picture is screwed. The entire thing is messed up. If they don't have a budget, they can't afford it. If they don't want to do it now, then okay, what's the point of talking? If they're not the one to make the decision, then you're going to be convincing someone who's then going to go and try to convince their husband who doesn't have the same level of skills that you have. And that is obviously a waste of time. If they don't actually have an actual need or a pain involved, or, behind this decision, or a massive desire to get to the next level or to change their lives, then what are you selling, right? You're selling a change. And if they don't want that change, then how are you going to convince them to do something that they don't even want in the first place? So when there's this kind of common thing where people are like, you've probably seen on social media where people are like, oh, here, sell me this pen. And someone will say, oh, okay, I don't really want a pen. And then the other person will say, oh, well, you need this pen. This is the best pen. Okay? That's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. People need a base level of desire. People need a base level of, okay, even if it's 1%, okay? Even if it's 2%, they need something. Okay? It doesn't have to be 100%, because if it's 100%, okay, great, it's a lay down close. But if it's just 1 or 2%, a salesperson can always take that small percentage and increase it in terms of urgency and doing it now and wanting to do it. But if it's 0%, 0 times 0 will always be 0, okay? 0 times a million will always be 0, okay? So you need a base level of desire. It doesn't have to be a lot, but enough for you to work off of and obviously get them involved and get to the next level, okay? The next step in terms of pre-selling and appointment setting is notes, okay? This is a really big one, okay? So if you're setting an appointment for yourself or if you're setting an appointment for the closer, you're gonna wanna make sure that there are notes for the closer, okay? You never want a customer to have to repeat themselves, okay? We've probably all been in when I was kind of starting out, customers, when they have to repeat themselves and they have to constantly be like, oh, I've already talked to this person about this, or blah, 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 blah with this, or, oh, I've explained this to you already so many times. They get kind of fed up and they feel like they're being asked the same question just for kind of sales purposes, and it leaves them with a bad taste in their mouth. So you want to try to have notes. Get your setter to take notes so that he can pass those notes off to the closer. And you could put those notes under the calendar booking or in the actual CRM so that closer can see before the call. And that closer with, 5 minutes, it literally takes 5 minutes before to do a little research, look through the application, read through their stuff. Not even, it takes 60 seconds to read through an application, okay, and actually understand, get to know their, where they're at, where they're at in the world, where they're looking, look through their stuff, look through this. It takes a little bit of prep. But that little bit of prep receives outsized returns if you're able to actually do that. So make sure that your setter has the notes or you have notes for yourself so you're not forgetting things when you're actually taking the call, okay? Because you don't want people to repeat themselves. You can get people to actually, obviously with the closer, they're going to have to go through and repeat probably some things that they said to the setter, but that's the right person to have to repeat it to, the person who's going to be actually processing the payments, okay? So have notes. You're going to get a lot more success once you have those. And when you're taking a sales conversation, okay, it's very casual just to have some notes and just write some stuff down. Even when I'm on a sales call, I'll be writing some stuff. I'll do a little doodle. Okay. It's very important to have just some notes because it's very natural as well to have that. So yeah. Okay. So cool. So now we're going to be talking about how the actual appointment setting process kind of looks from head to toe. Okay, so this is all about appointment setting. Okay, and I want you to kind of realize with appointment setting, it is pretty much a sales script condensed. Okay, so our company will book, for each of our clients, maybe roughly around 3 to maybe 10 meetings, really dependent on where kind of they're at per day. Based off of, obviously their circumstances and stuff. So I have a ton of experience in appointment setting, and I'm just going to kind of tell you what works and kind of the script we use. So all appointment setting is it's a condensed, okay, closing script, okay? So a closing script is pretty much understanding someone's current situation, their desired situation, what's stopping them from getting to there. Okay, so like bottlenecks. Okay, what's stopping them from getting to their desired situation? And then why work with us? Like why me? Okay, why now? Get some qualification, and then a level of a pitch or an ask. Like this is where you're going to go about into your offer. And then after that would be a level of maybe like objection handling. Okay? So the way that I handle all of my calls is current situation, desired situation, what's stopping them, why me, why now? But I'm doing this it takes me maybe 5 to 13 minutes to do an actual appointment setting call. If you're doing this over text, it's the exact same thing, just over text. It's the exact same thing. But you're just doing this in a condensed format. In a closing call, you're going to want to go into more detail for obviously each of these individual sections, okay? But for a appointment setting call, you are going through them a little bit quicker to invoke the same kind of level of pain or want for your solution, okay? So with appointment setting calls, how they all start out, okay? I'm going to give you I'm going to link the script as well below for you guys to check out. I have like an entire workflow of like, if this, do this, if this, do this, but I'm going to give you kind of the overall explanation right here of how this kind of works out on a scripting level. And you're going to want to get your appointment setters and your entire team, even for closing, this is very prevalent as well. Tell everyone to follow the script, okay? Because if your script is bad, you're going to find out if everyone is following the script, if your script is bad. Okay, because if everyone's following it 100% and you're not getting any sales, then you're going to find out. But if everyone is maybe kind of following the script and some people are not, then you're not going to see if the actual script is working and you're not going to be able to replicate it. So same with appointment setting, get people to follow the script. Okay, so how appointment setting calls work, okay? The first thing that you should be doing on appointment setting calls is finding a level of, get them to recognize who's calling. Okay? The way I do this is I pick up the phone, give them a dial, and I say, hey, is this stutter a little bit? Hey, is this John? Okay? Slow, stutter. I'm not using a massive hey, is this John? How are you? I'm not saying that. Hey, is this John? I'm saying it slow. When I'm saying it slow, they're like, sorry, who's calling me? Like, what, sorry? They get confused, they get curious. Okay, that's good. We want them to be curious. We don't want them to immediately be like, oh my God, sales guy, hang up. Okay, so we want them to, we're gonna say that, hey, oh yeah, it's just Ashton with, blah, 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 blah. You reached out to us to maybe get some help with X or Y, does that ring a bell? So for fitness, hey, you reached out to us, maybe Facebook or Instagram, to get some help with losing some weight or maybe toning up. Does that kind of ring a bell? Okay. You're going to want to get them to acknowledge and understand. A lot of these people, you're going to realize they've reached out to maybe 5 or 10 different companies because they're in a state of pain, whatever. And a lot of people are not going to recognize, or a lot of people are just going to be like, sorry, I don't remember. And you're going to have to say, well, you reached, oh, yes, I do remember. And the speed of which you reach out to people is going to obviously help with this as well. But you're going to want to get people to acknowledge that they did. If you can't get past that, then you're not going to be able to get to the next step of appointment setting. Okay, so get people to understand who's reaching out and acknowledge, okay, that they have reached out. Oh, yes, I may have reached out a little bit ago, but I kind of forgot. Can you kind of fill me in? That's good. We can now go to the next step, okay? Now we're going to set kind of a small agenda. So this is actually, I should have included a little portion here. This is before you actually dive into current situation, all that sort of stuff. This is, getting them to acknowledge that who's calling, and then setting the agenda, okay? So they understand who you're calling. You're kind of doing that tonality that I expressed to you there. You're getting people to say, yes, this does ring a bell. And then you're going to the next step, which is setting kind of a small agenda. You're going to say, hey, listen, is it cool if I ask you a couple questions to kind of see even if we can help? Is it cool if I ask you a couple questions about, helping you lose weight to see even if we can help you? Is that cool if I ask you some questions? Cool. And then now you can go into the current situation. So you're just going to ask them if it's cool to ask them questions. Okay? Because if you don't, what I've found, this is kind of higher level, but if you go directly from like a, yes, this rings a bell to, okay, cool. Well, what are you doing right now with your fitness goals? Or what's happening? And then people are going to kind of be like, they'll maybe answer a couple of questions and then they'll say, hey, well listen, I kind of have to go right now. If you set the agenda and say, hey, is it cool if I ask you some questions to see even if we can help? Because maybe we can't help, okay? Then people will either say, now's a really bad time. Can you call me back in 10 minutes? Or they'll say, yeah, go ahead. And they'll expect the questions that are coming. They'll understand that, okay, this guy is going to be asking me questions. The agenda has been set by this guy. Therefore, I'm understanding of this process and I know what's going to be happening. Okay, so set that mini agenda. Hey, is it cool if I ask you a couple of questions for a little bit just to see even if we can help? Maybe we kind of can't. Is it cool if I ask you some questions? Cool. And then now you can jump into their current situation. Okay, so now you're going to jump into, hey, what's going on? Okay, what are you trying to do? Like what's happening in your current life? What are you going to the gym? Are you following a diet? What's going on in your current situation? You're going to want to try to get as deep as you can without having to, like, for example, if someone says, oh, I want to lose weight because I want to look good and feel good, that's not an answer, okay? That's them kind of deflecting. You want them to, if you can respond to the question by saying, so what, okay, then you haven't gone deep enough. So you want to get them to obviously like say, okay, I want to lose weight because, I've been really wanting to do this for a lot of years and this is something that's super important to me. Okay, makes sense. Or, I want to lose weight because I've been unhealthy for this long and now's the time I have to change, okay? Very important distinction between those two. One's an emotional response of, oh my God, I need this. This is a deep answer. Another one's like a deflection. Sales is all about emotions, okay? So that first section is all about, what is their current situation? The next is their desired, right? So where do you want to go? What's going on? Why do you want to get there? You want to lose weight, you want to gain muscle. What does that process look like? What does the dream look like? Why even go for the dream anyway? Like, why do you want this outcome? Okay. And then what's stopping them? Like, why do you need help? What's stopping you? Why can't you do this by yourself? Okay. Why do you need a professional? Why do you need me to help you with this? Okay. Anyone can lose weight. Anyone can make money online. Why do you need extra help with this process? What's stopping them from doing it on their own? Okay. And then after that, you can do a couple, I'm going to group these as more qualification questions. Okay. More questions that will be individual to why me. Okay. Why do you want me to help you with this? Okay. Why do you want me? Okay. Why now? Why not in 6 months from now? Okay, just add a little bit of qualification to get them to kind of feel and committed to you. And then after this, you're going to go for your presentation, your pitch, your ask, your offer. And the way you're going to do this is you're going to say, okay, cool. Thanks for kind of, telling me a little bit more about yourself. Is it cool if I ask you is it cool if I tell you a little bit about kind of what the process sort of looks like so I can, show you kind of how this could maybe help you? Yeah, sure, go ahead. And then you're going to jump into your little bit of your pitch or your ask, your offer. So we do this, we help people go from X to Y. Most people do it like this, we do it like this, and here's why we're a little bit different, blah, 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 blah. Don't go into too much detail, especially on the appointment setting call. Just give them a base level of information about the transformation, okay? And then make your offer. Your offer should be something along the lines of, hey, we only have, we're giving away, or we're doing this. Okay, we're giving away, this is a very common offer I run in fitness. We're giving away 10 free strategy sessions, or sometimes I even label them as fat loss calls. This is industry specific. Okay. Or, discovery or walkthrough calls. We're giving away 10 of these. We were giving away 10 of these over the past couple days. I have a couple more left. Okay, you're going to want to be very careful with the false scarcity there. You're going to want to really kind of slow down and say, hey, yeah, we have, let me just double check. I think we have 2 more left. Yeah, we got 2 more left. Kind of correct yourself. We got 2 more left. I can maybe get you booked into one of these. Let me just pull up the calendar. Don't get their acknowledgement. Don't let them say, yes, I want this. Don't get them to do that. Just get them to not say no, pretty much. Okay? Then you're going to just say, hold up. Let me pull up the calendar. Okay? And let me see if we have any spots available for you. The frame is, let me see if I have spots available for you, not, oh, do you please want a spot? Do you please want... We don't want them to view us as a low status creature. Okay? Gonna pull up the calendar. You're gonna find 2 spots. Okay, this is just very, very basic. Gonna find 2 spots. Hey, I have a couple spots this week. What does your availability usually look like throughout the week? Do you work Monday to Friday? Get some information. Oh yeah, I work 9 to 5. Monday to Friday, my weekends are free. Get a base level of information. Then you're gonna offer them 2 spots. Okay, yeah. Well, I have a Monday after your work around 5:36, or I have a Saturday at this spot. Which one works better for you? Give them 2 options. It's the easiest way to do it, and let them kind of choose from there. If they give you an objection around this time, they'll usually say something along the lines of, oh, well, what's the price? Can you tell me the price before? That's the biggest one. The biggest objection they're going to say is price, or, oh, can you give me a call later? In this case, if they ask for price, I'm just going to give you the base level of how to overcome this in the appointment setting stage. If they ask for price, all you're going to say is, hey, that's why we're giving away these free sessions, so that if we can, or so that we can understand you a little bit more, so that we can see if we can help you, so that we can see what's going on with you. Because our program is a little bit more custom. It's not like cookie cutter where the same thing is going to be applied to everyone. So that's why we're giving away these sessions, to understand you a little bit more, see what's going on, see if we can even help. And then once we know that, we'll definitely kind of walk you through the process in full. Does that make sense? Cool. And if they keep harping, you can do something called you can give a mechanic example. So you say, hey, Linda, do you have a car? Oh yeah, I do have a car. Well, when you call your mechanic and you say, hey, I think there's something wrong with my car, does the mechanic just say, okay, cool, I can fix it for this much? Or does he say, hey, bring the car in, let me pop the hood, let me see what's going on, and then I can see what's the problem and see kind of what the pricing is? And they're going to say, yeah, of course. Yeah, so we kind of operate the same way. We want to come in, we want to see what's going on, and then from there, we'll be able to make a better kind of diagnosis. Does that make sense? Cool. Okay? So those are the basic sort of objections that you're going to be able to know in terms of pricing. Okay? In terms of, can you send me an email? Can you do this? Blah, 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 blah. If you get that objection, price is more common, but if you get that objection, you probably messed up this part as a whole. You probably didn't really go into their desired, you didn't do that properly. If you're getting that, I would try to, maybe loop back into their current situation, maybe ask a couple qualifying questions. Well, why do you want to do this now? Why is this important to you? Like, blah, 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 and then see if you can loop them back in. But in that case, it's a little bit difficult. Remember, not everyone is meant to be booked into a calendar, okay? So that's pretty much the overall of how to appointment set on a very base level. I'm going to link my script below in terms of appointment setting so you can read through it. It's a flow chart that you guys can have for free. It's more positioned for some of my in-person brick and mortar gyms and online coaches as well. So you guys are going to get a good understanding of that. Okay. The next step that we're going to be talking about is closing. Okay. So how to close and how to actually handle people who reach out, and now we're on a call with them, and now we have to collect the cash. This is no longer the appointment setting call. This is now people on the call with us. Okay, so now we're going to be talking about closing, what that entire process looks like, and we're going to be taking it away from there. Okay, so the first step in closing is opening. So the sales call starts with you opening the call, and then closing is collecting the cash. So the first part of closing is opening the call. So first thing in terms of opening is all about how you set the agenda. It's the same with the appointment setting call, but you're going to want to set that agenda and get into it. So you can start the call. I like, a lot of people, they'll do a little bit of small talk. You can, hey, where are you calling in from? Oh, you're calling in from here. Super cool. Do a little bit. It could maybe be 60 seconds max. Don't force it. Because like a lot of people, especially when they're booking calls, they're there for a reason. They're not there for small talk. And when you do small talk, these people know that you're small talking to try to find some likingness. So it comes off a little bit weird sometimes. Really depends on how you do it. But I would just simply hey man, how you doing today? Super cool. Where are you calling in from? Awesome. Nice. How's the weather down there? Your things are good? Cool. You ready to jump into it? Nice. That's it. Just say, you ready to jump into it? You ready to take things away? You ready to kick it off? Whatever it is, and get into it. Okay? Then you're going to set the agenda. Okay? So all the agenda that you're setting is you're going to tell them what's going to happen during the call and how you want them to be during the call. If you don't tell them how you want them to be, then they're going to be confused. They're not going to, you have to establish yourself as the status authority figure here. And if it's you randomly just being jump into questions, then they're not going to be knowing of how you want them to act. So you're going to set the agenda. Hey, I'm super excited to jump on this call. Pretty much how these calls typically go is I'm going to show you, I want to learn a little bit more about kind of where you are right now, where you're trying to get to, and see if we can even help in the first place. Once I kind of understand you a little bit more, then I'm going to obviously kind of walk you through what we do and how we do it. Does that sound fair? Get them to say yes. If people don't say yes to this, then you're screwed. Oh, well, I just want to know the price. Or, oh, I'm here to just, kind of see, I'm here to see my options. You got them. You have to get them to acknowledge. If they don't, then you're just going to say it again. Hey, yeah, so, typically what we do is, I want to ask you a couple questions, see what's going on, see if we can even help. And then I can kind of dive into stuff a little bit later. Does that make sense? Are you cool with that? No? Say it again. Just keep looping until they get acknowledged. It's like you got to pass level 1 to get to level 2. You got to pass level 2 to get to level 3. It's the same sort of process. Okay, so get them to acknowledge that. And if they don't, then it's tough. You have to get that acknowledgement. So get them to say yes to that agenda frame. Okay, what's going to be happening during that call? That's going to establish you as kind of the person asking, the authority, the status figure, the person who knows, and they're inquiring to you. It's the frame where in closing, you have to be viewed as the status person, the person who they are coming to. You are not going to them. You are not chasing them. They are coming to you. Okay? So set that agenda. The next step is you are going to ask an opening question. So the opening question, okay, that you have to ask with every sales call is, why did you book a call? What's the reason for reaching out? Okay, why did you book a call? And the reason why we're doing this, instead of jumping into the current situation immediately, is we want to allow them to have a kind of, we want to allow them to start where it's painful. So if you walk into the doctor's office and the doctor immediately starts to assume things and starts to say, hey, so, what does your diet look like right now? What is this? Blah, 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 blah. The doctor's assuming that the patient doesn't know, okay? If the doctor's starting with, hey, what's the reason for you coming in today? Oh, well, I broke my leg. Points to the leg. Okay, let's start there, where the pain is. So same thing with closing call. Hey, what's the reason for you jumping on? Well, why'd you reach out in the first place? Then allow them to kind of lead the pain, and that's going to give you more ammo. Remember, the more they open up about pain, the more data they give you, the more ammo we have in our gun in order to make the pitch custom, right to them, allow them to feel understood, etc. So get them to lead with that pain, okay? Cool. The next step is obviously your current situation. So remember, this is the exact same as the appointment, okay? What is their current situation? What is their desired situation? What's holding them back, okay? This is the exact same process. What's holding them back? Okay, you can add some qualification questions in here. Why us? Why do you need our help? And then, especially with closing calls, you have to do a consequence question. Okay, all a consequence question is you are going to ask, if nothing changes, what happens? Okay, and then after that, you're gonna say, okay, cool. It's cool if I share my screen, kind of show you a little bit about the process. Then you're gonna make your presentation. Okay. Then, after your presentation, comes your offer. And then potential objections. Okay? So we're going to be talking about your presentation a little bit. So when you're making your presentation, you want it to be viewed through rose-tinted glasses. So your presentation doesn't have to be good. It doesn't have to be incredibly amazing. But what it does have to be is it has to be viewed through rose-tinted glasses. What I mean by this is if for example, this is a horrible example, but there are cases where there will be domestic violence, okay? Yet the wife or the victim of the domestic violence will still stick up for the husband. Why? Because she's viewing the husband through rose-tinted glasses. So it's the same thing with you in your presentation. Presentation doesn't have to be absolutely amazing. All it has to do is show them the solution to their pain. It has to say, hey, you're here. I can bring you here by following this process that I obtain. And what I mean by rose-tinted glasses is if you did the previous part of the sale correctly, you spent time with them in their desired situation, you got through all of the emotional questions, and you were able to respond, and you weren't able to respond with so what, and you actually dug deep with them, then they should have a level of emotional conviction. These people know, maybe halfway or maybe a quarter of the way through the call, if they're actually going to buy or not. People don't make the decision if they're going to buy at the end of the call. They don't just say, oh, you made the offer? Yes. They make their decision emotionally early on in the call. Okay, so when you're making your presentation, they're viewing it through rose-tinted glasses. They're viewing it through, oh my God, yeah, like this is exactly what I needed, even though it's a basic presentation, just taking their pain and showing them the solution. Okay, and that's pretty much with your presentation. So all in all, like the logistics of your presentation, I would recommend sharing your screen. Okay, this is very important. Giving your sales guys, a templatized screen sort of thing that shows them obviously like what the process is. You want to obviously have this as the exact same thing for all of your sales guys and not let them do it individually, because then you won't see if it's working or not. So give your sales guys a templatized sort of process, get them to share their screen. All you're doing is you're explaining the steps in the process. The best thing that you can do is make your steps 3 steps maximum. People are able to, if something is like 30 steps, they're like, oh my God, this is like a lot of like comprehending. Remember, they're in an emotional state. They're like, oh, I want to buy. I'm like nervous. I want to change my life. They're in a scary change. Like change is scary for people. So you don't want to overstimulate people. Give 3 steps, like the 3 tenets or the 3 pillars of getting you from X to Y. Like make it kind of a simple sort of mechanism to explain to them. Okay. Make sure it's all tied back to their individual scenarios. So if you're making a presentation and you're saying, and this part, we're going to be pretty much, giving you a diet so that, you can lose that 30 pounds and hang out with your kids on the beach, kind of like what you said. So tie it back to their individual thing that they said. And that's pretty much the basis of a presentation. You're going to want to share a screen. You're going to share steps. And then I would also include some sort of testimonials or client results. Okay? You don't want this to come off as qualifying, because it's very easy to fall into the qualifying frame and just be like, oh yeah, look at how cool I am. please work with me. Look at my client success. It can be, it's really, you have to make sure that you are doing it in a strategic way. And the way that I do it is I say, yeah, and kind of with these 3 steps, what I kind of walk you through here. We brought John, kind of similar position to you. We brought him from X to Y, kind of through these 3 steps. John was, struggling with this and this and this, and kind of just share your screen and kind of walk maybe them through a couple client results and say, yeah, this is, the wins tab, or this is the whatever, where we keep all of our stuff. As you can see, we've had a fair amount of people who have, gone through this transformation. So yeah, we can definitely help you with that. Or yeah, as you can kind of see, cool. Okay. And then after that, after you make the presentation, you're going to want to get them, this is a big portion, okay? You're going to want to get them to, I didn't mean to do that. You're going to want to get them to say that they need this, okay? What I mean by this is most people, after they make the presentation, they specifically just go into the pitch. They say, okay, cool, the pitch is done. Let me just jump into, the presentation is done. Let me just jump into the pitch and let me explain this to you. You're going to want to get them after this pitch or after this presentation. You're going to want to ask them and double down. Okay. Does this feel like something that'll work for you? Okay, why so? Okay, why me? Why this process? Okay, do you feel like this will work for you? Okay, a lot of people maybe feel like this will not work for them individually. Why do you feel like this will work for you? Okay, very important distinctions as well. So you're going to want to get that and get them to say, yes, I feel like this process 100% will change my life. And based off of their tonality, you can rank it on a scale. So 0 to 10, how this looks is, if you're like, so, this process that I kind of walked you through, John, do you feel like this process will, 100% kind of work for you? Yeah, I feel like this process will maybe kind of work for me. Let's say that's a 3 out of 10 in terms of conviction. Oh my God, yes, I need this process. This process I honestly think could 100% change my life if I definitely put the work and I see what you're saying. I see how this kind of works. That's a 10. Okay, so you can judge that before you even say the number, because you got to realize after you say the number, they are now in a state of fear. They're like, oh my God, that's a lot of money. Or, oh my God, this bad guy take my money, subconsciously run away. Okay. But you have to make sure that they're 100% sold before you say the number. Make sure that they're 100% in. Okay. So if they're a 3 out of 10, I maybe feel like this could help me. Well, I'm not sure if this could maybe help me. You got to do more work. Okay. And then once you get them through that process and you're jumping into the offer, which is basically your pricing and your pricing model, okay, then you are going to say, okay, cool. For this transformation, our program or whatever is this many months, okay? And for this many months, it is $5,000 or whatever your price is. Okay, you're going to state the price and then you are going to shut up. This is a big mistake a lot of new people make. A lot of new salesmen that I see coming into my organization or within working with partners, they say the price and they say, oh yeah, it's this much, but you'll like it or blah, 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 and they try to justify it. Just say the price and shut up. Okay, you're going to be like, they're already sold. If they've already said yes to all this sort of stuff and they're already like emotionally in, then you're just going to be putting yourself at a detriment. So say the price and shut up, okay? After you say the price, then we're obviously coming into objections, okay? They're either going to take it 2 ways. They are going to pretty much say, okay, cool. Well, how does the process work from here? Can we move forward? Yeah, well, we're pretty much just going to, process your investment. Never say payment. always use, investment. We're going to process your investment, and then we're going to move forward right here on that call. Does that sound fair enough? Yes? All right, cool. Okay? And then you're going to move forward with them on that call right there. Say, okay, I'm just going to send you the payment link right now. Do you have your card handy? Do you have your wallet handy? Okay, cool. Why don't you go grab that for me, and I'm going to get the link prepared for you. I'm just going to put myself on mute really quickly. Get them to get their card. If they say, oh, it's in another room, can I process it later? Yeah, I'll just put myself on mute. Go grab that for me. I'll be waiting here, okay? Sounds good. Cheers, okay? Get them to go get their shit. Get them to come back. Get them to process it on that call. Send them the link. And during that process, don't be talking. This is another mistake. People say, okay, yeah, I'll move forward with the 5K or whatever. All right, cool. Sounds good. Here, I'm going to send you the link. And they start asking questions. They start saying like, oh, well, what are you doing later today? And blah, 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 blah. And like, it's not the moment to do that. Just shut up. They've already said yes. There's a scene in Moneyball where Brad Pitt was on the phone with a guy. And the guy said, yes, I will sign the contract to be the baseball player for the Oakland Athletics or whatever. And after the phone call, he just hung up. And the other guy in the film, he said, Jonah Hill, he said, why did you just hang up after that call? He said, yes, what else is there to do? And the same thing applies here. When they say yes, collect payment, shut up. After they've processed payment and the payment is in the database, you see it come through, by all means, talk about shit. Talk about whatever you want for the next little bit, but don't chat shit during that time. It's just going to invoke feelings of whatever, or, stuff that we've tried to not do during this entire sales call. So don't do that, okay? So process that payment, and this is where obviously financing comes in, okay? If they, obviously give you a potential objection, you have to figure out if that's a financial objection, if it's actually they can't afford it, okay? Or if it is an emotional objection. These are only the two objections that someone can pretty much have. If it is it a certainty objection, or is it a logical, financial, I can't do it right now? There are two kinds, logic and emotion, okay? Under logic would be finance, okay? There would be time, okay? But hopefully not time, because, we've tried to screen for that as much as we can. Maybe like a partner is involved. Again, we that should have been qualified for. So the biggest thing you're going to come across is finance. And then emotion is they just don't feel certain. Okay? They just don't feel like this process could 100% help them. These are the only two objections you're going to get. If someone says, I want to think about it, okay? Oh, can you give me some time? I want to think about it. That's a smoke screen. Your job should be to figure out, okay, is this a logical objection, or is this an actually, I don't feel certain about this process? And once you figure out, okay, I want to think about it, this is kind of a financial objection, I'm a little bit tight on money right now, blah, 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 then you can go and offer a level of financing, okay? I usually only offer the financing after I get an objection. So if people say, yeah, I can pay the 5K right now, just get them to pay the 5K. You don't have to bring them through a firm or a financing software or something like that. If they can pay it right there, get them to pay it. But if they give you a financial objection and you say, hey, listen, I have maybe some kind of other alternatives I can walk you through. Is it cool if I walk you through those? Yeah? All right, cool. If you're 100% bought into this and you feel like this can 100% help you and you're committed to this and you can do the work, then I can maybe see if we have some alternatives for you that can maybe help you out. Do you want to kind of explore those with me right here? Yeah, cool. Okay. And then you walk them through the financial objections. Okay. But if it's an emotional objection where they're like, oh, I don't know if I feel certain, they're not going to tell you that. They're going to say, I want to think about it. They're going to say, I want to talk. Okay. Talk to X. They're going to say, I want to think about it. I want to sleep on it. I want to talk to my wife. I want to, explore other options. I don't know if now is the time. They're going to maybe pull a lot of crap out of their ass. I want you to remember this is mostly going to be a smoke screen most of the time. Okay, when people give an objection, I want to say about 90% of the time, it is going to be a smoke screen. They're not actually going to want to think about it. They're not actually going to want to talk to their wife. They're not actually going to want to, explore other options. It's either they logically don't think that this will work for them, or emotionally they don't feel certain enough to move forward with the process. And it's up to you to figure out which one of those is actually the case. So just to give you kind of a tip, a little tidbit, I'm going to link my sales script below as well for you guys to dig through that my partners kind of use and I use as well. But a little tidbit that you can kind of use for this to make this distinction, if it's like a actually logical, I can't afford it, but I want to do it, or an emotional, I don't know if I want to do it, you're going to ask, yeah, no, I totally understand. You're going to resonate with them. So the first step is resonate. Okay. You're never just going to want to dive into your objection handling. Well, what do you mean? Okay. Oh yeah, no, I understand kind of where you're coming from. Be friendly. Okay. You're going to want to connect with them. You're not going to want to combat it. When you are combating against an objection, now it becomes a battle. And what battles do is it invokes a level of resistance within them. They're going to feel tight. They're going to feel, I don't know if I want to do this. Okay. And that's not good. So you're going to want to resonate, be calm. Okay. You can slow down your pacing a little bit and resonate with them. That's the first step. Then you can jump into another question with them. Okay. You can clarify. So you feel like this, blah, 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 blah. And then your third step would be to ask a follow-up question. Okay? And that question will be, if you want to, just to give you that tip, is this more of a how I can do this? Or is this more of an if I should do this? Which one of those? So here, I'll just show you. So, yeah, I want to think about it. He's like, yeah, I want to think about it. Yeah, no, I totally get that you kind of want to process things and you kind of want to, go through the process, think about it a little bit. But, John, is this more of like a how I can do this? Or is this more of like, an if I should do this? Well, I really want to do this, but I just don't have the finances at the time. Okay? That's a how. How I can do this. I want to do it, but I don't know how I can. Well, I'm not really sure if I can do this. I just want to think about it. If they just double down, then it's an if, and you got to go and do some more emotional work and build with them and do that process with them. Okay, so this is a big distinction. I'm going to link the sales script below, but these are kind of the basics of overcoming objections. Remember, you're going to want to resonate with them. You're going to clarify. You can repeat what they said back to you so that they felt understood. Ask a question, and remember to never combat. Okay, most salespeople, what happens is they spend a lot of work doing the entire sales script. Maybe they spend, 45 minutes doing the entire sales script, going through the entire thing, explaining everything. Takes a lot of effort. I understand. I've been there, done that. Okay. And then they get an objection, and then now they feel a little bit like, oh my God, why did I do all this work? And they start to get mad. They start to get angry. Okay? And that, even though it's not like direct, they can feel that energy. And then they'll start to close off even more. And then you're not going to do that. You're going to get someone to overcome an objection by feeling understood, by feeling, resonated with, by understanding that, maybe you've been in their position before, others have been in their position before, and slowly kind of walk them through that in a calm, collected manner. So not being combative is a big thing. Okay? The last sort of stuff that I want to talk about in terms of closing that are very important is we talked about once you get a yes, shut up, process the payment, just stop doing that, all that sort of stuff. We talked about presentation. In terms of your offer, okay, and in terms of, going for your, overall stating your price, walking people through that, one of the biggest things that you should try to do is a lot of coaches will do this. They'll put up a screen with like 3 to 4 different like pricing options. This is a really big one. Okay? This is honestly horrible. Okay? You don't want to do this. You don't want to put up a screen and just say, hey, yeah, here are your 4 options. The premium pricing model, this pricing. You don't want to do that. Okay? You want to list one option and one price. Okay? If you're listing 3 to 4 pricing options, then what happens from that? There's going to be 3 to 4 different features and things within each package. Now they're focusing on the details. Now they're like more in a logical frame instead of being in that emotional sort of like, oh yeah, I really want to change. I'm in a state of pain, etc. One price, one presentation, one sort of process that you're explaining to them, and that's it. Don't confuse them. Just do one price. And the thing is, you should take, if you have 3 to 4 different pricing options, what you should do is take your highest ticket. So let's say you have 3 to 4, and let's say our highest ticket is $6,000. Okay. You should now take the other 3, okay, scrap those, and just pitch the 6K, okay, and see what people say, okay? If people say, oh, wow, that's way too much for me, and it's a logical financial objection, now you can always work backwards. You can now go from 6K and say, okay, well, maybe we have other options that I can explore for you. What's kind of your budget? You know, what is the most you can kind of comfortably spend without wanting to, jump off a bridge sort of thing? I was kind of hoping to spend in the range of, 1 to 2K. And then now you can say, okay, cool, let's go talk about maybe some other options. Well, I have a package that I do, which includes this, this, and this. That is $1,500 or whatever, okay? And then you can go back to it. So if you pitch the highest, what happens is you'll get a lot of people who'll just be like, yep, cool, let's do it. But then you'll also get people who will be like, hey, I can't do it. And then you can always go back. So you're opening yourself up to the upside and you're not losing anything on the downside because you can always bring people back to a lower ticket model. Or even if it's I can't do the 6K, maybe bring them into financing, okay? Or pitch them the other package like I just said. So you can always work backwards. But if you pitch low and that person, let's say you pitch $1,000, but that person would have spent $5,000, you now missed out on $4,000 worth of value, okay? Which is going to take you 4 more clients to make up that value at $1,000 instead of just trying to pitch the $6,000, okay? And working backwards from that and still opening up the upside for people to spend the 6K. This is a big point that I want to make. A lot of fitness coaches, or coaches or coaching companies, just share their screen, they put their pricing packages. Well, which one do you kind of feel like would work the best for you? We have a couple options. I'm kind of thinking they're lost. Okay? And this brings us to our next point, which is getting lost in the details. Okay? Details are death. Okay? Details are logical. I want you to think of details as being like mathematic. Okay? Mathematics are logical. They are, not emotional. So when people are going through and there's so many details involved and they're asking a ton of questions and there's like all these small little things, it's too much for these people. It's bringing them out of an emotional headspace and they're now focused on details. And now they're missing the bigger picture, which is the vacation and not the plane ride. Okay? You are selling a transformation. You are not selling the details. If people get caught up in the details and they're asking a ton of questions about this feature, this feature, this feature, you can answer the questions. Yes, go through that with them. But if it becomes too much, you got to zoom out and you got to tell them, hey, listen, our overall company is bringing people from X, where you are right now, to Y, okay? And this is the process we do things. And if you want to keep doing things kind of the way that hasn't been getting you that much success, by all means, that's something you can keep doing. But this is the way kind of we do things to bring you to that point. Bring them out, zoom them out to the macro scale, and show them the bigger picture. Okay? Because details are death, and people will get into details and over ask questions. Okay, this is a big one. They will inquire about too many things. They will over ask. They're asking, so many detail-oriented questions about everything. And if you just blatantly this is the answer, they're just going to keep going, okay? And the more questions they ask, the more you're losing your frame as the salesperson, because the person who actually asks questions is the person extracting value, the person who actually is the status person, subconsciously, okay? And then they're going to start to get lost in details, nitpick things, logically over concern. Now they're scared. Now they know the price. And remember, when people figure out the price, what happens? When people figure out the price, subconsciously, not even consciously, they start to think, bad guy, okay? Take my money. So I'm going to stop bad guy from taking my money subconsciously. Okay, this is just like consciously or subconsciously, we're meant to preserve our resources. We go out and we hunt for food, and we keep our food stored, and the bear doesn't take our food. Okay, and when you're going into all these details and there's so many nitpicks, then subconsciously they're gonna fall into this frame, and then they know the price, and then it's very difficult to get anywhere. Okay, so excuse me. So this is the biggest thing you want to work on. Never combat the objections. Understand that details are death. When people are over asking questions, it's just an absolute nightmare. You can answer a couple, get them to feel a level of clarity, but they shouldn't. And logically, it's impossible for them to know everything about the process before even joining. Okay, it's impossible. It's like buying a car with knowing everything about the car. It's like, have you driven the car for a year? You're probably gonna have a different perspective after a year of driving the car versus now when you buy the car. So it's impossible for them to know. Ask them, or let them ask the questions, and then kind of go back into the frame and zoom out to the macro. And the last thing to focus on in the last portion of this training is all about mindset and conditions to succeed. Okay? And I know a lot of people don't talk about mindset, but it's very important to understand just the base level. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but this is a very important step in terms of understanding sales, managing your team. Okay? So what you have to realize when you're managing a sales team, when you're doing anything, is that sales related, is that nothing will be overnight. Okay? A lot of people expect to have a closer just placed, and then now they're, living in Miami and they're making passive income. Okay? Nothing happens overnight. It's going to take a lot of work to train people. It's going to take a lot of work to get people accustomed. You're going to have to get your sales reps accustomed with your back end. You're going to have to get a system together. And even if you have a good system right now, when you push a lot of, leads through it, or salesmen through it, or, run a process that seems to be good 100 times, you're going to find kinks in a process no matter what you're doing. Okay? So you have to understand that everything is iterative. And it should be like that because you have, again, your input put into a system. You get an output from that. And then you have feedback. And the only way a system gets better, and you get better inputs to put into a system, is through feedback. So you have to understand with everything you do, sales related, if it's taking the calls yourself, if it's taking the appointment setting calls yourself, which is fine when you're starting out, if it's managing your team, if it's building out your entire, system to manage all your sales reps, if you see it, with your customer success agents, with your, overall CRM, with everything you do, it is an iterative process. I've never launched a sales system and it just blows up initially and it's just absolutely incredible from the jump. It never happens. Okay? It always takes time. It always takes iteration. It always takes doing something, failing, doing it again, failing less, doing it again, and just keep on doing it until we've reached a point where we are really dialed in on all of the things we are doing. Okay, so nothing is overnight. And especially with sales, it's going to take a lot of work. If you're selling yourself or managing your team or whatever you're doing, it's going to take iteration. Your system will never be good. And even if you buy a system, even if you go out and try to buy an infrastructure or buy a process, it's still going to take time for you to adjust. It's still going to take time for new reps to adjust. So nothing is overnight. And you have to drill this into your brain. Set the personal expectation that you will do this for the next X amount of time without focusing on your output, by only trying to focus on your input and making these inputs better through the feedback you're getting and just doubling down on that. That's how I got better at sales. That's how I got better at managing sales teams. That's how I got better at building sales teams, by finding good people. That's how I got better at everything sales systems related, sales related, everything. Okay? Is by simply focusing on, okay, this right here. How do I focus on my inputs and try to emotionally disconnect from the outputs? How do I do that? Because if I cannot care but take note of my outputs, get feedback on those, then I can just focus on my inputs and making my inputs better. So it's very critical to focus on this and understand that nothing's going to happen overnight. There's two kinds of people who do this. I can guarantee you this right now. There's going to be the type of person who wants to learn sales, who wants to build their team, or who wants to do anything sales related and expects overnight results. They see the people online, they think that they should have overnight success, and those are the people who are expecting failure. If you're going to go on a run and you're expecting the run to be easy and then the run becomes hard, then now you've put yourself in the wrong mental framework to even go on the run. But if you go on a run and you're expecting it to be hard and you come across hard, you come across pain, you come across barriers, then now what's going to happen? Okay, this is expected. I understood that this is going to happen, and I'm going to try my best to overcome these barriers. Okay? So this is the biggest thing to understand. I'm not going to give you mental sort of frameworks that you're going to need, but these like small sort of stuff or tips or tricks, but this is the biggest thing. If you can focus on your input to output system, focus on getting feedback, then that is the best thing you need, and disconnecting emotionally from the outputs. And that's everything in terms of your overall sales system. What I'm going to do for you guys is I'm going to link below my sales script, my appointment setting script, and some objection handling scripts as well that are going to mind map, break down everything for you, all for free. So if you made it to the end right here, congratulations. You guys are going to have access to those below. Get in there, read up, get educated. And if you are someone who has a sales team or is managing closers or is wanting to build out a sales team for an offer, then I hope that this was successful for you. And I hope that this gave you some insight into how I kind of manage my teams and pretty much overall allow people to see just more success with their system and just have a better time in this game called business. So thanks for watching, and I hope this was productive for you.
Hey guys, it's Ashton. So I currently work with several different health and fitness coaches online who are doing over 6 figures per month. One of the biggest things that I implement with a lot of these coaches online is helping them kind of systematize the back end, help create opportunities for upsells, help extract the most amount of value we can per client. A lot of it doesn't have to do necessarily just with marketing and sales, but also with navigating, fulfillment and all of that sort of stuff. So today, what we're going to be talking about is kind of what the fulfillment sort of process looks like for a lot of these bigger health and fitness brands that I work with online, coaching brands, and kind of wherever you are in your journey, how this could potentially, be translated to you to help you kind of get to the next level and extract more value per client and get better client success. So tune in, and I hope this video is valuable for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a fitness coach or a influencer of some sort or a coach online, today we're going to be talking about fulfillment, how I was able to fulfill on over, $50,000, $70,000 per month, and how a lot of my clients have implemented systems, procedures, etc., to help them effectively fulfill for, multiple six figures per month. Okay. So today it's going to be all about fulfillment. It's going to be all about how to effectively have people stay with you and actually achieve success within your program. A lot of coaches online, average success rate is less than 1%. That's the industry average for course sellers, for coaches online. Okay. So we don't want that to be you. We want to actually have a good program that actually has people stay long-term. So let's jump into our fulfillment video. So contrary to what most coaches believe, scaling your offer is much less about getting clients, acquisition, ads, etc., and actually relies much more on the sustainability of your fulfillment. Okay. If you're able to effectively fulfill long-term and have clients who achieve transformations with you and they accredit that success with you and what you've helped them with, they're going to stay with you long-term. And now, instead of you having to play an acquisition game or, I'm going to have to get clients forever and play this game of, I just have to keep spending money on ads, or I have to keep getting new clients in order to put food on my table or pay my rent, then that is an unleveraged game at the end of the day. If you're constantly relying on getting new clients, then it becomes an unleveraged game. The person who can spend $0 and get clients is the person who's going to win long-term, or the person who can have clients stay with him the longest and have a high LTV is going to win long-term. I have clients who have like $100,000 LTV with me. How does that work? Okay. So the truth is that most people don't talk about is that the majority of companies don't fall apart because they can't afford to acquire clients. It's because they fail to fulfill on the work promised and do that successfully. Okay, you can get infinite leads. You can have the perfect sales scripts. You can have the perfect salesman, get a ton of clients. But if you aren't able to consistently deliver results for your clients, your business will deteriorate one client at a time. And we see this time and time again. You'll see a guy blow up online. You'll see like a course seller or some e-com guy or whatever. He'll blow up. Everyone will be talking about him for like a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, whatever. And then like a year later or 2 years later, he's gone. And why is that? It's simply because his success rate was so bad that eventually your business turns into nothing. So if you can actually, I hate to say it, okay, because this space is so focused on, okay, let's get clients, let's, run ads, which is great. I love it. But business is about delivering a transformation. So if you can't deliver a transformation and you can't actually do that successfully, okay, then you're not running a business. So let's actually help people. Let's not be like everyone else who's like, I'm just trying to get clients and then I'm going to give you some, mediocre process. Let's actually build something long-term. So that's why the biggest constraint for most of our partners wasn't bringing people into the offer or running ads or pushing marketing or whatever. It was fulfilling and consistently delivering great client results. That's why the goal of this episode is going to be focused on breaking down exactly how we've been positioning ourselves and our clients to what I call leveraged fulfillment. Okay. However, if you're just starting out and you're trying to land your first few clients, I recommend going back and watching earlier episodes of the series, because this is going to be entirely focused on scaling and getting leverage once you've already got some momentum. If you're starting out and you have 0 clients, click off this video right now, because honestly, this video is not going to help you. If you're like, I don't have any clients and I'm focused on, making my back end perfect before, or my, my system's perfect or whatever, before I go and try to get clients, it's a waste of time. That's what I did. When I first started my coaching business, I was like, okay, I got to get my website perfect, my funnels perfect, my client delivery process, my employees, whatever, everything perfect before I actually went and got clients, which was a waste of time, because then I got clients and I'm like, oh my God, this system that I built was built on an assumption that I thought how I would run, how my clients would be, how everything would kind of work out, which wasn't in alignment with reality. So if you're starting out, go get clients. If you're between, 5 to 20, 30, 40K a month, 50K a month, and you're like, oh my God, I want to get to the next level. I want to make sure my fulfillment's locked in so that I can have clients stay long term, that I can, get the most value from each of my clients, then this is what we're going to be talking about today. So let's get right into it and talk about the 4 levers of fulfillment. This is what we're going to be talking about today, which is number 1, talent, number 2, systems, data, and unique insights. Okay. So if you want to scale past 50K a month and hit even bigger numbers than that, you need to have these things dialed in, each of these 4 different levers, which we're going to be talking about today. So let's jump into the first one, which is talent. So as the founder, your time and energy is the most valuable asset in your business. Okay. Therefore, your efforts should always be focused toward the most important activities, and everything else should be delegated. For example, Jeff Bezos started by packing orders and mailing them. Okay. He was in the back room, putting the orders together, whatever. But if he kept doing the same things that got him from 0 to 10K a month or whatever, or 0 to 100K a month, he would never have gotten past that number. So think about it in levels. You have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. What got you from level 1 to level 2 is not going to get you from level 1 to level 3 or level 3 to level 4. Okay? So the same applies for you. Doing the same activities which got you to the point where you're at right now will not get you to the next point, which literally is the definition of insanity if you're doing this. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome from that. So, for example, for the same reason Jeff Bezos needs to start delegating to scale, you do too. So it's very important to, especially when you're starting out, you're going to be wearing all the hats in the business. You're going to be doing all of the work yourself, which is fine. But your goal should be quickly enough once you're doing all the activities. Sam Ovens has this really good quote. It's more, I'm going to paraphrase here, but pretty much what he said is, and what I learned from him is, when you're running your business yourself, and let's say you're starting out yourself, you're getting clients, you're fulfilling, you're doing everything, sales, marketing, fulfillment, everything yourself. You're going to kind of see it as a system, okay? Like you're driving a car. And eventually, there's going to be portions of the system that need oil. For example, let's say, you're driving your car and then the back left wheel needs oil. Then you're going to apply oil to that. So the same thing with hiring. The reason I see it like in terms of hiring is I want you to run your system to the point where you feel a level of stress or feel like, okay, I have to apply oil to this portion of the car. Okay? It's not such where you're just like, oh, I'm just going to hire because I want to hire. It should be, okay, this is a need that I truly feel could be delegated based off of where I am right now. Okay? For me, it was, okay, how do I get someone to help me do copywriting? Because that took a lot of my time up. Okay? How do I hire a copywriter, train him up, and get him to run my copywriting for me, write all the ads for myself, my clients, etc.? Okay, that relieved a large portion. I was doing all the copywriting myself, but that was a very squeaky portion of the system. So it has to kind of scream at you in a sense. So as soon as you're able to, you need to start hiring people to take over the work that doesn't need to be done by you. But this only works if you hire the right people. You never want to hire average talent. Okay? Personally, I would rather have no money and have an amazing team than have a bad team and lots of money. Why? Because the quality of your team directly affects how much you can charge. So the quality of your team equals the quality of your results, if you like it or not. And if you hire C players, you can't expect A player outcomes. Okay? And your business, the value of your business is based off of the assets your business has. And high-level employees who can actually achieve high-level results are such a valuable asset to your business that pretty much if you want to say, the valuation of your business, in a sense, just massively increases. Okay? So one of the best things you can do is go and find people who have done things that are way above where you're at in your business. For example, if I'm going and hiring a copywriter, I would rather go and find a copywriter that has, oh my God, this guy has done, $1 million in ad spend. He's ran this marketing system for this massive person. He knows more about copywriting than I do. And I'm just going to go find him. Why would I go learn copywriting? Why would I spend the time as an entrepreneur and go and try to sit down and listen to a course or try to type and I'm gonna figure this out myself? Let's just go find someone to do it for us who knows more and save the time and give him the money. Okay? So if you want to charge premium prices, you have to have a premium team, because no matter how strong everyone else is, your business will only ever grow as fast as your weakest link allows. So thinking like most founders and believing that average, cheap talent will lead to above average results is delusional. With this flawed belief, they get stuck in the cycle of signing a client, struggling to fulfill, they have a high churn rate, reset revenue, and then it just repeats. Okay. They get a client. Oh, I had a 10K month this month. Oh my God. And then, a month later, 2 months later, their clients are like slowly kind of ghosting them. They know it's coming. Oh, card declined. Okay. So if you want to keep doing that, that's your call. But retention is what allows a business to scale. Without it, you'll get stuck in a cycle of burnout and constant work just to stay in the same place. That's why the first lever of fulfillment is hiring A players, and hiring the right team will be the pretty much the difference between, you actually seeing success or not. So hire A players, delegate manual labor as needed, and don't be afraid to compensate them for their work, as your team is going to be one of the determining factors of whether you succeed or not. And I want you to realize that when you're hiring, like the thesis of entrepreneurship is you having people know more than you do and them working with you. Okay. You don't need to be a specialist in every realm. You don't have to know everything about every sort of factor within your business. If you do, then good for you. Like, okay, awesome. You do. Like, congratulations. That's cool. Like, it's not a bad thing. But I would rather know a little bit about everything, have a base idea, and then go and simply have the talent as myself to select good people. I would rather have the knowledge of, okay, how do I determine if this guy's actually going to be a good employee? Because if I can perfectly select who's on my team, who is actually good here, who's good here, who's good here, and then just put that person in the place and compensate them for the work, then now I'm way ahead. And I've saved myself a lot of time, and now I'm working with leverage. Okay? So for the same reason of buying back time and keeping it for the most important tasks, we also want to be building systems in conjunction with delegating manual labor. So one insight that I'm going to give you guys about hiring that you can also use is when you're actually hiring for a role, or when you're trying to get people to work with your company, you don't necessarily have to hire people within the actual position that you're looking for. What I mean by this is, let's say I'm looking for a copywriter. Okay. What most people will do is they'll go on hiring things, or they'll go ask around for a copywriter who has, copywriter for ads, copywriter for content. What you can do is just go find someone in a vertical that is similar to copywriting, who already has the base level skills of copywriting, which is writing, salesmanship, and just say, okay, you already know how to write. You know how to do all this stuff. You know sales. I'm just going to show you how to do copywriting. You already have the skills, and I'm going to show you how to do it. There's another tip from Sam Ovens is, when he was hiring his media buyer for consulting.com, he didn't go and just hire a media buyer. He went and hired a statistician, someone who's good with statistics. Why did he do that? Because he knew that the base skill of media buying, which is running ads, is understanding data, understanding tracking, understanding numbers. So instead of going and just hiring him, I'm just going to go look for a media buyer, I'm going to go find someone who has a degree in statistics and just show them how to apply those skills that they already have to this. So that's another tidbit of information that you guys can use for hiring. But it's very important that, you're going to need people working with you to scale your team. It's going to be very difficult long-term to, reach multiple six figures or et cetera, if you don't have a team in place. I have clients who are like, the most I've seen as a one-man show is 100K a month. Past that, it's very difficult. One of my clients is doing 100K a month purely by himself, which is amazing, which is great. But he is working crazy hours. He is stressed out of his mind. He's doing everything, and he, loves it. He enjoys kind of doing that. But for most people, that is the cap that you're going to hit. You're not going to see, massive $1 million or etc. with just you doing everything. Okay? You only have so much time in the day. Cool. So now we're going to jump into lever 2, which is systems. So because once the right people are on your team, the next step is making sure those people aren't stuck doing the same things over and over again either. Because no matter how talented your team is, if they're constantly stuck inside the same recurring tasks, you're not adding leverage, you're just adding labor, which is why scaling requires you to replace every recurring action with systems. Okay? This is one thing as well that AI has become very proficient at, and is going to be taking a lot of people's jobs, especially within marketing or coaching, etc., is what is the difference between, a skilled, like, for example, if it's just a laborious activity such as data input, like a VA can do, that's something that you could just get delegated with, an AI agent, for example. So we have to have actually proper systems in place so that we can get the most out of the laborious activities, out of, actually what we're doing. So in earlier episodes of the series, we focused on creating your offer around one market, because that's what gives us the ability to create these systems and processes to automate all the recurring actions that need to be completed. When you have one market, this is probably the most important thing that I want you to remember when it comes to building systems or etc. When you have one market, you can build one clear client journey with every step already mapped out and every decision already made. So, for example, what happens is a lot of coaches will take on a client who does, I want to lose weight, a client who wants to gain muscle, a client who wants to, increase mobility. And they have to create different client journeys, different processes for these 3 different people. And now your fulfillment and your systems there has to be 3 different systems. But let's say you're just like, okay, I'm just going to do one client transformation, one market, one goal. Now it's one process that you're running for every single client. Now it's the same thing. Now it's simply the exact same thing you're running for every single client. Okay? So leverage. So now whenever you onboard someone, you simply run them through your pre-built process, which is already built for that certain person. Okay? And you achieve a level of leverage. When you work with multiple client archetypes, again, you're forced to create new processes that make more decisions, which takes a massive amount of time. So if you think, I just need to keep doing things myself, I'm going to do the follow-up myself, I'm going to do the outreach myself, I'm going to check in on a client myself, and each of these clients are potentially in different markets, and believing all you need to do is work harder, what ends up happening is your 8 to 10 hours of work per day get consumed by unleveraged tasks. What I want to say is there's a difference between important tasks and so I want you to kind of draw it as there's in this book that I read by Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Successful People. There's a difference between important tasks and urgent tasks. And what most people do is they focus on urgent tasks, things that are screaming at them, things that, I have to get this done. But they don't focus on important tasks, things that actually don't have for example, a level of urgency to them. The things that usually don't have urgency, the things that are like, it's not really that like screaming at me, but it's important that I hire someone, but I don't need to hire someone, or I don't need to build a system because I can do it myself. It's not super urgent. Those are the things that actually will scale your business. It's not the things that are screaming at you, I have to, do this because of time delay, because the client's waiting for this. I have to respond to this email. It's not that. And most people, they get consumed in the urgent tasks, which purely have no leverage. So if you're doing unleveraged tasks, guess what happens? No scale. Why? Because your time is spent on things that, while valuable, don't need to be done manually. So as an example, DMs, rather than manually following up, just set up ads and build out a sequence on Go High Level to automate and follow up with opt-ins. Okay, want to do check-ins, automate them with Zapier or a bot on Discord or Slack. Or hypothetically, have your team do that for yourself. So if you don't spend time systematizing, you will never scale. Okay, because you will constantly be stuck in the urgent tasks, the things that are screaming at you, the things that, oh, I have to get this done because I just onboarded 5 new clients this week and I have to do, check-ins with all of them. And I have to, sit on calls with them for an hour each and onboard them all. Now, all of your time is spent on that. How do you actually focus on the things that are not urgent, but important? So, cool. So because I can guarantee that you won't make hundreds of thousands of dollars every month by doing manual check-ins, chasing DMs, filling out Google Sheets, etc., you need to automate every part of the process. So whenever a client joins, the only thing left on your end to manually fulfill on is the small handful of actions that actually require your inputs. So you can kind of like trace it from when you onboard someone or when you sell someone on your process and they pay you the money. The only thing left from there is to get them results. Okay? So what does that look like? Okay, step 1. Are we onboarding them? What is the communication channels? Are we setting them up with some sort of process or workflow, or what is the work that they're doing or our company is doing? And then how do we manage those processes with check-ins, with whatever? Are we checking in with them? Are they checking in with us? Is that on a group call? Okay, so each of these, bringing someone from point A to point B in terms of a transformation can be drawn into steps. This is all it is. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. You can also draw it as bottlenecks. For example, so bring someone from point A to point B. Okay, what are the bottlenecks that will stop someone from getting to this point? Okay, they're not doing this. They're not doing this. They're not doing this. They're not doing this. Okay, let's now do this. So you can also take the reverse. I know Alex Hormozi says this a lot. He learned this from Warren Buffett and his mentor. Is how do you're pretty much flipping things from an inverse point of view and saying, okay, how do I guarantee that I don't get the result? So let's say I want to make 10K a month with my online fitness coaching business. What are the actions that I have to do to make sure that I don't hit 10K a month? Okay, well, I'm not going to be doing this. I'm not going to be doing this. Same thing with your clients. How do I guarantee that this person does not see success in my process? Okay, I'm not onboarding them correctly. I'm not, giving them a proper process. They're not doing any work. They're not valuing it. They don't have the proper communication channels. Just how do you draw that out to ensure that they don't achieve success? And then just flip it on its head. Inverse everything. Okay? So with these systems, what we're doing is essentially buying back your time and building leverage systems to replace unleveraged work. And one of the most important parts in this process is the earlier stages. Think about it like this. Would you rather have what would you rather have better? Perfect marketing and sales or perfect back-end fulfillment? Okay. Would you rather have would you rather get 100 clients a month? Okay. Or get no clients a month, but have a perfect fulfillment? I'd rather have front end, obviously. I think anyone would rather have this because no one would be able to see the perfect fulfillment if advertising was bad. If advertising was bad, if you weren't getting any clients, then your fulfillment wouldn't matter. So what happens is what happens earlier in a client stages will be most important because that will dictate what happens later on in the process. So if no one even gives you money and no one even signs up for your process or you're not even selling anyone, then this doesn't even matter. If you're not onboarding someone correctly, then the later stages of their client journey will be skewed. Okay, so if you draw it from, first client point of contact, they opt into my thing. Let's say that's the first point of contact. The last point is getting them results. In between here, they're giving us money. We're onboarding them. They're starting a process. They're getting involved in the systems. Here is like, okay, sales, marketing, whatever, sales call, objection handling, money, and then deliver. The earlier stages dictate the later stages. So when it comes to fulfillment, same applies here. What is earlier on in a client nurturing process of being in your business is more important than later on stages, because the earlier stages dictate the later stages. And I know this may sound a little bit confusing, but I'm going to explain this here. The same here applies with onboarding. So one of the most leveraged things you can do to achieve better client success is just onboard clients better. I have a video that I talk about onboarding for literally an hour straight. I'm going to be talking about onboarding right here. But one of the most important things is getting onboarding locked in. Because if you can onboard someone correctly, then that will result in them coming into the actual fulfillment with a different headspace. Okay? So this is why onboarding your clients is extremely important. If you don't properly onboard your clients into your system, they will view everything through a bad lens you set for them. So you kind of want people to come in with like rose-tinted glasses, motivated, disciplined. They know what to do. They know the implications of everything. Okay? So a key insight is a lot of people will judge 80% of your program from the first 20% that they see. It is highly important that we have people come in and be amazed, aka proper onboarding, which I'm going to walk you through right here. Because if you can onboard someone correctly, if you can make sure that that first 20% of fulfillment that they see, or the first 20% of time of them being into your program, be the best 20% where they're like, oh my God, this is going to be amazing, my expectations are set correctly, then what happens is your churn decreases, your upsells become easier, clients get better results, and clients are easier to work with. I've had clients before where I don't properly onboard, I don't properly set expectations. The onboarding is like half-assed. I'm like, yeah, here's the program, get started. Here's the group calls, or here's whatever that I'm doing, you're doing. And it just doesn't really work out. And they still pay you money out. Like they paid the money. It's because they're not coming in with that proper expectation. So onboarding, I just want to stress this. You have to onboard clients correctly. And this is the thing that a lot of big companies will do. When you first join with them, they're not focused. Like when you first join a big company and you're first starting to work with them, they will prioritize that first 20% of time that you're with them. They will send you a care package. They will, get you on calls here and make you feel good or whatever, or boom, boom, boom. They're trying to make you feel good in that first 20% because they know it will dictate the last 80%. So what we're going to be talking about today, or not today, in this section is onboarding and how to actually onboard clients correctly. So let's jump into onboarding right here. I'm going to pull this over. Okay. So remember, if you're going to do one thing correctly, if you're going to do one thing that's, if you're going to take one thing from this video, I just want it to be, in terms of systems, that you onboard people correctly, because this will have the highest ROI return on everything you could do in terms of fulfillment, in terms of making more money, etc. Okay. So let's jump into kind of my onboarding SOP. Standard operating procedure, and show you how to actually kind of go about this. So I want to kind of label this as the first 24 to 72 hours of someone joining your process that either make or break a client. So most coaches lose clients not because their systems don't work, but because their clients' emotional expectations were completely out of sync with reality. This onboarding system begins where most fail, by installing emotional durability, not just technical instruction. Before you get access to calls, templates, Discord, or any systems, we have to calibrate people's mindsets first. So when it comes to onboarding, the most leveraged thing you could do when you're onboarding someone is not just saying, hey, welcome to the program. Here's the back end. Here's the systems. Go ahead. Here's what it's going to be like. No, you're going to have to install the way that you want them to think, because these people are coming in with emotional kind of tangibility. They're malleable. They're ready to change. And a lot of coaches, they're just giving them the process and they're saying, hey, here, go do it. But you're not giving them the proper mindset to achieve success within the program, because we all know this. I can give someone a mediocre program. It's not amazing, it's not great, it's not horrible, mediocre fitness program. But if they're 100% disciplined, and if they're going to be so committed to following that process, so committed, then 100% they'll see success, even with a mediocre program. Why? Because their mindset is correct. So that is the priority of onboarding. How do we get someone in the proper mind space to persist through hard times, to understand that, okay, things aren't going to be easy. Things aren't going to be, a walk in the park. Because again, with our marketing, what we're doing in marketing is gassing ourselves up. We're saying, hey, yeah, our program is so good. Join our program. We help with this. We're so amazing here. We do all of this good stuff. You're going to achieve this transformation of losing 30 pounds. And people are coming in with the expectation of, oh my God, I'm going to achieve this great transformation. And then they come in and then they're like, oh, wow, I have to do work. And they didn't expect it. So expectations are a lot, and emotional expectations are everything for onboarding. So same thing here. So the analogy I'll give is you can hand someone a roadmap. I can give you a full tank of gas, but some people still won't get from point A to point B, not because the directions were wrong, but because they got in their own way. So you're not here because this is a magic process. In fact, you can hit 100K a month with a pretty mediocre process. If your mindset and execution are aggressive enough, the results you get won't come down to how perfect the templates are. They'll come down to how relentlessly you apply them. So this onboard experience is designed to show you exactly how to think, how to act, and how to win. So we're pretty much walking people through how we want them to be. So what I do is this is my actual onboarding document. So what I do is I don't just say, hey, yeah, here's, our, here's how to get started with the program. Here's what to do. I'm first walking them through how I want them to think. Okay. I'm telling them how to not think, and I'm telling them how to think. I'm giving them two sides. I pretty much draw them two different archetypes. I say, hey, there are two types of people who join my program, and there's one type that gets success. There's the superstar and there's the loser. Do you want to guess which one gets success and which one doesn't? Oh, ha, ha, ha. The loser doesn't get success. Bingo, bingo, bingo. Correct. Okay. And I'm walking them through the characteristics of the person who sees success. And I'm saying, hey, is it me? Is it me, the person who's selling this process? The reason why this person is going to fail? No. The reason why this person wins and this person doesn't win has nothing to do with me. It has to do with you. I'm putting it on you now to succeed. Putting the responsibility on you to take it into your own hands and be committed. Okay? And I'm walking them through everything. So I'm saying, hey, this person thinks objectively, bases their actions and perceptions on data. This person understands the entirety of the process and knows that success is not overnight. Remember, people are coming in, they're thinking, oh yeah, I'm just going to, make 100K my first week, or I'm going to lose 30 pounds in the next 2 months. Maybe that won't happen. Maybe it will. Okay. It's not overnight. It's going to take work. This person does not make excuses. This person believes in delayed gratification. This person knows I am only here to assist in your vision. I'm not here to build it for you. What we're doing here is we're kind of taking the pressure off of us. We're taking it off of us because we don't want to be. If someone doesn't lose 30 pounds with your process, it really doesn't have much to do with you. It has to do with how hard they committed to your process. And we're here to tell them that. We're here to say, hey, listen, I'm not here to build your vision for you. I'm here to assist in your vision. I cannot care more about your success than you care about your success. We're telling this to them, and they're like, okay, understood. They're not taking this, oh, I'm offended. I've never said this to anyone, and they're like offended by this. They all listen to this, and they're like, okay, good, cool. It's on me. I'm going to use your process. We're going to see success. Because I've had so many people who have joined my process, who come in, they experience some pain, they experience some difficulty. They're doing a process. Oh, this is work. This is building a business. This is hard work. Ashton, it's your fault. Because I didn't set the proper expectation. And rightfully so. It is my fault because I didn't tell them that. Okay? So you have to set the expectation. Tell them how you want them to be. This person asks tons of questions, doesn't make tons of statements. What do you gain from making statements? This person always takes personal responsibility for everything in their life. This person does not blame others for their circumstance. Everything positive or negative in their life is because of the decisions they have made. Okay? They understand that with every position they have cards. If something doesn't work, there can easily be a shift. They understand that everything is a data collection experiment, and finding things that don't work brings them closer to finding what works. Okay? So you want to kind of install this way of thinking for these clients so that they understand if they're coming across some pain or difficulty or whatever, that it's understood. It's expected. If I say, hey, we're going to go on a run, okay? The run is going to be so easy. It's going to be chill. It's not going to be hard. And then we go on the run, and then you experience pain. You experience discomfort. You're winded. Your lungs are hurting. You're going to now point your finger at me and say, hey, what the hell, Ashton? You're horrible. You're the worst. Okay? But now if I say, okay, you know what? We're going to go on a run, but it's going to be really hard. It's going to be really difficult. You're going to want to shoot me, but we're going to have to be disciplined, and we're going to do this together, and it's going to be hard, but we're going to persist through. Now, when we go on that run and you feel those levels of discomfort, you're going to say, okay, this was expected. I know how to deal with this. I know how to get through this level of pain, this barrier to see results. I've never had someone in my program who's seen results without first experiencing a level of pain, without first experiencing a level of discomfort or uncertainty or whatever they want to label it as. Everyone in my program, everyone in my process, every partner I've worked with has experienced that level of pain. And it's up to them. It's up to the client to understand that. So then when they experience that, they can get through it and see results. Because no one is going to get from A to B without a little bit of a discomfort, without a little bit of uncertainty, without a little bit of pain, etc. So you have to install this within your client's mindset. Okay? So I walk people through, a bunch of kind of emotional framing sort of points, that I want them to think. Tell them it's hard. Tell them that pain's not a problem. Avoiding the pain is. Tell them they have to be disciplined. Tell them that, it's not the output. It's your inputs. It's the work you're putting in. Okay? Tell them they're not special. Okay? Tell them that, your brain's going to go other places. Tell them that a lot of people are going to self-sabotage. Okay? Tell them that you're going to have to install a new mindset in order to see success. What got you here is not going to get you there. The mindset that got you from 0 to 10K a month is not going to get you from 10 to 100K a month. You have to become a new person. You can use this framework of, drawing the superstar, okay, then drawing the loser, kind of what I just walked you guys through right there, okay? And then what I do after this is I say, hey, John, I want you to commit to being the superstar. And I get them to sign a contract and say, I put their name in, put it in there, the date of the program, the end date, their goal, and then I get them to sign it. Okay? So that they understand that they're going to be the superstar. And they make that, it's not that if something comes up, they're gonna, I'm gonna have to pull up the contract and be like, hey, you're not being the superstar. It's when something hard comes up, they're gonna remember that they had to put effort into taking the document out, signing it, and they're going to think, oh yeah, this is right. And I tell them to have this document pinned to their desktop. Okay? So I get that contract from them. It's not like a legally binding, obviously. It's just something for them to have in the back of their mind. And then after I do all of that emotional work, all of that stuff, then I logically set them up. I say, okay, this is the communication channel. This is the calls. This is the infrastructure you're going to be getting. This is the process, etc. Okay? Then I walk them through the logical stuff, which yes, does take some time to get them set up with everything, your processes, your systems. This is the process that I start people on. Okay? So I say, okay, you're going to get started on number 1. Okay? Boom, you're going to get started here. After that, I want you to book a call with me. Boom. Okay? And then after that, I get them set up with my logical stuff. And then I say, hey, we brought, Jamie from 30K to 100K a month. Adam went from 4 to 40K. Richard's doing 50K a month. Shane went from 50 to 70K a month. Paul's doing 150K a month. Okay? These weren't outliers. They were disciplined, and you're next if you play like it. I want to include you here, John. I want to include you in the results section here. So I want you to do everything within your power to win. Can you make that commitment? Yes. Boom. That's how to properly onboard someone. Okay? If you're watching this is probably the most important thing that you're going to see in terms of getting client success. Because now, if you walk someone through this, you've now put all of the responsibility on them to succeed, which is 100% right. Okay? It's not your fault. It is your fault if you're actually not doing the work and your program is like actually horrible. But for 95% of people, it's not that. It's the people who aren't committed enough. And now after they go through this, they know how to think. They know the mindset they need to have to succeed. They know that you're here to assist. You're not here to build everything for them. Okay? And now they're going to do everything within their power to win because now they want to be on this, this leaderboard right here. A little bit of competitive spirit. Okay? Cool. So that's everything about onboarding. Okay? That's probably the most important system that you're going to build with onboarding. And this is the one thing that you need to do manually. This is not something that you're going to record and send to in a video. Okay? Why? Because, again, this is the most important process. You need to be here presenting it to them. You need to talk with them. You need to ask them the questions. You got to get them to, you're going to get them on the Zoom. You're going to see them engaged. If they're watching a video, I'm on my phone. I'm half listening. I'm not really attentive. And you're going to get them on that call and do this with them. It's 40 minutes, an hour, whatever, how long it takes to do this. That hour investment will see multiple, bigger returns, heaps of returns. Okay? Cool. So that's onboarding. The next thing we're going to be talking about is data. So one of the most important systems to have in your business, other than onboarding, of course, is an organized client wins database. So data. And why client wins database? Why is data so important? Because what got people success is repetitive. Most people who got from 0 to, let's say, 10K a month, John and Amy both got from 0 to 10K a month. I can guarantee you they didn't do massively different things. If they're both fitness coaches or they're both within the same niche, they didn't do massively different things. They found a way to get clients on meetings. They learned some sales. They built the program and they closed them. Okay, cool. So when it comes to data, we're tracking everything. We're understanding that, okay, if we can track everything and get everything kind of together in a workflow, understand how the patterns are repeating themselves, then what happens? Okay, new client comes in. We have data. We know what works. We know what niches to put people in. We know, okay, we're running ads. Okay, great. Yeah. I've had, for example, I have people who come in to my process and they're like, okay, I'm going to do a niche of helping white collar men, get jacked. Okay, cool. I've probably spent over $500,000 specifically within that niche on ads across my clients. So now if someone comes in, I have that data to back it. I have those client wins. I know what ads are going to work. I know what ads aren't going to work. That's data right there. Cool. So why is tracking your data so important? Okay. Because you want to stop selling your time at some point. Therefore, you need to find something more valuable to sell, which is data as well. Okay. Because with the right data and insights, you essentially avoid failure and skip the testing phase altogether, like what I just said, which is why the person with the most data will always be the most leveraged. If you understood everything about your niche or everything about how to scale and the information on how to do it, then the only thing that's left is to do it. Okay? So take Meta as an example. They're worth $3 trillion because of the data and insights they have on their users. Compare that to something like MailChimp or any cold email tool. It's useful, but nowhere near as valuable because they don't have the same level of user data. So, for example, if you're running ads on Meta, you just go and put the money into Meta. You say, hey, I want to target these people. Meta will go find the people because they have the data. They're selling data. They're selling access to that data. Okay. And then with MailChimp, oh, I'm going to do a cold email campaign. Okay, you have to go find the data and implement it into MailChimp for then MailChimp to reach out to. So why is Meta worth $3 trillion and MailChimp worth $100 million? Because Meta owns so much data, and that's what it sells. It sells access to the data to then go and feed your marketing message or your ads to, or etc. Cool. So data is a new currency, and it's the reason Gym Lords was able to make $1.6 million in monthly recurring revenue without any done for you or done with you work. Gym Lords was Alex Hormozi's company that he had Gym Launch, and then he had Gym Lords, which was like his ascension model, which I'm going to walk you through right here. So they stopped selling their time and transitioned to selling the data and insights they gathered. So what he did is Alex Hormozi had Gym Launch, which he got people in. He marketed, ran ads, whatever. And he got people in for this front end offer of $16,000 for 16 weeks, $1,000 a week. Okay. He had, the most attractive offer in the marketplace due to the speed of results. His offer was great results. He had that high ticket price. Okay. Because of that high ticket price, high leverage, more money on the back end to hire good talent, make systems, etc. Best results in the industry. And that just led to him getting more clients. So that was Gym Launch, just helping gyms scale. And then with Gym Lords was his ascension model for gyms who were doing like above, let's say like he marketed it as gyms doing above $100,000 a month. Okay, now you get access to Gym Lords once you're making $100,000 a month with your gym. But I don't necessarily believe that. Like he had people in there who were probably doing like, oh yeah, I do $50K a month or whatever. Can I get access? Sure, pay it. And what he did with Gym Lords is he said, okay, this is your front end offer. You pay the $16K. Your 16 weeks is over. Now join Gym Lords for $3.2K a month. Okay. And what he did is it's easier to close because it was less money than them paying the $16K. Their dopamine receptors were a little bit numb because, oh yeah, I already spent that much money with you. You already got me results. Okay, I'm going to pay the $3.2K a month. Okay. And he made that $3.2K a month commitment for 12 months. And what he was doing within Gym Lords was simply just selling data. And this is what I'm talking about here. He just said, okay, I helped you scale with Gym Launch. I am now going to just give you the data, the insights, the sales scripts, the ads that are working right now, the ads that aren't working right now, all of the insights from our company. And I'm just going to give them to you within our Gym Lords community just for $3.2K a month. And people are like, yeah, sure. You have, thousands of gyms that you're working with. You know so much about everything in terms of scaling gyms. So we're just going to buy the data so then we know exactly what to do to get our gym to the next level. And then that's what he did with Gym Lords. He had, multiple, like he had 500 gyms at $3.2K a month, like crazy numbers. So, and 500 gyms, this is like roughly, I think he had more than that. There was portions where I think he had like over 800, around 500, 800, like crazy numbers, right? So, however, the next problem most people have is that their ascension model is not structured correctly. So the biggest point that I want you guys to understand here is when you're selling data, you're selling access to that data, that becomes simply just, okay, now I have a bunch of clients doing the same process. Now I know so much about the niche. Now I can just sell access to the data. And now people are just going to buy the data because there's so much data that is valuable. And that's when a lot of leverage comes in. So in terms of ascension, okay, how do you kind of ascend people? We're going to kind of look at this and kind of see what most people do. So most people are still following kind of this old value ladder, like the Russell Brunson, where they're starting low on price, lower on value. getting people in for a low ticket offer. This is where a lot of fitness coaches will do like ebook or free little thing or free little course that has not a lot of value, mediocre price. And then from there, then it goes to like some front end offer, or then a bigger offer, or then a bigger offer, or then a whatever. And the value and the price are going up kind of linearly, the value ladder. And in my opinion, this is actually the worst model. Okay? Because if you want to retain people, you need to give them the most amount of value up front and get them results faster than anyone else does. And how do you do this? By simply changing the way you ascend people. And this has been the most accepted thing forever. Like Russell Brunson, just value and price, start low on value, start low on price, get people in. And then from there, just give them a little more taste, and then just boom, upsell. Okay? And I don't think that this is the best way. And the data has showed it. So instead of giving them the least amount of value up front, you need to deliver tons of value on the front end to build trust. If you don't feel like you're giving away too much, you're not giving away enough. Most people are afraid of overdoing it, especially on your free stuff. But even if you do, the fact is that the people watching your free stuff will now go to you over anyone else because you always over deliver. The truth is that you never really have to worry about giving too much away, because once you bridge their first gap, it will inevitably lead to a new gap being created anyway. It's human nature to always want more. Okay, people say, I'm afraid to give away, some information or whatever, or try to give away some good free front end offer. But that will inevitably create a new gap. If you bring someone let's say in your free content, you bring someone from 0 to 10K a month. Do you now think that they're just not going to want to get to 20K a month or 30K a month or 100K a month? Of course they are. They're going to want to get there. Okay. And it's the treadmill. They have the desire, they get their desire, and then they desire more. It's just human nature. So don't think that, I'm not giving away, I don't want to give away free stuff, or I don't want to deliver value up front, or there has to be some low ticket offer in there. Because honestly, low ticket offers are one of the most stupid things you could do. Okay. Most people, I truly believe that if someone will give you $1 online, then people will give you $10,000 online. I truly believe it. I 100% believe that. And it's not necessarily the fact of this is the distinction. If they actually had the $10,000, then they'll do it. Okay? Because if someone's doing $1 with you, then they're valuing it to a similar extent than they're going to value $10,000, especially online. I've seen this so many times. Like I'm a true believer of this. Right? I know it may sound crazy. Okay, cool. And now once this second gap emerges, how easy does it become to convince successful clients to allow you to bridge the second gap? Very easy. They've already gotten results, and that trust is already built. So when they're ready for the next step, you're the one they turn to, which is why on the front end, you don't have to hold anything back. You need to deliver everything, give them the full experience, and then you simply retain them on the back end. So this methodology is what we call the new value ladder. So instead of holding everything back, you want to deliver the biggest results from the start. So you're going to be putting most of your time, effort, everything you can in terms of value into this front end. Okay. And you're going to do this for free. Okay. Give away everything you can for free. Okay. Build that, like all of that information should be there. And again, information over the next year, 5 years, 10 years is going to become even more less valuable. It's going to become more commoditized. AI is out there. AI is way smarter than us. You have to think, is the value of information increasing or decreasing? Think about how much access there is to just find any sort of information online. Compare that to 30 years ago. Is it increasing or decreasing? The value of information. Obviously decreasing. Okay? So still, we're going to put our free information out there. Okay? Give that stuff away. Okay? And then once we've bridged that first gap and we've built trust, then from there, we're going into our high ticket offer, which is our first offer of 3 to 10K high ticket off the jump. And then from there, once we've gotten people into that, Then we are going for we're downselling the upsell in a sense. So once they've spent 10K with us, now we're saying, okay, we're going to do, 2K a month or 3K a month for that data, for a continued service, for, whatever sort of continuation. If you don't want to sell data at this point because you don't have enough of it, that's fine. You can just do a continuation of your service. So let's say you get someone in for 10K for fitness coaching or 3K for fitness coaching. Then from there, you're going to say, okay, your program's done. Now we're going to continue for the a continuation for the services, for et cetera. And they've already gotten results. Most of them are going to continue. I'm going to give you a key little bit of information here. You're not going to want to make this upsell or downsell the upsell at the end of someone's program. What you're going to want to do is, let's say someone's program is 6 months. Around month 4, you're going to say, okay, you're 4 months into your program. You have 2 months left. What I can do for you is you have 2 more payments or whatever. Let's say they're paying monthly. You have 2 more payments left, okay, to, for your next 2 months at $1,000 each for the full price, okay? What I could do is now take these payments and accredit it to you working with us for, 5 more months and just knock off a couple months. So what you're doing is you're saying, okay, instead of you continuing and getting the next 2 months, which you've already kind of committed to, I'm going to now give you an extra couple months for free and continue on the process. And what they're doing is they're thinking, oh crap, I've already been committed to this process. I've already spent a lot of money in this process. Sunken cost fallacy is in my brain, which is like, okay, I've already spent a lot of money. I should probably keep spending money because I don't want to lose on the value. And they're going to continue instead of doing it at the end of the month where they've already paid and they're like, okay, I'm kind of done. Okay. So you want to do it midway through where they still have value left. They still have 2 months left or 3 months left. And you're saying, hey, instead of just, continuing for the next 3 months, I want to throw in an extra 2 months for free if we continue now for, this service fee or whatever monthly recurring at that point. Okay. And you just give them that offer and then they will most likely continue. Okay. And this is the same model Hormozi used to transition people from gym lords to gym lords. So he gave away a bunch of free value ads, his VSL pushing people to, or his ads pushing people to, fire free value. He gave away a bunch of free stuff, especially with his ads. He was giving away like free call templates, free sales scripts, free ad scripts, free stuff for ads, etc. Then he was pushing people into Gym Launch and then Gym Lords as well. Okay. And even within Gym Launch, he did the exact same model. So what he taught, what Alex Hormozi taught within Gym Launch is he taught gym owners to sell a 6-week program for $600. Okay. I know this is what it was like 7 years ago. It's probably more now. But he said, hey, Mr. Gym owner, you're going to sell this gym 6-week challenge for $600. You can get people to pay weekly. And then halfway through, you're going to do something called an anchor call. And on this anchor call, you're going to call them and say, hey, listen, you can continue for the next 3 weeks and pay the $300, or we can accredit that $300 to you continuing on a membership for the next year. What do you want to do? Oh, well, I'm only going to have to pay, I'm only going to have to pay, $200 more or $300 more if I just do it right now compared to finishing the program and then having to spend $100 a month for the next year. That's going to be $1,200. Okay, I only have to pay $300 more. The offer is logical. It sounds good. Okay, let's continue with that. Okay? So it's a lot. He taught this within Gym Launch. He did that anchor call to the upsell. It crushed. Did crazy good stuff. Okay? Cool. So would you personally pay $3,200 a month for data and insights on what's working best right now within your niche? The best ads, the best content, markets, dynamics, everything. Would that be worth it? Of course it would, because that data has the ability to give you a 2x, 5x, even 10x return on investment. Therefore, for that same reason, you need to be tracking in depth exactly what led to each client win. Their initial situation, what you changed and implemented, and what result they got. This will allow you to create a data collection system for your specific avatar. Okay? What happens is you acquire the client, you build the system or the infrastructure, or you already have that built out. You run them through that. You achieve an output in terms of results. You acquire data from that output. And then that data is going to allow you to implement that within a new client. It's very simple. So this is something that needs to be tracked time and time again. That data becomes your most valuable asset. And once you have enough of it, you can do the same thing as Hormozi. You deliver the front end value, insane value up front. You bridge that first gap, get them some results, okay? And then fully understand and document what worked and why it worked, okay? Collect that data and client wins, etc. You can even market this client data results or these client results as well, which is also another thing. And then you can transition to, upselling the downsell as well, selling data, selling, even like service continuation could be classified under this as well. And no time wasted chasing new leads, no new acquisition costs, low to zero time required to fulfill. So would you rather have one client who comes in and pays, let's say $3,000 a month for 2 years, okay, which is like $70K, or would you rather have 10 clients who have each paid, what's the equivalent, 10 clients who have each paid $7,000? I would rather have that one client who paid the same amount rather than have 10 clients who have paid the same amount. Like 10 clients who have summed to the same amount. Okay? So this model is insanely leveraged. Just imagine the amount of time you save and the results you get when you switch to this model of upselling a downsell that is pure profit, doesn't take any time to fulfill, and this is what we're striving for. Okay? So now that we have leverage within our upsell, we also want to make sure our front end offer is leveraged, even if it requires more involvement from us. Because while the goal is to stay as leveraged as possible, we don't want to do that at the cost of our client's success. You need to find that balance, because you can have maximum leverage, but if clients don't get results, you won't be in business within a few years. On the other hand, if we over-deliver with too much involvement, you'll never be able to scale or help a significant number of people, and all you'll do is burn out trying. Unless you're like that one client that I said who's like an absolute animal, who's doing 100K a month by himself, it's going to be very difficult. So he's I don't even want to use him as an example, because he is like, there's a podcast with him on my channel. This guy gets 3 hours of sleep a night. He's like a part of this, he has this like sort of, I don't even want to say if a genetic thing where he only needs 3 hours of sleep to run normally. But yeah, it's not for 99.9% of people. That's not going to be you. Okay. So what is the structure logically to actually fulfill from the best kind of point of view to give us the most time, get our clients the most success? Okay. It needs to be balanced. The best structure we found to do that is a 20-60-20 split. Okay. Which means 20% done for you. So this is things that you're going to be doing for them. This is meal plans, this is workout plans, etc. 60% done with you, coaching calls, questions, accountability, etc. And then 20% do it yourself. So it's going to be info products, video lessons, tracking softwares, things that they're simply going to do on themselves. Okay. 60% you're doing it kind of together. And then 20% you're doing it all. This is the best split that we found. Okay. We want to focus our involvement on the areas that are most critical to client success and that actually move the needle. That's where our time should go. If we're stuck having, like, for example, onboarding is one of the biggest things that will move the needle for our clients. So is that something we want to automate? Probably not, because it's very important that we nail that and that we have their attention for that presentation. Okay. So we're going to focus our involvement there. But for example, things like, how to, do a bicep curl. I'm just making this up. Okay. We're not going to get on a call with them and say, hey, yeah, you're in the gym right now. Okay. I want you to pick up the dumbbell. I want you to, I want you to, flex your, no, we're not going to do that. Okay. So we're going to focus on we're going to do the things that are most critical For example, the meal plans, the workout plans, coaching calls, like these are important tasks. Okay. But the things that you're going to automate are the things that can be automated because they're not as critical. For example, like video lessons on how to work out, or certain things that will allow them to have a good mindset. Like if you want to make like a mindset video course so that they can watch through. Okay, cool. So it's normal to occasionally need to step outside of them, but if you find yourself repeating the same thing for every client, it needs to be automated. 80% of the results will come from solving client-specific problems, not from the same generic advice that could be given to anyone in the program. Okay? So that's where our time and attention should go. Cool. Now, how do we ensure that our process actually gets results? Because sure, we can set up fulfillment systems, we can map out our ascension model and structure our offers for maximum leverage, but if our process isn't actually solid and we can't make success unreasonable for our clients, then there's no point in doing any of that. Okay? So the first step to building a process that actually delivers results is realizing that 99% of programs out there are the same recycled ChatGPT style BS. We're not here to push out another low quality program. We're here to build out a system that makes it unreasonable not to get client success, which is why the first move is simple. Forget what you think your offer should be and stop looking at what others are doing. You have to realize most fitness coaches, average fitness coach makes $2,000 per month. And you may look at someone online and they have, Miami, Lamborghini, this guy's so cool or whatever. And you may think, I'm going to copy him. Okay. But that's possibly the worst thing you could do. Even if it looks like they're doing good, they're still marketing themselves from a lifestyle point of view to get you to buy with them. Okay. So what you have to do is simply not look at anyone. It's very, very, very simple. Okay. So when you have a preconceived idea of what your offer should become, it limits you from innovating and seeing the entire picture as well. So cut through the noise of what you've been told and start from scratch. We're just going to start from the fundamentals here. Look at where your prospect is right now. Look at where they want to go and every single obstacle in between. This is all you're doing. This is it. Where are they right now? What's their current state? Where do they want to get to? What's their desired state? Write out their current state, their points. Working their office job, overweight, their wife hates them, whatever. What's their desired state? Look good on the beach, look good naked, more energy, sleep better, whatever. What is every single thing that would stop them from seeing that transformation? Write out all of those. And again, you're not going to know all of these from the jump. These are things that, again, data that you're going to collect over time. The more people you talk to, the more people you do this for, you're going to run this over time and get more data. Then you're going to find each of these and solve for each possible problem. Okay? Your goal here is to think of as many solutions to each problem as you can and select the best one to overcome each obstacle. Okay? Once your client delivery is mapped out, the next move is to lock it in. So what I mean by this is, for example, most fitness coaches will just come in and say, hey, okay, you need your meal plan, you need your diet plan. That's it. But there are so many other problems that could potentially arise within a client going from point A to point B. Okay. Do they have a motivation thing that a motivation bank that they can go and fall back on if their motivation's low? Okay. Do they have a sheet of, let's say, if they want to go and eat out and they're not going to be on their diet plan, that they can resort back to? Okay. Do they have a sleep thing? There are so many things that could potentially arise outside of what fitness coaches may think will get someone from point A to point B. And you have to map out each of these. And once you map out every single possible failure that could arise and solve for each of the problems on the inverse, okay, now your program, you're not selling a program, you're selling a transformation. This is the biggest thing. You're not selling a program. You're not selling, here's a fitness program. You're selling a transformation. You're selling an outcome. You're selling, I'm bringing you from here to here. with conviction, and I'm mapping out each of these problems that will arise and the solutions. Okay? So now it's unreasonable for you not to get to the next level, and now I can charge more because I'm selling the transformation. I'm not selling you a fitness program. I'm not selling you a fitness, a meal plan. I'm not selling you a workout plan. F that. I'm selling you looking good in the beach, looking good naked. Your wife has more respect for you. I'm selling you that. What's that going to do? Oh, okay. Of course I'll pay $5,000 for my wife to look at me better. Of course. Yeah, that's right. So now that changes everything. Okay. So once your client delivery is mapped out, the next move is to lock it in. Because even if people love to say simplicity scales and complexity fails, that's not the full truth. Okay? Complexity isn't what kills a business. What actually kills a business is the chaos caused by newness. This chaos people confuse with complexity comes from undocumented processes and inconsistencies, not the complexity of the task itself. Scaling is about having control and data. If you don't know what's working and what's not, you can't make the right decisions, which leads to constant changes that you don't even know, like they're not like actual, like, oh, I know if I make this change, this is going to help everything, and just waste of time. So just like you track client wins, you need to track everything else the same way, which allows you to replicate it, repeat it, and optimize it based on the feedback. Okay? If you cannot get feedback on your processes, you probably won't do very well because most new systems obviously won't work on the first try. So with this process right here, in terms of this transformation that you're building, you're probably going to know some of these. Maybe you made the transformation yourself. Maybe you know 60% of these. But these things that you're going to gather over time, the more people you talk to, the more meetings, the more data you collect, you're not just going to get them first day. Okay, all of these hurdles and everything. Okay, it's only through iteration that you get great systems. Therefore, every system needs a 1-week test window to run it, observe the results, and act on them to build stronger systems off those insights. If you want to scale quickly, you need tight feedback loops. Faulty processes cannot go unobserved for long periods of time without noticing. Okay? Take time weekly or at least monthly to do feedback and review cycles. Look at all of your clients, do an overview, get the spreadsheets out, be a little accountant for a little bit. Okay? See what's working. See how people are, seeing success. Oh, this guy didn't see success this week. Why did he not see success this week? Why is he not taking action this week? Oh, well, his time is limited. Oh, crap. Okay. Can we now restructure? Because a bunch of other people have said that they have limited time. So can we now restructure a program or a process within this thing so that they can continue to do this on low time? That's all we're doing, okay? Instead of going and looking at what other people are doing, we're just delivering the transformation time and time again, seeing what's working, seeing what's not, doing less of what's not, and doing more of what is, okay? So everything you test should go through a very deliberate and selective reflection process before you either double down or move on, okay? I'll let you in on a secret. The people who are the most successful, not in business, but in life as well, are constantly reviewing and refining and aren't attached to any sort of specific process that they're doing. Unlike most coaches, they're willing to strip away anything that's not essential because they understand that 80% of your outputs come from 20% of your inputs. Okay? These people, they're willing to strip away anything, right? They know, the most successful people know, okay, if I want to hit this goal, 100K a month, or this goal of I want to lose 30 pounds, then I'm not attached to an individual process of doing it. I am attached to the outcome. Okay? So let's just try to get the outcome. So they don't waste time guessing. They track, they review, they iterate, and they find that 20% of the activities that are getting the 80% of the results, and they go all in on it. Okay. On the other hand, when average coaches want more leads, for example, they pile on tactics. They try to do all these different, I'm going to just do everything. Cold DMs, content, referrals, emails, Facebook groups, throwing everything at the wall, hopes that something sticks. That's the difference. Okay. So doing everything is easy. It doesn't require thought, review, or iteration. You just do it. Okay. This is a big misconception that a lot of coaches have is they were so disciplined with the gym. They were so disciplined to get in shape and build their physique, maybe their mindset up through discipline. And then they come into a business and they think that they just have to do discipline and do a bunch of things and just, I'm just going to do action. I'm going to brute force action. And it doesn't see success and they're lost. And there's this quote there's quotes online of like, oh, if you can get in shape, then you can 100% run a business. I disagree. 100%. I disagree 1000%. I know so many people who are in great shape, who are so disciplined, yet they're not making any money within their business. So there's zero correlation there. So don't say that correlates at all, okay? But if you want to be in the top 5% of coaches doing hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, etc., you need to master the skill of stripping away everything that doesn't actually move the needle. Because if the actions you're taking today aren't going to serve you 5 years from now, you need a better way to do them. It's not just about making money now. It's about building a business that scales without needing your inputs. That's why every task should answer this question. Will this still feed me in a year from now without needing me again? Okay? If it's not leveraged. It's a liability. Okay? So the systems you build, the processes you're doing, okay, relating to this transformation that you're building out, is it getting better? Is it refining? These systems that I'm building, will I be able to use a system in a long time from now? Yes. Okay, great. Let's keep doing that. Let's keep refining that. Okay? So the one key takeaway, the biggest takeaway you can have from this training today is that you need to gain leverage, but you also need to balance it with getting client results. Without one or the other, failure is inevitable. Don't scale at the cost of delivery and don't deliver at the cost of scale. So your homework, okay? List the who you need for your offer based on the variables you need to solve for your clients, okay? What is the talent? Who do you need? Who do you need to be on your team to solve for this? List the systems you'll need. What is the client flow systems? What you can even do, I'm just going to show you this quickly. What you can even do for your entire client journey system is what you can do for your client journey process is simply map out every single process that could be involved within it, right? So just to show you this quickly, you're going to map out every single portion, okay? So, okay, onboarding. What is the onboarding SOP? What is the offer SOP? Niche, image, lead generation. This is exactly what I've done within my company. Okay, what is the messaging? Lead gen, sales asset creation, conversion mechanisms, onboarding, okay, fulfillment. What does everything look like from an operations point of view, implementation, getting the foundations and the basics, everything down as a whole, okay? So you need to make sure that every single process is documented. You can just map out everything in terms of A to B that a client would need to see success and just build that out. Build out your onboarding. What does your communication and messaging systems look like? Because communication is obviously everything when you're actually doing done with you and coaching and setting up your management systems. And with communication, if you have a lot of clients, just do group calls. This is another thing as well. Don't do one-on-one calls. Number 3, build your client journey and checkpoints. Track every single win. And number 4, schedule weekly feedback loops to analyze your entire business. See how new systems are performing. See where your time is going. Delegate, systemize, or remove any actions that won't serve you in a year's time. Only focus on the 20% of inputs that will drive the 80% of outputs. So I hope you gained a lot of insight on how to structure your fulfillment in this episode, which is the last episode of this Fitness Creator series. Okay. If you want to see more videos like this one, check out my channel. And I hope you got value from this fulfillment masterclass today and understood a little bit more about how to actually fulfill as an online coach and what you should be doing to see success. So thanks for watching, and I hope you saw some value. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the end of the Fitness Creator series. I'm going to leave you guys, if you made it to the end of this video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what you're actually going to need in order to succeed, in order of applying this information. And I'm going to give you guys an insight into kind of what we do with our coaches and the offer that we present to the people and the partners that we take on. So the first thing is I want to tell you that if you've made it this far into the presentation, you've consumed a lot of information. You have a lot of probably new insights that you can use to apply to your business to make more money to scale. But if you don't apply this and you don't actually take action on behalf of what you learned, I can guarantee you that you won't see any success. Okay? I would much rather be the person who takes relentless, bruteful action than the person who knows everything but does absolutely nothing. Okay? So you don't want to be that guy in the library who knows everything about philosophy but doesn't have any life experience behind it. So please apply this knowledge, and I can guarantee you that if you do, you will see results behind that. I can guarantee you it comes down to your level of commitment. Okay? That's it. Your level of commitment. Nothing else. Okay? The second thing that I want to talk about is right now with fitness coaching, online, etc., the gap between the rich and the poor are becoming even wider. What I mean by this is right now the top 10, 15% of fitness coaches are controlling 85 to 90% of the market. Okay? Over time, the more commoditization, the more people are doing the same shit, same content, same whatever, same I help people do X and Y time, whatever. It's just going to be even more drastic. The top 5% of coaches are going to control 95% of the market. Okay? And the only way to combat that isn't by just simply doing more. Okay? Isn't by being more disciplined. Isn't by going and, I'm just going to brute force. I'm just going to do more volume blindly. Okay? It's about building smarter and becoming a creator. You're not here to be an influencer. You're not here to be an entertainer. It's a big distinction, especially within fitness. You're not here to look good. You're not here to have big muscles and look good. That doesn't make you money. Okay? You're here to be a creator of assets, of systems, of an actual legitimate business that doesn't depend on you and is leveraged. Okay? So if you want to learn exactly how to become a creator, here's what the process looks like that we offer within our company. So the first thing we do, everything I walked you through is pretty much an overview. These past several hours is an overview of the systems that we implement. Okay? So obviously first things is the foundations. We're not trying to build a house without proper foundations. If we don't have proper foundation, it doesn't matter how good our roof is, doesn't matter how good, any other aspect of the house is if the foundation is not there. So what is the foundation? Our offer and our niche. Okay? Do we have those validated? Do we have service market fit? Okay? That is the first thing we're doing. Do we have service market fit? And that's something that within our company, we have data to pretty much put people into niches that we've already seen work. For example, the white collar niche of I help busy professionals. I have probably spent over $500,000 in ad spend across my clients just within that one niche. So I know how to do good in that niche. I know the ads that do good in that niche, etc. Okay? So that's the first thing is what niche we're actually in. Okay? What is our offer for that niche? What's the transformation we're selling to that niche? Okay? After that, then it comes down to, okay, we have validation. Now we're actually going to be starting getting clients, getting the journey going in terms of lead generation, building assets, building attention online, okay, properly, and then sales mechanisms, looking into conversions, looking into our sales systems, okay? What does our nurturing process look like, etc. Okay? And then implementation, right? So we're building out, our full lead gen system that we do fully for our clients. It's a full done for you system, okay, where we pretty much run the ads, fully done for you. Okay, we build out our entire funnel, totally done for you. And then on top of that, we will obviously place certain talent where need be. If that's appointment setters, if that's closers, whatever that specifically is, to help people get to the next level, kind of wherever you are in your fitness journey. Usually I work with people who are around, that 10 to 15K a month, want to get up to 50K or potentially six figures. But I do have some beginners that I do work with. I'm a little bit more selective with that because it's a lot harder to go from 0 to 10 than it is to go from 10 to 100K. Okay. As weird as that sounds. Okay. So In terms of implementation, we help do, the entire lead gen infrastructure, building out everything, giving out full assets, hiring, our full nurturing process, everything in terms of sales systems, and everything in terms of asset creation. Okay, what I mean asset creation, I mean sales asset creation. What are things that people can watch so that once they've watched it, they now have pure conviction about working with you and moving forward with some sort of next step. Okay? So we handle all of that stuff in terms of marketing and sales, helping build these systems, helping kind of do this in a partner style. And then the last step is obviously operations. So once we actually are helping you get clients, now we're helping you onboard. We're helping you fulfill effectively so that you're not having to, be taking massive amounts of calls all day, working within your business, pretty much working a glorified 9 to 5. Okay. And then retaining clients. How do we get the most amount of LTV that we can with our clients? Do we have clients that come and it's like, okay, they're only spending $1,000 once with us? What's the point? Why are we trying to go get new clients when we could just simply increase our LTV? Okay. So from, full offer creation, full niche creation to marketing and sales systems, nurturing systems, and then fulfillment systems, we kind of cover the full picture. Okay. You don't need to figure this out on your own. Okay. Over the past few years, we've tested, we've refined, proven these systems across dozens of different coaching businesses, from gym owners to online coaches to hybrid models. I've worked with so many different industries within the fitness niche, and it's not like a lot of fitness coaches just think that online fitness coaching is the only niche within fitness. Like, there are so many other niches within fitness that provide a similar transformation. Like, for example, if I want to lose weight, I can go to a plastic surgeon and get liposuction, right? I can go to a supplement store. I can go to a nutritionist, like a specifically nutritionist. I can go to an in-person gym. Then I have online coaches. Then I have food delivery, like good food and stuff. There's so many methods to get in shape other than simply just, online fitness coaches. There's pharmaceuticals like Ozempic, okay? So I've worked with a lot of these different sort of niches within it and cross-pollinating and kind of seeing what's working within this niche that may be ahead and taking that over to kind of the fitness niche, the online fitness coaching niche, okay? And that means instead of spending years stuck in trial and error trying to figure out what actually works, you can tap into a framework that's already been built and structured specifically to scale. Okay, we've taken everything that works and cut everything out that doesn't. We're very big on simplicity. So if you want to skip the guesswork, avoid years of plateauing, shortcut your growth to 50, 100, even 150K a month, like Paul, okay, who went from 22K a month to 150K a month running his local gym in Calgary, or Jason, who went from 5K to 20K months, okay, or even Hashan, who just simply hit his first 12K month, or even Adam, who we, brought him from barely making 5K a month to clearing 40K a month. Like, there's like the differences between these people, the similarities between all these people is that they committed, they applied this information, and we were able to implement these systems within them. And I'll tell you this, I don't want to hype this up too much because it is still a lot of work. It is still a ton of commitment. This is not something that you can just like come in and be like, hey, yeah, let's do this and, just do it half-ass. This is a business. This is not a side hustle. Okay. If you want to treat this like a side hustle, you can 100% do that. But it's not until you treat this like a 100% legitimate business that you're going to see, like you have to treat it legitimately or else you're not going to see any success. Okay. And there's really never going to be a better time. Okay. Because if you want to see exactly how the same systems that work for them and dozens more would apply inside your business, I'm going to drop my link below. Okay. You can go book a one-on-one call with me, and I'll personally walk you through how to implement these exact systems. So I do all of the walkthrough calls myself. I think it's a very important step that I feel that I don't want to automate. I've had a lot of temptations where it's like, okay, I have a bunch of calls. Like, I don't want to be taking these calls. I think it's very important. So if that interests you, if you're that fitness coach who's, doing good numbers but wants to get to the next level, or even if you're just a coach online, go book a call down below, and I will see you on the other side. And I hope this video series, nonetheless, gave you some level of value, gave you something to take away, and please apply this, because if you don't, I'll guarantee you that you won't hit any sort of revenue increase. So thank you for watching, and peace out.